Chapter 185, Ruined Mountain Range. Chapter 185, Ruined Mountain Range. Shi Feng pulled back his sword, sliding it back into its scabbard. Immediately after, an agonizing wail resounded throughout the streets. Brilliant war god stared Shi Feng with eyes filled with poisonous hatred. However, there was also a thread of fear hidden within that hatred. After all, Shi Feng had only used a single swordsman skill, chop, to kill him instantly. Brilliant war god's past confidence and arrogance had, at this moment, shattered. He quietly watched as his HP frantically decreased, and in the blink of an eye, he only had 1 HP remaining. Brilliant war god fell to his knees, his eyes filled with shock and fear. As this was only a duel, Brilliant war god could escape death this time. However, as Brilliant war god regained some of his spirit, he finally understood Shi Feng's comment of this would be a boring battle. At that time, Brilliant war god had still thought that it was Shi Feng's arrogance, not knowing the immensity of heaven and earth. In reality, however, no. Brilliant war god exclaimed as he noticed his levels swiftly decreasing. In the blink of an eye, he had already fallen to level 0. Although duels would not allow players to die, the punishment the losing party received would not be altered in the slightest. The sinister punishment Brilliant war god had previously set for Shi Feng had all come biting back at him. The system also transferred the map he gambled into Shi Feng's inventory. This time, not only had he dug his own grave, but he also bought his own coffin, suffering twice the loss. Miss Aqua, I'm done. Let's continue our talks. Shi Feng looked towards Aqua Rose with a smile as he spoke. Brilliant war god glared at Shi Feng with a malicious expression, his teeth gnashing. Immediately after Shi Feng turned his back on Brilliant war god, the shield warrior took out a Tier 1 magic scroll, using it on Shi Feng. Black Flame, die. The Tier 1 magic scroll that Brilliant war god used was a flame-type spell called Flame Spear. The scroll contained a relatively strong, single-target, destructive spell. In any case, Brilliant war god had already fallen to level 0. He would not suffer a loss if the guards captured and jailed him. At worst, he would just have to delete his account and start all over again. It would be acceptable if he could kill Shi Feng and appease his hatred. Careful, Aqua Rose warned. Shi Feng did not expect Brilliant war god to be insane enough to dare attack him in the middle of Blackwing City. However, due to the short distance between them, it was too late by the time Shi Feng realized Brilliant war god's actions. The flame spear instantly struck Shi Feng's back, and Brilliant war god revealed a sinister smile as his attack landed. This flame spear was Brilliant war god's trump card. It was capable of causing up to 2,000 flame damage to a single target. Even if Shi Feng were amazing, he was a single swordsman. How high could his HP be? It would already be heaven-defying if he had 1,200 HP. With this 2,000 damage, Shi Feng would unquestionably die. After the raging flames dissipated, Shi Feng's HP madly fell. Ha ha ha. So what if you are amazing? Since you dared provoke this young master, only death awaits you. Brilliant war god laughed loudly as he watched Shi Feng's full HP trickle to 0. Brilliant war god, you are too despicable. With this action, Aqua Rose finally saw through to Brilliant war god's true self. She did not think that he would be such despicable filth without even the most basic self-respect. Despicable, the victor becomes king, whereas the loser becomes a bandit. He can only blame himself for his own lack of skills. Brilliant war god sneered as he spoke. However, Brilliant war god's smile quickly faded the moment he discovered that Shi Feng's HP had stopped decreasing after reaching 20%. Why? Why aren't you dead? Looking at Shi Feng standing there, Brilliant War God retreated several steps, his trembling finger pointed at Shi Feng as he panicked. This you don't need to know. However, since you've dared take action here, I'm guessing that you're prepared to receive your punishment, Shi Feng softly said. He chuckled as he clapped at the flames remaining on his body, extinguishing them. The damage caused by the flame spear could indeed kill a level 14 player with one hit. However, Shi Feng was different. He possessed 20 points of fire resistance. He also had the basic body strengthening passive skill activated, which would somewhat increase some of the hidden magic resistance. In addition, Shi Feng currently had a maximum HP of 1,840 points, so a single flame spear was not enough to kill him. To put it another way, Tier 1 magic had no possibility of killing him with a single hit. At most, it would gravely injure him. Impossible. Brilliant War God was completely dumbfounded by this scene. After all, that was the most powerful Tier 1 magic scroll he had in his possession. It can't be, right? Aqua Rose was similarly shocked. Fire-type magic possessed the highest destructive force of all elemental magic. Yet, Shi Feng had survived after taking a direct hit from a Tier 1 fire-type spell. Just what kind of defense did he possess? Aqua Rose even started to suspect that Shi Feng was a shield warrior or a guardian knight in disguise. However, even guardian knights possessing the highest magic resistance could not forcefully survive this move. While the two suffered their shock, the Black Knights of Blackwing City had arrived. Compared to other towns and normal cities, Blackwing City's management was far more strict. The penalties it administered were even more unbearable. Hence, in Shi Feng's previous life, no players dared cause a scene while in Blackwing City. Any who did simply sought their own deaths. Not to mention, Brilliant War God had actually dared attack Shi Feng, who possessed the status of a demon hunter. Hence, Shi Feng did not immediately take action against Brilliant War God. In reality, he simply waited for the punishment Blackwing City would provide to Brilliant War God. Brilliant War God, you have committed an offense against Blackwing City's laws. Moreover, you attacked the Lord Demon Hunter. From now on, you will remain in jail in Blackwing City for 15 days. After your release, all your attributes would be decreased by 10% for a duration of 10 days, and the EXP you gain will decrease by 20%. The Black Knight captain walked up to Brilliant War God, stating his verdict. Hearing such a penalty, Aqua Rose sucked in a cold breath. This penalty was simply too heavy. Even if they locked Brilliant War God up for 15 days as an Elder of Twilight Echo, there were other people available to help him level back up. However, now that he was level 0, with the 15-day gap and 20% EXP gain reduction, Brilliant War God would need to grind ceaselessly for over a month to catch up with the level of the majority of the players, not to mention catching up to the top-ranking players. Ha ha ha. Black Flame, I admit that you are amazing. However, from the moment I took action, I had already decided to delete my account and start all over again. Did you really think I would fear the system punishment? Although Brilliant War God trembled slightly when he heard the penalty he was to receive, giving it another thought, he planned to delete and rebuild his account. What should he be afraid of? Is that so? Then I look forward to you deleting and rebuilding your account. Shi Feng smiled faintly, not bothering to explain. Seeing Brilliant War God's confident smile, Shi Feng could not bear to shatter his fantasies. Brilliant War God thought too lightly of God's domain. If a pig-brained person like Brilliant War God could think of such a method to escape punishment, the main God system would certainly have a solution. In Shi Feng's previous life, plenty of players had thought of God's domain as only a virtual reality game. They thought they could do whatever they wanted. There were even some players who had done unscrupulous and condemnable things towards female NPCs. After all, These players all thought they could simply avoid punishment by deleting and rebuilding their accounts from scratch. However, the outcome spoke differently. Unless one no longer wanted to play God's domain, otherwise, any and all punishments would be meted out. No matter how many times one deleted their accounts or changed their gaming helmets, the consequences were inescapable. Although God's domain was a virtual reality game, it had its own bottom line as well. The rules of God's domain were the final bottom line. Any and all who dared go past this bottom line would do well to prepare themselves for their punishments, no exceptions. When brilliant war god saw Shifeng's smile, he suddenly felt uncertain about his decision. However, when he gave it more thought, it was possible that Shifeng just tried to frighten him. Immediately, brilliant war god logged out of God's domain, preparing to delete and rebuild his account. Meanwhile, Shifeng no longer cared to pay any attention to this brainless princeling. He then opened his bag, examining the clue to the god slayer that he had just obtained. There was no marked location on this map. There were also no written words to give an explanation. If any other players were to obtain this map, they would have no clue of what to do with it. After all, they would not know the location displayed on the map, nor would they know how to look for it. Moreover, the official site did not publish a world map for God's domain. That explained brilliant Wargod's ignorant generosity of wagering this map. Fortunately, Shifeng was extremely familiar with God's domain. In Shifeng's previous life, the various major guilds in God's domain made their own maps of God's domain, and Shadow was no exception. 10 years after God's domain started its operation, the world map that Shadow possessed was very thorough. Meanwhile, familiarizing oneself with the world map was one of the basic requirements of a guild leader, including Shifeng. However, the map currently in Shifeng's hands displayed very complicated terrain. Only after racking his brain for some time did Shifeng manage to recall a place with a similar terrain as shown on this map. It was the forbidden territory for humans, the ruined mountain range. Chapter 186, State A Price. Chapter 186, State A Price. Just as Shifeng recognized the location shown on the map. For level 200 black guards appeared on Light Street, each wielding a black spear in their hands and walking towards brilliant war god, the intended to take him away. Don't even think of catching me. Brilliant war god immediately logged out of the game. However, an unbelievable situation occurred. One could describe this as an out-of-body experience. Like an empty shell, brilliant Wargod's body suddenly fell to the ground, motionless. However, the 4 black guards did not care much about this. 2 of the knights grabbed a hold of brilliant Wargod's body from each side, dragging him away from Light Street. Soon after, the black knights also dispersed from the scene. Master Black Flame, what is going on here? Didn't brilliant war god log off? Logically, his body should also have disappeared. Aqua Rose looked at Shifeng, her shining eyes blinking as she asked. Although Aqua Rose did not know why she would ask Shifeng, her instincts told her that Shifeng might know the answer. If Shifeng knew that Aqua Rose had asked him about this matter out of instinct, the fearsomeness of a woman's intuition would certainly surprise him. Hearing Aqua Rose's question, Shifeng simply smiled and said, "It should be that the system doesn't allow players avoid punishment." Blackwing City's judgment was, without a doubt, the system's judgment. If brilliant war god had properly received his punishment, he would only have to pay the smallest price. However, if brilliant war god deleted and rebuilt his account, not to mention losing the money and equipment that he originally had, he would also lose all the reputation he had earned in God's domain. Reputation was not easy to gain. After all, many of the quests that rewarded players with reputation points were unique quests. So it is like that. Aqua Rose understood the truth of the matter. Otherwise, If everyone simply deleted and rebuilt their accounts the moment they did something nefarious, wouldn't that turn God's domain into a heaping mess? However, along with the passing of time, player levels would become higher, while the chances of such matters occurring would decrease as well. After all, players had dedicated a great amount of time and energy onto cultivating their God's domain accounts. There would be few people with the courage to start all over again. However, if players encountered a situation like brilliant Wargods, a majority of them would choose to delete and rebuild. After all, it would be much faster to start all over again, and it could be a way to take advantage of the system. Naturally, the main God system would not make such a mistake. Regarding the calamity that had befallen brilliant War God, Aqua Rose did not display a hint of sympathy. On the contrary, she was very grateful for Shi Feng's significant help. Her and brilliant Wargood's families had always been friendly with each other, and both families intended to increase and widen their wealth and influence through marriage. On the other hand, Aqua Rose had, from the very beginning, opposed this notion. She intended to create a legacy for herself, increasing her right of speech within her family to oppose this marriage. God's domain just so happened to have given her this very good chance. As long as she could further herself in God's domain, and adding in brilliant Wargood's actions, she could easily vanquish the notion of marriage between the two families. After dealing with the matter of brilliant War God, Shi Feng and Aqua Rose returned to the restaurant and resumed their business talks. Originally, Shi Feng wanted to investigate the God-slayer's whereabouts. However, he set it aside for now. In God's domain, the ruined mountain range was an absolutely forbidden place for humans. In Shi Feng's previous life, many players did not believe this fact. In the end, all who went there found only death. From then on, nobody dared casually enter the ruined mountain range. With Shi Feng's current strength, not to mention entering the ruined mountain range, even the path leading to the ruined mountain range presented an impossible challenge for Shi Feng. How would he reach the location marked on the map? The only choice he had right now was to increase his strength. When he had sufficient strength, he could then think of a way to go there. Master Black Flame, these are the various forging materials that you've requested. Due to limited bag space, I've only brought the rare and precious materials. This time, Master Black Flame has helped me a great deal, so I'll sell these to you at a lower price. You just need to pay me 43 gold coins for them. Aqua Rose displayed the transaction list, smiling as she spoke. The cost of purchasing all these materials came to a total of just over 37 gold. Originally, Aqua Rose intended to sell all these materials to Shi Feng for 50 gold. However, since Shi Feng had helped her out, she chose to earn a little less in this transaction. Initially, Aqua Rose had not possessed enough gold coins to purchase all these materials. However, she made a big profit from the glimmer chestplate forging designs, which she bought from Shi Feng last time. Not only had she earned over 100 gold coins, but she also earned back all the credits she used to purchase the forging designs. She still had quite a few glimmer chestplate forging designs remaining. If she sold all of them, she could still earn tens of gold coins and hundreds of thousands of credits. Even for an Apex first-rate guild like Twilight Echo, the entire guild's currently available fluid funds only amounted to 20 to 30 gold. Meanwhile, Aqua Rose had over 100 gold in her possession, invoking the guild's elders' jealousy. After having the first tastes of profit, Aqua Rose greatly anticipated the surprise Shi Feng was about to create. 43 gold? When Shi Feng looked at the transaction list, his heart skipped a beat. He had not expected Aqua Rose to be so capable. She had actually gathered so many materials. Taking a quick glance at the transaction list, the materials listed were all rare, required for forging mysterious iron and secret silver ranked items. There were even some extremely rare fine gold rank materials. At this stage of the game, it was absolutely impossible for players to find any of these materials in Starmoon Kingdom. Aqua Rose had also bought a large quantity of hardstones, as Shifeng had specially requested a lot of them. Now, Aqua Rose had close to 1,000 stacks of hardstones for Shifeng, completely filling up her ore bags. Shifeng could not help but admit that the ore country was aptly named. Ore bags were different from normal bags. They were specifically made for storing forging materials. Hence, these bags had extremely large storage spaces, and each one was several times, some even several tens of times, larger than a normal bag. In Aqua Rose's case, aside from her main bag having 100 slots, her remaining 6 bags were all ore bags. Every one of her ore bags had 350 slots for items, and all 6 ore bags were currently filled to the brim. The country Aqua Rose came from did not lack ores. Hence, Aqua Rose only sold each stack of hardstones to Shifeng at a price of 80 copper coins. Aqua Rose had probably purchased all of these hardstones at an even lower price. Compared to these sold in Starmoon Kingdom, the price of these hardstones was simply too cheap. Right now, each stack of hardstones sold for 3 silver coins. Just by selling these hardstones to other players, Shifeng could make a profit of several times his cost. Moreover, those players would fight over these hardstones. However, even Shifeng could not afford 43 gold in a single transaction. Fortunately, Shifeng came prepared. He removed a pile of level 8 and level 9 bronze equipment and quite a lot of mysterious iron equipment from his bag. He had personally forged a majority of the equipment, while he had obtained the remainder from the Moonlight Forest. However, the most eye-catching equipment among was the level 10 secret silver ranked one-handed swords, the Silver Dawns, that Shifeng had crafted. Secret silver weapons, even to a first-rate guild, they were extremely rare. Normally, only the core upper echelons of the guild would possess 2 to 3 secret silver ranked items, while the elites of the guild could not even dream of possessing one. In the blink of an eye, Shifeng had filled the private room with equipment, dazzling the sight of all beholders. Making a general count, Shifeng had over 500 pieces of equipment. Aqua Rose was instantly dumbfounded by this sight. Only after tens of seconds had passed did she gradually recover her spirit, and shock filled her eyes as she looked at Shifeng. One could easily outfit a large elite team with this much equipment. Moreover, Shifeng had forged the majority. Aqua Rose was greatly confused at how Shifeng could forge so much equipment all by himself. After all, she had personally witnessed forgers create equipment before. The process could be summed up in one word: slow. These were all bronze and mysterious iron-ranked equipment. If one were not careful while forging them, the result would easily fail. So, the process of forging equipment of such quality was definitely much slower than that of common equipment. Since the last time Aqua Rose met with Shifeng, only a little more than 3 days had passed. Even if Shifeng continuously forged equipment without sleep or food during this period, it should still be impossible for him to forge this much equipment. "Miss Aqua, I already brought the equipment. State a price." Shifeng smiled. Aqua Rose immediately felt as if she had been cheated. Originally, she intended to make a big profit off of Shifeng. However, with 500-plus pieces of high-level equipment placed before her, even if she sold herself to Shifeng, it still might not be enough. Chapter 187, Frightening Forger. Chapter 187, Frightening Forger. The private room of the restaurant was very large. However, it was insufficient to contain all of the weapons and equipment that Shifeng had taken out. The entire room was cramped with items right now. After counting for a long while, Aqua Rose finally had a firm grasp on the number of weapons and equipment that Shifeng had brought. Among them, there were over 200 level 8 and above bronze weapons, over 300 pieces of level 8 and above bronze equipment, 70 level 9 and above mysterious iron weapons, 80 pieces of level 9 and above mysterious iron equipment, and 20 level 10 silver dawns. There was close to a total of 700 weapons and pieces of equipment. With this much equipment, Aqua Rose would have no problems gearing up even a 100-man team. The attributes of the Silver Dawns were especially frightening. Compared to the giant bear war axe that brilliant war god had, the Silver Dawn's attributes were much stronger. Twilight Echo had sacrificed many of their elite members to obtain brilliant Wargod's level 9 giant bear war axe. After all, it was only a normal occurrence to lose over 20 elite players when dealing with a chieftain-ranked field boss. Chieftain-ranked field bosses were extremely rare in God's domain, and meeting one all depended on luck. Moreover, after meeting one, sacrifices were necessary to bring it down. This was the exchange of the lives of the guild's elites for equipment, and it was a huge loss to the guild. Yet, Shurfeng casually displayed 20 secret silver weapons. Aqua Rose no longer knew how to describe Shurfeng. Despite having an immeasurably high strength, his standards as a forger were also at their apex, as Aqua Rose had yet to hear news of any player forging a secret silver-ranked item. Shurfeng's existence simply caused others despair. At the same time, Aqua Rose had finally come to an understanding of just how frightening a forger could be. If any guild could have a forger like Shurfeng, that guild would not have to worry about trying to obtain equipment. As long as they had the forging designs, they could have whatever equipment they wanted, and at any time they wanted it. There would be no need for them to waste tremendous effort to kill bosses. Moreover, killing an extremely powerful boss would only yield several pieces of equipment. On the other hand, as long as a forger had the materials, they could create as many pieces of equipment as they wanted. It was much faster and more convenient. Miss Aqua, you look a little pale. Are you all right? Shurfeng looked at the dazed Aqua Rose, asking with concern. Me. As Aqua Rose regained her senses, she involuntarily wiped the sweat from her forehead. I'm fine. Why would I have any problems? Is it possible that Miss Aqua can't afford this many weapons and equipment? If this is so, just pick as many as you can. Shurfeng could sympathize with Aqua Rose's situation. After all, even a first-rate guild could not buy up all this equipment in one go, not to mention Aqua Rose by herself. Master Black Flame, I want all of these items. However, can we carry out the transaction with credits? Otherwise, if I give Master Black Flame all of my gold coins, I would starve. Aqua Rose smiled bitterly. There were so many good items before her eyes, and it would be a sin not to gobble all of them up right now. What did the various large guilds lack the most? The answer was obvious: high-level weapons and equipment. Level 8 and above weapons and equipment just so happened to be what guilds lacked the most. Just a single piece of level 8 bronze equipment was worth well over 20 silvers on the market right now. Level 8 bronze weapons even sold for 30 silvers or more, while level 9 mysterious iron equipment was worth 50 silvers or more, and level 9 mysterious iron weapons sold for 80 silvers or more. As for the level 10 secret silver weapons, the Silver Dawns, they were priceless treasures, and not a single person out there would willingly sell one. If a price were truly to be set with the Silver Dawn's attributes, at the very least, it would sell for 2 gold coins or more. 20 Silver Dawns would then equate 40 gold coins. That was nearly half of all the game currency Aqua Rose owned. Moreover, this was the lowest price for the Silver Dawn. That's fine as well. I'll just take these forging materials in addition to 50 gold to cover for a portion of the bill. You can pay the remainder using credits. Shurfeng spoke after giving it some thought. This Aqua Rose hesitated for a long time. In the end, however, she gnashed her teeth as she agreed, saying, "All right, I understand." Hearing Shifeng's words, Aqua Rose really wished that she could recruit Shifeng. In just a few moments, Shifeng had taken away a greater half of the gold coins she had earned after much effort. Aqua Rose felt extreme frustration in her heart. However, Aqua Rose suddenly discovered that she truly did not possess anything that could attract Shifeng to her side. Regarding weapons and equipment as a forger, Shifeng did not lack any of these to begin with. His money-earning capabilities were obvious. As for status, although he was simply a nobody right now, the moment the name of the Black Flame Forger spread, his status would become undeniably grand, earning the respect of others. The only thing remaining was a girlfriend. If Shifeng did not have one right now, there were plenty of great beauties in Aqua Rose's elite team. Every one of them possessed beauty that could easily move one's heart, and their bodies were all curved in the right places. Plenty of men often tried to court these women. Aqua Rose would be rich if she could get one of her team's beauties to hook up Shifeng. However, it would be unquestionably foolish if she asked Shifeng this question right now. She could only wait until their relationship grew before digging for some hints. If Shifeng knew the thoughts Aqua Rose had in her head right now, she would probably frighten him away. After all, who would have thought that the elegant and cheerful Aqua Rose could be so cunning? Very quickly, the two of them completed their transaction. Aside from obtaining the 43 golds worth of materials from selling the equipment, Shifeng also obtained an additional 50 gold coins and over 2 million credits. Just by striving for 3 short days, Shifeng had instantly multiplied the 10+ gold he had initially spent by more than 10-folds. Shifeng had made a huge profit from this trade. This time, regarding gold coins, Shifeng had once again become the richest person in White River City. Meanwhile, Aqua Rose was also greatly pleased. With this many weapons and equipment, she could greatly strengthen her own legion and very quickly turn it into the #1 legion in Twilight Echo. At that time, her right to speak would also grow, while those elders would no longer dare speak nonsense in front of her. Master Black Flame, let's schedule next trade for 4 days from now. It just so happens to coincide with the day the Blackwing auction will be held. What do you think? Without realizing it, Aqua Rose treated Shifeng as a good friend now. All right, I can also save the number of uses left on the pass. Shifeng nodded in agreement. He had earned simply too much this time. He also needed quite some time to forge new weapons and equipment. Now that Aqua Rose had yet to obtain additional Blackwing City passes, it was also beneficial to have a time extension. Soon after, the two parted ways. Shifeng then went to purchase more frost grenades. This time, he bought a full stack of 200 intermediate frost grenades for 18 gold. He also bought 5 stacks of 1,000 basic frost grenades for 13 gold, 50 silver. In just a short moment, he had spent 31 gold, 50 silver. However, Shifeng did not feel any heartache over it, as the money he obtained from Aqua Rose just now was simply the tip of the iceberg. The true iceberg was still within his grasp with the incomparably popular hardstone. To Aqua Rose, whetstones were neither rare nor special. After all, being from the Ore country, such items were available in abundance. The number of forgers there was as plentiful as the hairs on an ox, so they were not particularly desperate for such items. However, it was a different story for the Star Moon Kingdom, with the various guilds in the White River City region, who were desperately trying to level up. These guilds were in desperate need of hard stones. Yet, it was just too difficult to obtain any. They might even go bald from over-worrying right now. As for after these guilds entered White River City, Shifeng did not need to worry that these guilds would suddenly halt their need for whetstones. Even after everyone entered White River City, the issue of durability would still plague them. It might even become a much more serious issue. Hence, Shi Feng did not worry in the slightest that he could not sell his hard stones. He merely had to decide at what price he would sell them for. Just as Shi Feng was about to return to White River City, Blackie suddenly sent news. "Brother Feng, this is not good. Right now, all of the guilds within the White River City region are looking for you. They say that if you do not give an explanation on the official forums, all the guilds within the White River City region will add us to the wanted list." Chapter 188. You are digging your own grave. Chapter 188. You are digging your own grave. After reading Blackie's message, Shi Feng was confused. Why would the guilds within the White River City region suddenly look for trouble with them, for no reason? Moreover, they even wanted an explanation. What did they want him to explain? However, Shi Feng did not pay further attention to this matter. It would be better for him to get the details after he returned to White River City. Hence, he took out the 7 Luminaries crystal, teleporting to White River City. Level 10 monster area, White Sand Ruins. A 40-man elite team was currently clearing level 10 desert twin-headed snakes. Every member of the team took action in an organized fashion, and very quickly, the team dispatched all of the tens of desert twin-headed snakes, turning them into an abundance of EXP. This elite team belonged to the Guild Martial Union chased out of Red Leaf Town by Shi Feng. Meanwhile, the leader of this team, none other than Unstable Devastation. "Boss Unstable, the deed is done. I've already told them the conditions, pros and cons. At that time, we'll share the secret Shi Feng used to reach level 10 quickly. Currently, there are a total of 8 unrated guilds that have agreed to enter our little alliance. An assassin came running, reporting, 'Good, you've done well.'" Unstable Devastation laughed with a smirk on his face. He then said confidently, "Yi Feng, you are the one courting death. You actually dared ignore my words. Now, the entire White River City region has discovered the leveling secret you used to reach level 10. I've also established my own alliance. Whether you reveal that leveling secret or not, you will be finished." When Shi Feng had utterly rejected him, Unstable Devastation had been sent into a daze for a long time. He did not think that Shi Feng would act so decisively. However, since Unstable Devastation could not control Shi Feng through threats, he could only use a more strenuous method to deal with Shi Feng, publicizing the matter about this secret to all of the other guilds. Now that the competition between the various large guilds was so intense, every one of these guilds worked towards swiftly raising their members' levels to level 10. Meanwhile, Shi Feng possessed a leveling secret that could allow these guilds to achieve such a feat, so these various large guilds would naturally want it. After all, while the other guilds still worried over the matter of reaching level 10, Shi Feng's entire team was already level 10 and currently developed themselves further in White River City. Their situations were worlds apart. Currently, Shi Feng's team occupied all of the resources available in White River City. With that access, they could increase the gap even further. By the time the majority of the players in the White River City region entered White River City, Shi Feng's team may already occupy all the high-level resource areas available in the city. How were other players supposed to mingle in White River City then? That was to say, if any guild could obtain Shi Feng's leveling secret, they would become a tyrant in White River City in the future. With such a temptation in sight, who could resist? Not to mention, Shi Feng was merely an independent player. He did not have the protection of any major power. God's domain was still not kind enough to allow a weakling exclusive monopoly on treasures. With treasures up for grabs, how could any of these guilds let go of this chance? They would do whatever they could to snatch it. As for obtaining the leveling secret through fair trade, it was an impossible notion. After all, the initial criterion for a fair trade was that both parties had to be of equal power. How could a single independent player possibly equal a large guild? If Shifeng did not obediently hand the leveling secret over, there would only be a single ending for him: death. However, even if he handed it over, death would still be the only thing awaiting him. This was the sorrow of weaklings. At this moment, even unstable devastation pitted Shifeng. However, who told this fool to refuse his kind suggestion? White River City, Trade Area, Bank. The moment Shifeng returned to White River City, he immediately emptied all of the forging materials he had on him into the bank. Seeing over 10,000 slots of his warehouse full to the brim, Shifeng could not help but grow emotional. After all, in his previous life, he did not possess such a rich and spectacular warehouse. He wondered just how much money he could make if he sold all of these items. At the very least, it should be enough to serve as his guild's reserve funds. In actuality, Shifeng's current fame could allow him to establish a guild easily. However, Shifeng chose to do it surely, but steadily. He should first deal with the welfare of the guild. After finishing that, the guild he established would shock the world, and no power out there would be able to touch them. Even if those third-rate and second-rate guilds wished to suppress his guild, they could not stop his guild's swift development. After all, his guild would already possess a sturdy foundation and huge funding at that time. A small skirmish would not easily destroy it. After he finished tidying up his warehouse, Shifeng opened his system message log, taking a look at what was actually going on. Previously, to prevent unstable devastation from disturbing his trade, Shifeng had set his system communication and messages to prevent strangers from disturbing him. However, he did not think that so much would occur during the time he did so. Compared to when he entered White River City, the messages he now received exceeded 10,000. Independent players had sent a majority of them, while various guilds had sent the minority. After reading a few of these messages, Shifeng managed to grasp the general gist of what these players wanted. A majority of these players wanted to privately purchase his strategy of quickly reaching to level 10, while a minority of them directly demanded that Shifeng hand the strategy over. Naturally, this minority consisted of guild representatives. Every one of the words in their messages contained force. Although they did not use threatening words, their intent was unmistakable. They told Shifeng to do whatever he saw fit, but he would have to take responsibility for the consequences. Meanwhile, the demand for an explanation posted on the forums was also the doing of these guilds. They were clearly trying to force him into a corner. Fortunately, however, the guilds that had directly suggested that Shifeng hand over the leveling strategy were all unrated, without a single rated guild among them. Unstable devastation. Shifeng's brows wrinkled, a chilling battle intent shone in his eyes. This was a scheme concocted by Unstable Devastation in order to push him down to a hell beyond salvation. From the experiences in his past life, Shifeng clearly understood a single matter. A hungry ghost could never devour enough. Even Shadow is trying to have a part in this. Shifeng found a new post on the forums. It was a declaration of alliance made by Unstable Devastation and several other guilds. They requested Shifeng to hand over his leveling strategy to satisfy everyone. Otherwise, they would impose a sanction on him. Meanwhile, Shadow was among the several guilds that had joined this alliance. Immediately, plenty of people showed their support for Unstable Devastation. They all wanted Shifeng to hand over his leveling strategy, benefiting everyone. Shifeng simply smiled. Did they really take him for someone who could be easily bullied, someone they could mold in the palm of their hands? If Gentle Snow possessed this leveling secret, these guilds and players would have long since shut their mouths. Rather, they would cheer and sing her praises. Immediately after, Shifeng created a post on the forums, selling the leveling strategy to reach level 10 quickly for 10 billion credits. All insincere buyers will be ignored. Feng then set aside the official forums, looking at the time. It was nearing dawn in the real world, so Feng promptly logged off to rest. However, Feng's post had instantly become popular. Almost everybody paid attention to it when they saw Feng's asking price of 10 billion. Those who had previously wanted Feng to publicly disclose the strategy for free now cursed even more fervently. 10 billion credits? Why don't you die instead? Unstable Devastation and other unknown guilds had all involuntarily cursed the moment they saw Feng's post. This Feng had simply gone insane for money. Which fool out there would spend 10 billion credits to buy a garbage strategy? However, anyone smart enough could easily discern Feng's true intentions. Naturally, these guilds also understood what Feng tried to say. This was Feng's way of indirectly sending them a message, saying, "Want this secret for free? Dream on." Without a doubt, Feng declared war with these guilds. Feng, you are digging your own grave. Unstable Devastation spoke in rage, though his tone carried with it a hint of gloating. He was furious due to Feng ridiculing him for being poor, while he was happy as there were over 30 guilds who would deal with Feng. Even if Feng were amazing, he would still be finished the moment these guilds entered White River City. Unless, of course, Feng could repeat the scene from last time, banishing all of these guilds from White River City. However, was that possible? Chapter 189, Berserk Market. Chapter 189, Berserk Market. Shortly after Feng logged off, the post Feng had left on the forums became instantly popular. 1 view became 10, 10 became 100. Players had strong gossiping hearts, so they would not miss out on this good show. Within a short 20 minutes, almost all players within the White River City region had discovered this matter. The guilds that had demanded the leveling strategy from Feng were all enraged. Crap! Find all of the information about that little bastard for me. Not only am I going to kill him back to level 0, but I'm also going to kill all his friends back to level 0. Since he dares humiliate Ghost Wheel, he can forget thinking of mingling in God's domain any longer. Sleeping Bones, the guild leader of Ghost Wheel, was furious after listening to his subordinates' report. Although Ghost Wheel was an unrated guild, they were still a large guild with over 5,000 members. Yet, a lone, independent player looked down on them. How were they supposed to show their faces in public in the future if they took this lying down? "Leader, I've already investigated him," an elementalist said. "Speak. Since he dares look down on Ghost Wheel, I can't retain the name Sleeping Bones if I don't kill all of his friends back to level 0. Sleeping Bones bellowed. "That Feng is an independent player, and I've confirmed that he has 8 team members. Aside from them, Feng also has a good relationship with Stabbing Heart, the vice leader of the Assassins Alliance. Rumor also has it that he has a very close relationship with the snow goddess, Gentle Snow, as well," that elementalist answered. Sleeping Bones suddenly fell silent. Was this a joke? If they dared to actually kill Stabbing Heart of Assassins Alliance and Gentle Snow of Ouroboros, then the day they entered White River City would be the day Ghost Will disbanded. Forget it. I, Sleeping Bones, am a magnanimous person. We'll just stick to killing Feng and his teammates, lest we want other people to start gossiping about us. Roger, guild leader is the wisest. At the same time, the other guilds that did not have a clear understanding of Feng began their investigations about him. They were prepared to properly deal with him the moment they entered White River City. Meanwhile, on the forums, players were currently discussing this incident. They all felt that White River City's battle of the century was about to begin. This fellow brother, Feng, simply too awesome. Isn't he trying to oppose those various guilds? He is just overestimating himself. Who does he think he is? When these guilds enter White River City, It will take no effort for them to destroy him. What do you know? Yi Feng is a God-ranked expert. Previously, he turned Martial Union upside down, while Martial Union could do nothing against him. They were even chased out of Red Leaf Town. Now, Yi Feng is even facing off against so many strong powers. He is truly my generation's role model. What's so amazing about that? I could do it as well. Don't forget, that incident happened in a town. The various large guilds' strength scattered. How many members could they possibly have in a single town? It was only natural that they were defeated. There were many players browsing the forums. However, a majority of them did not feel optimistic about Shifeng's chances. They were especially confused about Shifeng's actions. Just how stupid could Shifeng be to actually dare taunt the guilds? Was he not afraid of these guilds taking revenge and killing him back to level 0? Along with the growing intensity of the discussions, the so-called God-ranked expert had also become a courageous fool. Many started ridiculing Shifeng. Just when the forums reached their zenith, Shifeng's White River City guidebook post revealed itself the moment the preset time arrived. The post's appearance caused a massive ripple effect. The White River City guidebook was undeniably what various large guilds needed the most right now. A few level 9 independent players also urgently needed it. If these players had the White River City guidebook, they would not have to spend a large amount of time exploring the city. They only needed to refer to the guidebook to learn what they needed to know. Compared to the heavenly price of 10 billion for a single leveling strategy, using 20,000 credits to purchase a luxury version of the White River City guidebook was unquestionably a lot cheaper. It was practically the price of cabbage. Also, the cheaper, simplified version only sold for 300 credits. These various guilds and players could easily accept that price. However, afraid of Shifeng's trickery, a large majority of the guilds chose to purchase the simplified guidebook, taking a look at it before making further decisions. After all, they could afford a loss of 300 credits. As for the players that wished to develop themselves in God's domain, they all grew extremely curious about White River City, a fascinating city. They wished to experience it in advance. So many players had gnashed their teeth as they bought the simplified guidebook. Within half an hour, the simplified version of the White River City guidebook was like a best-selling novel. Sales of the guidebook continuously increased, and before anyone knew it, over 5,000 copies had already sold. In other words, Shifeng had earned 5 million credits within this short time. Many players had discovered business opportunities from this. Players who originally worried about whether or not they could make money in God's domain relaxed at this sight. After all, Shifeng was their best example. As long as they could grasp a hold of the opportunity, becoming rich in a single night was not just a dream. It was just like how Shifeng became the first person to enter White River City. Immediately, plenty of players outside of the White River City region grew excited. If they too could be the first to enter their own respective cities and write a city guidebook, couldn't they also become rich? This thought inspired desperation in all of the players in God's domain. As if possessed by the devil, they all started rushing to level up. They all wished to become the first person to enter their respective cities, making a huge profit and becoming rich overnight. Meanwhile, in the trade market of the entire Starmoon Kingdom, the popularity of whetstones had instantly soared. As long as a forger had at least a 30% success rate of crafting whetstones, the various large guilds would instantly target them. The guilds used all sorts of methods to recruit these forgers, continuously raising the standard of treatment. As a result, these forgers earned salaries comparable to the white-collar workers in the big cities. Such a result inspired other players to become forgers. However, forging materials were utterly necessary if one wanted to hone their forging skill. Like adding fuel to a fire, This new situation instantly ignited a blazing inferno that raged through all of the Star Moon Kingdom. The prices of forging materials soared again and again, madly increasing the price of heartstones as well. By the time Shifeng entered God's domain that night, a stack of 20 heartstones already sold for a sky-high price of 8 silver coins. However, the supply could not keep up with the demand. Furthermore, even the most common bronze were sold for 15 silver coins per stack, with 200 per stack. Ha ha! Luck can't be stopped once it comes. I would never have thought that the White River City guidebook would so fiercely drive the materials market. Shifeng rejoiced the moment he logged in. During the day, aside from training his body, Shifeng had gone to the city center to look for suitable locations to start up his workshop. His requirements were very simple. He wanted a good environment surrounding the office building. After surveying over 10 locations, Shifeng finally found a relatively pleasing office building. It was located in the city center. Moreover, it was an entire floor being sold. The office floor had a wide space of 5,000 square meters, so it was extremely spacious. There would be no problems turning it into an office for several hundred people. Moreover, the surrounding environment and traffic were convenient. However, the most important factor was that the office was relatively close to Big Dipper, the best gym in Jinhai City. The owner of the office floor only sold it to make up for issues surfacing with his business. Otherwise, he would not bear parting with such an amazing location. However, that person had set a price of 60 million credits for the place, with each square meter priced at 12,000 credits. Although such a price was not considered expensive in the city center, it was not cheap either. Shifeng only had somewhere over 20 million credits stored in his bank right now. He still needed that money for the fellowship party hosted by his school. In the end, Shifeng could only ask the owner for 15 days to think it over. Shifeng never imagined that he would be given a fright the moment he returned to God's domain. When he saw the sales of the White River City guidebook, he even thought his eyes were playing tricks on him. Chapter 190, Taking Precautions. Chapter 190, Taking Precautions. Shifeng had already received attention since the problem of the leveling strategy cropped up. Now that he had priced the leveling strategy at a shockingly high price of 10 billion credits, he was once more pushed into the spotlight. Hence, it was only natural for the White River City guidebook to receive everyone's attention the moment it appeared. These sales had far exceeded Shifeng's expectations. Shifeng quietly called up the half-transparent display screen. When he examined the sales records displayed on the official forums, Shifeng involuntarily revealed a knowing smile. The simplified version of the White River City guidebook sold 25,364 copies. The luxury version of the White River City guidebook sold 367 copies. In only half a day's time, the sales had already reached such numbers. Even a best-selling book could achieve such a feat. The simplified version, which was the cheapest version of the guidebook, already cost 300 credits. This was much more expensive than any ordinary book. However, over 25,000 copies still sold. Moreover, 367 copies of the 20,000 credit version of the guidebook also sold. It was obvious just how great the business opportunities were in God's domain. Just the credits Shifeng earned within a day exceeded 10 million. It was practically faster than robbing a bank. Of course, the main contributor to such success was Shifeng becoming too eye-catching and famous, even if most of it was infamy. Moreover, along with the passing of time, the sales of the White River City guidebook would still increase. Although Shifeng won't be earning as much as he was now, his daily earnings would still be considerable. Originally, Shi Feng estimated his earnings from the guidebooks would be around several million credits. Moreover, he reached this conclusion after taking into consideration that every guild within the White River City region would purchase a copy of the luxury version. However, the conversation records on the forums made it clear that it wasn't just players within the White River City region paying attention to the guidebook. Players and guilds from other cities also purchased the guidebooks, which, in turn, led to such a high selling rate. Although it was a strange situation, Shi Feng could guess the intentions of the players and guilds of other cities. The difference between cities was not particularly large. Mostly, only the quests available, leveling spots, and amount of NPCs were different. However, the main rules in a city and the ways to develop a guild in a city were the same. As long as they bought the White River City guidebook, they would understand the basic rules of their respective cities. They could also quickly adapt to the playstyle in the cities. So, naturally, they would purchase a copy of the guidebook to get a general understanding of their respective cities. Now that Shi Feng had gained over 10 million credits for no good reason, confidence regarding his future filled his heart. He might even be able to suppress Shadow at the fellowship party in a few days, becoming the center of attention during the party. However, before he could become the focal point, he needed to make plenty of preparations. After all, his background was simply too weak compared to Shadow's right now. Hard stones will soar in price from now on. It should reach its peak by the time the first corporation enter White River City. That time would be the best opportunity for me to sell my stock and make a killing. Shi Feng closed the official forums as he thought. Right now, aside from credits, he needed a lot of gold coins to increase his workshop's background. However, he could not just hold on to a ton of gold coins. After all, the true way of earning money in a virtual reality game was by spending money in the first place. He currently had far too few coins to carry out such a feat. Hence, he needed to earn many more gold coins. Right now, becoming enemies with that many unrated guilds had placed quite a pressure on Shi Feng. Although these guilds were not much of a threat to him as a lone player, he still wanted to establish his own guild in the future. Such a situation would be detrimental to his guild. As the saying went, the barefooted did not fear those with shoes. Establishing your own guild was the equivalent of putting on shoes. Having a guild was the equivalent of having a house, supplying your enemies with an easy target. They could deal with you with greater ease. Hence, in Shi Feng's previous life, plenty of small guilds were forced to disperse due to being targeted by a large guild. On the other hand, the fixed teams formed by independent players got by rather peacefully, and it went without saying that lone players could do so as well. However, there was a limit to the strength of a single individual in God's domain. It was the same in the case of a large team. If Shi Feng wanted to establish his own virtual empire, he, even more, was in need of the strength of a guild. Hence, establishing a guild was his only available option. To reduce the pressure on himself, Shi Feng needed to increase the pressure on these unrated guilds. That way, they couldn't spare any time to deal with him. Although there was still a long time until these guilds would search him out, it was wise to take precautions. Immediately, Shi Feng contacted Stabbing Heart. Brother Yifeng, I am truly grateful for your help the last time. Because of your guidebook, the elite teams of our guild could prepare far more than other guilds. After we enter White River City, I believe it won't be long before our Assassin's Alliance reigns supreme over the other guilds in White River City. Stabbing Heart excitedly said. However, after not meeting for some time, I never imagined that Brother Yifeng would grow even more famous. I am truly envious. If I become as famous as Brother Yifeng, I might even be promoted to an elder position during the next guild meeting. I'd rather be more ordinary. Shi Feng smiled bitterly as he shook his head. The nail that stuck out would be hammered down. Although Shifeng had long since been prepared for this in his heart, he did not think that the actual situation would be so intense. Brother Yifeng, since you are looking for me, do you need help for something? Stabbing Heart asked. Normally, Shifeng would not take the initiative to contact him unless there was something going on. Of course. Moreover, it is good news for you. Shifeng laughed. Good news. Stabbing Heart grew slightly excited. He had received plenty of praises from the guild leader due to the help he received from Shifeng the past several times. As a result, his position in Assassin's Alliance had risen by quite a bit. Meanwhile, the matter of the White River City guidebook even earned him the good graces of the guild elders. They had already labeled him as one of the reserve elders of the guild. Such a promotion was rare in the Assassin's Alliance, and it displayed how highly the guild leader and elders thought of him. Do you lack heartstones right now? Shifeng asked. Lack. My subordinates, and I have a headache over this matter right now. Even though I'd sent many people out to grind, the amount of hardstones we obtained is merely a drop in the bucket. Does Brother Yifeng need some hardstones right now? Stabbing Heart breathed out a tired sigh when he heard the words, hardstone. He then immediately said, if Brother Yifeng needs them, I should be able to gather 3 to 4 stacks for you. I truly can't spare any more than that. Stabbing Heart only spoke the truth. After all, he had prepared these hard stones for the forgers in his guild to craft whetstones. Brother Stabbing Heart, you're overthinking things. I'm not calling to buy, but to sell. Shifeng laughed. Sell. Stabbing Heart was awe-stricken. Hard stones were extremely rare right now, and it was insanely difficult for average players to obtain them. Not to mention selling them. Players would normally choose to keep them for their own use. After all, if one wanted to level up quickly, whetstones were a must. How many do you have? Be it 2 or 3 stacks. I want all of them. I'll even buy them at above market price. What do you think about 9 silver coins per stack? In Stabbing Heart's mind, Shifeng was only an independent player. It was already heaven-defying for him to have 2 to 3 stacks. After all, Stabbing Heart's own team, which consisted of hundreds of players, had only managed to obtain 3 to 4 stacks after a long time. No, I have 50 stacks. However, I'm only taking coins for them. Shifeng casually responded, extended 5 fingers. Chapter 191, Star Moon's Big Ten. Chapter 191, Star Moon's Big Ten. Stabbing Heart immediately froze in shock when he heard that Shifeng had 50 stacks of hard stones. The entire Assassin's Alliance could not even manage to gather up 5 full stacks. Yet, Shifeng said he had 50. If 50 stacks of hard stones were used to craft whetstones, even if the forgers crafting them had slightly lower success rates, it could allow all the elite players in the Assassin's Alliance to reach level 10, entering White River City. Brother Yifeng, you're not tricking me, right? Do you really have 50 stacks? Stabbing Heart asked doubtfully. It was not that he did not trust Shifeng, but this number was simply too huge. Even a first-rate guild in a town could not offer up that many. It would be impressive if they could even gather 6 to 7 stacks. Naturally, since when have I joked around before? Shifeng shook his head, laughing. The reason Shifeng offered Stabbing Heart this many hardstones was not purely to earn coins. A large part of the reason was to assist the Assassin's Alliance in entering White River City and starting their development at an earlier date. After all, the Assassin's Alliance's main forces were all stationed around a few cities near White River City. As long as the Assassin's Alliance grew stronger, with his relationship with Stabbing Heart could help him suppress and stamp out those unrated guilds. That way, these guilds would be too busy dealing with the Assassin's Alliance to pay any attention to him. Originally, Shifeng had wanted to sell some hardstones to Gentle Snow as well. However, Gentle Snow's team was simply developing too quickly. they had managed to reach level 10 in only half a day's time, and at this time, all the elite members of Ouroboros had already arrived at White River City. Naturally, they would not need his help anymore. The most important point was that Gentle Snow possessed the super luxury version of the White River City guidebook that Shi Feng had sold to her. With it, she could easily widen the gap between herself and the other guilds standing out from the crowd. Now that Shi Feng had protective umbrellas like Gentle Snow and Stabbing Heart, would those unrated guilds possibly dare do anything to him? He could progress with his own development with a peace of mind. Brother Yifeng, I don't know how to thank you for this. If you have anything you need help with in the future, just mention it. If it is something that I can help with, I will give it my all. Stabbing Heart was extremely touched right now. In his heart, he had already taken Shi Feng as his good brother. However, for gold, 50 silver was not easy to obtain. He needed some time to gather the liquid funds from the other towns and collect some from the money farming team. Although it was a large expenditure, with 50 stacks of hard stones, Stabbing Heart could allow the team in Red Leaf Town to be the first team out of all the other team in the Assassins' Alliance to enter White River City. At that time, he would receive a promotion in the guild once more. He might even become an elder of the Assassins' Alliance. Meanwhile, such an achievement was only possible due to Shi Feng's help. Although Stabbing Heart felt slightly ashamed of himself for not being of great help to Shi Feng, he had already decided that once he entered White River City, he would fully support Shi Feng. Whoever dared to go against Shi Feng would go against him as well. When will you send someone over to Red Leaf Town to conduct the trade? Shi Feng asked. As long as you are free, any time is good. Stabbing Heart answered. Oh, right. I have something I need to ask you. Do you know the current whereabouts of the team from Martial Union led by Unstable Devastation? Shi Feng felt that since he was going to make a trip back to Red Leaf Town, he might as well look for Unstable Devastation to extract his revenge. This I know. They're currently at the White Sand Ruins. Are you planning on taking revenge on them? I'll call some men over to go with you. They have quite a few of players on their side, so it would be dangerous for you hunt them by yourself. Stabbing Heart was slightly surprised. He did not think that Shi Feng would take revenge so quickly. Moreover, he was even going to deal with the elite team led by Unstable Devastation directly. After all, that elite team formed after Unstable Devastation merged the elite teams from 5 different towns. The number of elites in that team even far exceeded that of Stabbing Heart's own elite team, so it would not be easy to deal with them. Thanks, but I wish to deal with my own matters by myself. Let's meet up in front of Red Leaf Town's bank in 20 minutes. Shi Feng thanked him. All right, I'll send some men to investigate Martial Union's exact location. At that time, I'll pass on their exact whereabouts to you along with the 4 gold, 50 silver. Stabbing Heart naturally knew of the arrogance of an expert, so he did not pursue the matter. Otherwise, if he were to find trouble with Martial Union without Shi Feng's agreement, he might even incur Shi Feng's ire. 20 minutes later, Shi Feng arrived in front of the bank in Red Leaf Town. Hello, Big Brother Yifeng. I am Coco from the Assassins' Alliance. Big Brother Stabbing Heart sent me here. Here is the grinding location of Martial Union's elite team. A pure and pleasant-looking female elementalist walked over, her eyes sparkling as she looked at Shi Feng. After all, the Shi Feng before her was the god-ranked expert of Red Leaf Town that everybody knew about. He was a person that even team leader Stabbing Heart of Red Leaf Town treated with respect. Most importantly, Shi Feng was good friends with the snow goddess that she admired greatly. There was absolutely no chance for a normal lifestyle player like herself to come into contact with such a legendary figure. She was only here today to conduct a trade because the other forgers in the guild were too busy, while she was a newly recruited forger in the guild. Only, she did not think that she could meet such a great character. Sherfong glanced at this girl, and his expression immediately froze. Cream Coco, wasn't she that famous master forger of Starmoon Kingdom? As one of the 10 great master forgers in Starmoon Kingdom, Cream Coco was a forging genius who was the closest to becoming a grandmaster forger. Her talent was almost comparable to that of Celiora of White River City. She was both a beauty and a forging genius. Plenty of first-rate guilds had willingly offered her an annual salary of hundreds of millions to recruit her. Unfortunately, she rejected them all, one after another, as she wanted to stay in the third-rate guild, Prayer Temple. Rumor had it that she had done so to repay a debt of gratitude, as Cream Coco was relatively clumsy during her early days, causing her success rate to be abysmally low. Due to her clumsiness, plenty of guilds had refused to accept her. In the end, Prayer Temple was the only guild that had accepted and nurtured her, so she did not wish to leave them. Unfortunately, even with such a genius master forger in their guild, Ouroboros still destroyed Prayer Temple in the end. As a result, Cream Coco chose to join World Dominators, a first-rate guild in direct opposition of Ouroboros, to take revenge on the first-rate guild. However, why was Cream Coco in the Assassins' Alliance right now? Sherfong was slightly confused, as Prayer Temple's main force was not located in White River City, but in the capital city, Starmoon City. It was also the reason why Ouroboros destroyed them. Could it be that, after being ignored by the Assassins' Alliance, she chose to head to Starmoon City to develop herself after she reached a higher level, which then led her to Prayer Temple? Sherfong could only make guesses. If the Assassins' Alliance found out that they had chased away a master forger during their early days in God's domain, they might even kill themselves in regret. Big Brother Yifeng? When Cream Coco discovered that Sherfong stared at her sternly, she couldn't help but panic. Only now did Sherfong regain his senses. His actions could not be considered overreacting, as a top-tier master forger was simply too important to a guild. However, he couldn't just try to recruit Cream Coco to his group. After all, Cream Coco was still a member of the Assassins' Alliance right now. His only option at the moment was to wait for Cream Coco to leave the Assassins' Alliance before trying to recruit her. Oh, it's nothing. Here are the 50 stacks of hardstones. Sherfong immediately traded the 50 stacks of hardstones to Cream Coco. When Cream Coco saw the 50 stacks of hard stones in her trade window, her eyes widened in shock. She did not even dare believe her own eyes. Right now, it was hard to even purchase 1 or 2 hard stones. Yet, Sherfong had easily managed to bring out 50 stacks. It was no wonder why team leader Stabbing Heart was so respectful to Yifeng. As expected, he was a figure that average players like her could only look up to. Soon after the trade completed, Sherfong departed from Redleaf Town, heading towards the White Sand Ruins. However, he did not add Cream Coco as a friend, as such an action might cause a change to the track of history, causing Cream Coco to instead stay with the Assassins' Alliance. If that happened, he would definitely cry with regret. Hence, he would let history repeat itself without his interference. Now that he knew Martial Union's precise location, he would immediately teach Unstable Devastation the consequences of becoming his enemy. Chapter 192, Wild and Domineering. Chapter 192, Wild and Domineering. White Sand Ruins. As a key location for players to reach level 10, the level 9 players from the surrounding towns would naturally come here to level up. Not only did this place possess level 10 monsters, which were a better source of EXP, there were also plenty of quests in this region. Moreover, a majority of them rewarded high amounts of EXP, and some high-level quests even gave out bronze ranked or above equipment. It was especially true for the newly discovered Stonehammer town. It was practically a heaven for players. As long as one's reputation in Stonehammer town reached a certain degree, They could purchase level 10 bronze and mysterious iron equipment at extremely low prices. It was impossible to find such treatment in other towns. Thus, White Sand Ruins became the mainstream leveling location for level 9 players. Naturally, guilds like Martial Union would not miss out on such a great location. Ever since Shi Feng had killed Unstable Devastation in Red Leaf Town, Unstable Devastation had immediately escaped to this place to level up. After a period of hard work, Unstable Devastation had finally managed to get back to level 9. He was also not far from reaching level 10. Yifeng, just you wait. The day our alliance of guilds enter White River City will be the day of your funeral. Unstable Devastation silently cursed as he killed a level 10 three-tailed scorpion. Although he had exposed Shi Feng's secret, and Shi Feng provoked and angered the other guilds, there had yet to be a person that could do a thing to Shi Feng. Moreover, not only was Shi Feng living comfortably, he was even earning a large sum of money right now. This envious situation of Shi Feng's had driven Unstable Devastation to near insanity, and he silently questioned why he couldn't enjoy such fortune. Martial Union was originally a guild that had migrated to God's domain from another virtual reality game, so they did not possess the investment of any large corporation. There were only a few wealthy young masters spending money to support the guild. While Martial Union still played that other virtual reality game, these wealthy young masters were considered rich tycoons. They could casually spend up to several 100,000 credits, allowing the Martial Union of those days to take the gaming world by storm easily. Such a situation had allowed these wealthy young masters great pleasure. Hence, they went on to establish Martial Union in God's domain. They wanted to continue taking the world by storm. As Unstable Devastation was one of the upper echelons of Martial Union, his monthly salary was over 10,000 credits. It was a relatively high salary even within the big city. He was even extremely elated about this matter, often bragging in front of his friends about how he was a God-ranked player. When he treated his friends to a normal restaurant, he would always foot the bill with a casual wave of his hand, appearing domineering and earning the envy of others. However, after Unstable Devastation witnessed the sales of the White River City guidebook, his mind turned into a complete mess. With a rough calculation, Unstable Devastation guessed that Shi Feng's earnings in a single day had exceeded 10 million credits. Considering the follow-up earnings, Shi Feng's assets might have surpassed even that of the wealthy young masters in Martial Union. If Shi Feng took a step further and sold his leveling strategy at a low price, he might truly be able to live his remaining years without worry. Wealth and beauties would be within Shi Feng's grasp. His life might become even more comfortable than those young masters. Thinking up to this point, bitterness and envy filled Unstable Devastation's heart. However, the only fortunate thing was that Shi Feng had not offered the leveling strategy at a low price. As long as he could snatch it, becoming the first one to sell it on the official forums, he wouldn't need to remain a professional player any longer. He could immediately live a rich life in the real world. Boss Unstable, I discovered a location with an extraordinarily high amount of monsters. The respawn rate is also quite fast. Our leveling efficiency could probably rise by 60% or more there, an assassin said in the team chat. Report the location. We'll head there right away. Unstable Devastation grew excited upon hearing this. Right now, there were simply too many players in the White Sand Ruins, while the number of monsters was far from enough for them to grind. If there were such a valuable location available, they might make it to White River City today. These are the coordinates. That assassin immediately transmitted the coordinates into the team chat. Good. We'll head over there after we get rid of these monsters. Unstable Devastation laughed. His luck had finally arrived. In a moment, Unstable Devastation led his team of elite players to that location. Just like that assassin had reported, this place was extremely secluded. There were plenty of monsters here as well. There were almost more than 50 three-tailed scorpions respawning every interval. To a large elite team, like theirs with over 100 players, this place was certainly a worthwhile grinding spot. The only problem was that there were already quite a few players grinding here as well. Boss Unstable, what are we going to do? A shield warrior looked towards the 60 to 70 players grinding ahead, his eyebrows scrunching as he spoke. Duh! Can't you see that they're all independent players? Unstable Devastation said disdainfully, they're merely temporary parties grinding here. How can we let them occupy such a good location? Go, get rid of them. From now on, this place will be Martial Union's grinding spot. Indeed, just as Unstable Devastation said, the players here were all independent players that did not belong to any guilds. They had simply teamed up temporarily to grind. If a normal guild were to see this many players, they would not dare attempt to steal this territory. However, it was a different story for Unstable Devastation and the bunch from Martial Union. Unstable Devastation's team consisted of the elite players of 5 different towns, and even the elite team Stabbing Heart led could not outnumber them. Clear out the place. All those not from Martial Union, leave. Otherwise, deal with the consequences at your own risk. Unstable Devastation glared at the group of independent players with contempt as he yelled his warning. Meanwhile, the 100-plus elite players from Martial Union all wore sneers as they surrounded the location. As long as anybody dared resist, they would extinguish them without hesitation. The equipment of independent players had always been of poor quality. Even if these players had reached level 9, their equipment was still far from comparing with Martial Union's. Martial Union even had the advantage of numbers, up to 132 players, while these independent players only numbered around 60 to 70. Not to mention, these independent players were not unified in heart, so they were even less of a challenge to Martial Union. At this moment, the representative sent out by these independent players said, "Brothers from Martial Union, shouldn't we do things properly? It isn't easy for everyone to level up. Why don't we do this? We'll each take half of these monsters. Scram! I'll count to 10. If all of you don't get lost by then, I don't mind letting you stay here forever." Unstable Devastation bellowed. "You guys are too arrogant. We've only managed to discover this place after much difficulty, so what right do you have to chase us away? Listen to me, everyone. Why don't we team up and fight it out against Martial Union? At most, both sides will suffer losses. I don't believe that these players from Martial Union are really so fearless as fight it out with us." Just as one of the parties tried to organize everyone else into a team to go against Martial Union, tens of fireballs blasted on the players of said party, instantly killing them all. This situation had frightened these independent players. However, they did not dare utter a word, only silently glare at Unstable Devastation. "What? Do you have something to say?" Unstable Devastation laughed coldly, waving his hand once again. Suddenly, another dozen spells fell upon them, and several more players glaring at Unstable Devastation perished. "Let's go." Unable to endure the pressure, one of the parties took the lead. Soon after, the several remaining parties looked at each other. They all shook their heads as they departed. As for the 2 parties that died, nobody cared about them any longer. Ha ha ha! They are merely a bunch of trash, yet they dare compete with us. Martial Union? Unstable Devastation watched the departing independent players, jeering. Meanwhile, the other members of Martial Union also started laughing, exhilarated. At this moment, Shi Feng arrived at the White Sand Ruins after running without rest. Martial Union should not be far ahead. Shi Feng compared his current location to the marked location on the map, increasing his pace as he headed onward. Chapter 193, Holy Grail Knights. Chapter 193, Holy Grail Knights. When Shi Feng arrived at the location Stabbing Heart had provided, he couldn't even find a shadow of Martial Union. Where are they? Shi Feng surveyed his surroundings. Aside from a dozen or so three-tailed scorpions, not a single player occupied this flat, sandy area. Was there an error in the information Stabbing Heart gave me? Shi Feng thought the possibility of such an error was low. After all, the Assassins' Alliance was a top-tier, second-rate guild. There shouldn't be any significant errors in their information gathering. Moreover, Stabbing Heart had been so confident in providing the information, so he must have had a basis for his confidence. Forget it. I didn't have much hope of finding them immediately in any case. Since Shi Feng was not in a hurry, he started searching around the surrounding area. If Martial Union had already entered White River City, Stabbing Heart would have notified him at the first notice. However, there was not a huge possibility for Martial Union to enter White River City right now, as even Stabbing Heart's team had yet to enter the city. Time passed, little by little. More and more players reached level 10, each of them entering White River City one after another. Right now, the majority of the players who entered White River City were the elites and upper echelons of guilds. There was only a small amount of teams consisting of independent players. Most of these independent players had purchased the White River City guidebook, and they all admired its creator. Leader, this Yi Feng is truly amazing. The information he wrote in this guidebook is so detailed. Fortunately, we bought the luxury version. The introductions in the simplified version were overly brief, and it only helps one get a general understanding of White River City. Meanwhile, the luxury version mentioned plenty of locations with good quests meant for specific classes. Thanks to it, I've accepted plenty of valuable quests. I know, right? It is all thanks to Team Leader's wisdom for buying the luxury version. If I didn't know that Yi Feng had personally penned this guidebook, I would even think that the game officials had published it. I really wonder what Yi Feng's previous profession was to possess such powerful observation skills. That Yi Feng indeed has some skills. Originally, I had simply intended to purchase the guidebook as a reference. I never thought that the information was all true. I was shocked after we arrived at White River City. It was worth the 20,000 credits. If it were up to me, I wouldn't willingly sell this information even for 50,000 credits. Not only does the information require time to arrange, but this is also first-hand information. I can't imagine why Yi Feng would willingly sell all of this for only 20,000 credits. In front of the teleportation hall of White River City, a non-guild team consisting of 10-plus elite players happily chatted while waiting for their other companions. An independent team? At this moment, Gentle Snow emerged from a teleportation gate, spotting this merry team of players. She felt slightly surprised by the sight. At this time, aside from those elite teams of large guilds, there was even an independent team who had reached White River City. This was an extremely rare sight, and it illustrated this team's strength. I know who they are. 5 years ago, these players were very famous in a relatively sizable virtual reality game. They were known as the Holy Grail Knights at that time. Although they aren't a guild, and their numbers never exceeded 100 players, every member of their team was extremely skilled. Their battle prowess was extremely frightening. Their leader, Warwolf, even had the reputation as the strongest warrior in the game. During those days, not a single guild in the game that dared provoke them. However, for reasons unknown, their team disbanded, and plenty of their members stopped playing the game. The remaining players then went on to become the upper echelons or core members of first-rate and second-rate guilds. The Holy Grail Knights is a legend of sorts in the virtual gaming world now. When the Shield Warrior, Ghost Chop, who was knowledgeable about these independent players, saw the average-looking Shield Warrior standing amidst those players, his expression suddenly turned solemn. This person was indeed War Wolf, the past team leader of the Holy Grail Knights. Back in those days, Ghost Chop had admired and respected this man. Thus, he chose to play as a Shield Warrior as well. He then turned to Gentle Snow, slowly starting his recollection. I see. Gentle Snow could not help but notice War Wolf. 5 years ago, she had yet to experience virtual reality games. Hence, she did not know that such a person had existed. Snow, are you thinking of recruiting him into Ouroboros? Zhao Yuero asked with a smile when she noticed Gentle Snow's moved expression. Although this person seemed to lack spirit at first glance, he seemed as deep and profound as an ocean at the same time. Moreover, the equipment he's wearing is all mysterious iron rank, though his weapon slightly lacks as it is not secret silver rank. However, it should be extremely difficult for an independent team to have such a geared Shield Warrior, so it clearly displays how powerful the members of this team are. Meanwhile, a team leader capable of leading such a team is not a simple character. If we can recruit him, it should be of great help to our future dungeon raids. Gentle Snow did not directly deny Zhao Yuer's question. Her previous intentions of recruiting Shifeng as a subordinate were already dashed. Unfortunately, she could not see through Shifeng, as Shifeng's entire being was shrouded in mystery. The guidebook he had sold her further solidified this fact. She was greatly shocked when she arrived at White River City. Using the luxury version of the guidebook as a comparison, Gentle Snow came to fully understand the value of the exclusive guidebook Shifeng had sold to her. If the other first-rate guilds discovered this guidebook, they might even start an all-out war with Ouroboros to snatch it away. Gentle Snow had estimated the true value of this guidebook to be 5 million credits or more. After all, within the super luxury guidebook, there was information pertaining to the problems one would usually face when developing a guild. The guidebook also touched on the topic of how to develop and strengthen a guild. Moreover, it mentioned the daily quests available that could raise a person's reputation in White River City. Such information could allow them to surpass the other guilds greatly, and that was not something that could be purchased with a measly 5 million credits. Even now, Gentle Snow did not dare reveal this information to any other person. She did not wish to bring a calamity upon herself. Due to this reason, Gentle Snow had become fully aware of just how much of a danger Shifeng was. If she was already in so much danger just by becoming friends with him, what kind of consequences would she have to face if she accepted him as her subordinate? Gentle Snow no longer dared dwell on the consequences. Shifeng's provocation of tens of guilds presented a prime example. Fortunately, they were all unrated guilds, as the leveling secret did not hold much attraction to the true major guilds. After all, the upper echelons of these guilds knew many secrets, and they had a great understanding of God's domain. These guilds were much stronger than those half-assed, unrated guilds. There were no bugs in God's domain. Even if there were one, the system would discover and correct it immediately. If there truly were a leveling secret, the only possibility was killing monsters of a higher level or carrying out high-level quests to obtain massive amounts of EXP. Only experts or players with exceptional equipment could achieve the former. As for the latter, it was clearly an unrepeatable situation because such high-level quests would have great limitations and rarity. Not everybody could receive such quests. They might even be rare or unique quests. Thus, all of the rated guilds did not have a particular interest in this secret that was not really a secret. On the contrary, they were much more interested in the White River City guidebook. However, since Shifeng had wisely offered the information for sale, these raided guilds would naturally not look for trouble with Shifeng. They also did not have so much time on their hands, unlike those half-assed guilds. Shifeng belonged to a category of people so intimidating that they possessed few friends. To put it another way, without sufficient strength, friendship with Shifeng was an extremely dangerous endeavor. As for the war wolf before her, there was not much danger in building a friendship with such a person. Moreover, with such great strength, it would be an utter loss not to recruit him. Go. Let's go and strike up a conversation with them. Then, seeing that all the members of her team were already present, she opened her mouth and spoke. Chapter 194, Flame Demon. Chapter 194, Flame Demon. White Sand Ruins. Martial Union is simply too much. They don't respect any of us independent players at all. When I grow stronger, I'll take revenge on those bastards. Shut up. Didn't you see Martial Union kill those other two parties simply for speaking up? We can't do anything about this. We aren't as powerful as they are, so we can only give way and take a step back. If I was a member of a third-rate guild, I don't believe that Martial Union would dare kick us around like they just did. Leader, why don't we just join a large guild? With our current technique standards, we should be able to join a large guild. A guild, is it? Indeed, we should consider it. However, let's talk about this after we enter White River City. The Assassins' Alliance is currently the strongest guild in Red Leaf Town, but when we get to White River City, the Assassins' Alliance would only rank above average at best. There are still a bunch of first-rate guilds we can choose from. One of the six-man parties, Martial Union, had chased away, started a discussion as they searched for a new grinding location. They had experienced firsthand the strength and usefulness of a guild. If they did not join a guild, they could only compete with other independent players over locations with scarce resources when these guilds occupied all the valuable leveling locations. Excuse me, but do you know where Martial Union is? Shifeng had been searching the White Sand Ruins for quite some time, having no luck of finding any traces of Martial Union. At this moment, however, he had overheard these passing players discussing Martial Union, so he asked them, "Yeah, we know it. What business do you have with them? Don't tell me you're not trying to join Martial Union, are you?" The leader of this party nodded. However, when he noticed that Shifeng was an independent player with both his name and level hidden, aside from trying to join Martial Union, what other reason could a player like Shifeng have to look for Martial Union? Hearing that the player in front of them intended to join Martial Union, the other members of the party instantly shot glares filled with killing intent at Shifeng. The rage they had from Martial Union's oppression had yet to subside. If it were not for Martial Union having the advantage of numbers, they would have long since started a fight with Martial Union. From the conversation Shifeng had eavesdropped on before, he knew that Martial Union had bullied these players. Hence, their hatred towards Martial Union should be intense. In addition to their party leaders' words about Shifeng wanting to join Martial Union, the other party members' moods would naturally sour. If he dared claim that he intended to join Martial Union, these players might charge at him without hesitation. "I'm not trying to join Martial Union. I'm looking for Martial Union because I have some business with them. I wonder if you can tell me their current whereabouts. Here's an inquiry fee of 1 silver coin." Shifeng smiled, taking out a silver coin. To average players, their daily income would, at most, range around several tens of copper coins. Even if these veteran players banded together to form a party, their total earnings would be around 1 to 2 silver coins. Hence, an inquiry fee of 1 silver coin was not a small amount to them. What a rich fellow! The party leader's eyes shone when he saw Shifeng offer a silver coin as an inquiry fee. He then spoke in the party chat. "Brothers, this is a fat sheep. If we harvest him and earn some money, We might be able to cover the repair fees for all our weapons and equipment. Do we kill him or not? Kill him. Why shouldn't we kill him? This bastard is obviously related to Marshall Union. As long as it's someone related, we can't let them off. We'll follow leader's decision. The other party members all voiced their support. It seems that this fellow has a deep connection with Marshall Union. Marshall Union had badly tormented us few brothers, and rage still fills our bellies. Since you have some connections with Marshall Union and you are so rich, shouldn't you pay us some compensation in place of Marshall Union? We don't want a lot. Just leave behind 20 silver coins and all of your equipment. Then I'll tell you Marshall Union's location. How about it? The Guardian Night Party leader said with a cold laugh. With that said, the other party members also started moving forward, their faces carrying cold smiles as they closed in on Feng. I said I don't have any connections with Marshall Union. I'm only looking for them for some business. Whatever has happened between you and Marshall Union has nothing to do with me. If you guys aren't going to tell me where they are, so be it. Please move aside, Feng said. This I understand. However, it is still your fault for mentioning Marshall Union to us. If you don't agree to our demands, we can only use you to relieve some stress. Although we don't know your level, it should still be around level 8 or level 9. If you lose a level right now, you will probably lose 1 to 2 days worth of effort. You should think through your options, the party leader jeered, his hands retrieving the gladius and shield from his back. Feng couldn't help but laugh when he heard these words. Pitiful people were bound to have a hateful side to them. Although these players endured Marshall Union's bullying and oppression, when the tables turned, didn't they act just as Marshall Union had? Little fool, what are you laughing at? I'll smash your face into a pulp if you keep laughing. An assassin bellowed. Didn't you guys want money? I'll pay the fare for your trip down. To hell. Feng unsheathed the abyssal blade. As he said so, immediately, clear blue flames covered the body of the abyssal blade. Feng had no room for pity for players like these. Feng brandished his 2 swords, and instantly, countless sword images filled the sky, surrounding these players. Although these independent players had good techniques, and were also relatively powerful in terms of strength, they were simply too weak compared to Feng. Before any of them could react, the sword images made pincushions of their bodies. Aside from the Guardian Night Party leader, the remaining 5 party members died within an instant. Moreover, the ice blue devil flame destroyed all of their equipment. Even though these players had relatively high levels, the equipment they wore was of very poor quality. They only had 6 or 7 pieces of bronze equipment each, and none had even a single piece of mysterious iron equipment. Under the ice blue devil flame's might, none of their equipment could survive even 1 hit, and it all immediately became nothing more than scrap. So, are you willing to tell me Marshall Union's whereabouts now? Feng looked towards the party leader, smiling calmly as he spoke. That party leader was dumbfounded. The person before him could actually produce fire all over his body, and his attacks were so fast that none of them could even react. At this moment, the party leader only had one thought about his situation. He had met a demon. Moreover, it was a fire demon capable of controlling flames. I'll speak. Marshall Union is at a nearby sunken land to the southwest. There are also plenty of cavities around the area. Very good. You may go now. Feng immediately extinguished this party leader's life. He then advanced towards Marshall Union's location. By the time these independent players revived back at Red Leaf Town, they immediately filled the skies with their screams of anguish. Not only did they lose a level from dying, but all their equipment had also been destroyed. Not to mention leveling up, they could not even go out into the fields to kill monsters now. Suddenly, a rumor about a flame demon in the White Sand Ruins spread. The rumor stated that the flame demon wore a black hooded cloak, and he revealed no personal information. The demon also had two sharp swords hanging from his waist. One was black and the other white. The rumor also mentioned that if players did not quickly answer this flame demon's question, they would die and lose all their equipment. One wouldn't even have the chance to shed tears of regret when that time came. However, Shi Feng, the origin of this rumor, was not aware of any of this. "I finally found you, Unstable Devastation." At this moment, Shi Feng stood atop a tall slope, looking down at the 100-plus players currently butchering several dozen three-tailed scorpions. These players were all level 9, and they were not far from reaching level 10. On the other hand, Unstable Devastation, who currently commanded from the rear of the team, had already reached level 10. The reason why he had reached level 10 with such speed was that he was not in a party with these elite players. Meanwhile, Unstable Devastation killed the monsters that had their HP lowered to a critical point. Due to the rules of God's domain, Unstable Devastation would receive 60% of the total EXP from the kill. Thus, he reached level 10 ahead of the other elite players. Chapter 195, 1 against 100. Chapter 195, 1 against 100. You lure some more monsters over. With such a good leveling spot, I want to charge to number 1 on the ranking list and teach the other guilds in the Alliance the strength of martial union. Unstable Devastation spoke in the team chat. Yes, the several assassins replied. Right now, Fire Dance still occupied the first place on the ranking list. However, the second place had already changed. However, it wasn't because Fire Dance and the others' leveling speed was slower than the other players. They were simply busy doing quests. These quests were all rare reputation quests, and they could obtain relatively large amounts of White River City reputation by completing them. In God's domain, if players wished to have an official class when they reached level 20, they could only apply at the class association in the various large cities. However, players required a certain amount of reputation before doing so. Hence, the first task Shi Feng wanted Blackie and the others to accomplish after they entered White River City was to do these rare quests and quickly raise their reputation. By the time they reached level 20, they would be able to change into their basic classes immediately. If they discovered this fact only after they reached level 20, they would have to waste a lot of time earning sufficient reputation, which, in turn, would delay their progress. Just as Unstable Devastation excitedly hunted three-tailed scorpions, Shi Feng had also arrived at Martial Union's healer's position using the Ring of Nothingness. Nobody would ever think that a single independent player would take the initiative to seek vengeance upon a guild's elite team. After all, this was simply an overestimation of one's own abilities. However, Shi Feng dared to do just that because of his sufficient strength. Unstable Devastation was level 10, and the others present were all level 9. There was a 5-level gap between them and Shi Feng. Moreover, equipment that could ignore an opponent's levels were extremely rare at this stage of the game. These conditions allowed Shi Feng to easily sweep the floor with this group of level 9 players. Just as the healers of Martial Union were about to replenish the HP of the frontline players, Shi Feng suddenly appeared before them. Shi Feng cast Thundering Flash, the skill instantly devouring the group of panicked healers. Frightening damages of over -500 appeared on every healer's head, and some even received critical hits of over -1,000 damage. In the blink of an eye, a majority of the healers died. However, due to the healers standing relatively spread apart, there were 3 who managed to remain unscathed after Shi Feng's attack. Shi Feng immediately used Windblade and charged over. He used Chop on one of the shocked healers, killing them instantly. Shi Feng, then continued to brandish his sword at the two remaining healers, reaping their lives with a few sword strokes. Yifeng. Unstable devastation bellowed, countless veins surfacing on his forehead. Unstable devastation. Haven't you been trying to find me all this time? Feng faintly smiled as he looked at unstable devastation, regarding the 100+ players standing around unstable devastation, glaring at him. Feng paid no attention to them at all. Now that I've arrived, I wonder if you've prepared to die yet. Kill me? I'm afraid that you're the one who won't leave this place alive. I lost to you the previous time because you had a higher level. This time, however, I am level 10 as well. Do you think that I'm still afraid of you? Everyone, get him! Kill him! Unstable devastation smiled disdainfully, immediately commanding all of his subordinates to get rid of Feng. Unstable devastation did not believe that Feng could leave alive when faced with his team of over 100 elite players, not to mention manage to kill him. The players from Martial Union revealed sneers as they looked at Feng. They all thought that there was a problem with Feng's head. However, they didn't mind teaching Feng a lesson. 1 against 100. Did he really think he was Superman? In the past, the players from Martial Union that surrounded Feng were mostly normal members. There were only a few elite members of the guild present at the time. Hence, Feng caused such a massacre. This time, however, they were all Martial Union's elites, and they were all level 9 players. Yifeng would only meet one end today, death. Suddenly, tens of spells launched at Feng. The other remaining tens of shield warriors, guardian knights, berserkers, and swordsmen charged towards Feng. Meanwhile, the assassins entered stealth, waiting for their chance to strike. Faced with the attacks of dozens of mages, Feng dared not be careless. He immediately activated Windwalk and the Tier 2 life shield before proceeding to charge at the incoming wave of players. As Feng's speed was extremely fast, very few of the tens of spells hit Feng. In the end, only 3 or 4 spells actually managed to deal damage to Feng. Unfortunately, these spells were all fire-type and ice-type spells such as Fireball and Frost Arrows. With Feng's resistances, these spells managed to cause less than -10 damage each. In addition to the life shield absorbing a portion of the damage, the actual damage these spells caused was less than -6 points. All of the mages were shocked. Even if it is a tiny amount of damage, beat him with all you've got. There has to be a limit to his HP. Without any healers, he won't last long. Melee classes, spread out and be careful of his AoE skills. Unstable devastation was similarly shocked. However, after giving it some thought, even if Feng had an insanely high defense, he still wasn't a boss. There was bound to be a limit to his HP, even if they only dealt damage in the single digits, with tens of them continuously attacking. How long could Feng last? Watching his HP fall continuously, Feng clearly understood that he could not hold on for much longer. The difference in attributes was simply not enough to overcome the strength of over 100 elite players. Almost when the distance between Feng and the crowd from Martial Union shrunk to less than 20 yards, Feng took out an intermediate frost grenade, tossing it at them. Martial Union noticed Feng throwing an item. However, since it was not a skill, they did not pay it any heed. Instantly, the intermediate frost grenade exploded, releasing a shroud of cold air covering a 12-yard radius. The cold air froze the players for 3 seconds and dealt -400 damage to every one of them. The shroud of cold air swallowed more than half of the melee players. MTs, activate your life-saving skills. Mages, increase your firepower and controlling skills. We must not let him get near the frozen players. Unstable devastation hurriedly shouted. The shield warriors and guardian knights immediately activated their shield walls and protection blessings, respectively, after receiving the command. However, deep in their hearts, they were extremely clear that these skills were absolutely useless in front of Shifeng. They merely used these skills in the hopes that, with their increased durability, Shifeng would instead choose to go for the other players first. Meanwhile, the mages standing at the rear lines started casting controlling spells, one after another. They used spells such as ice walls and ice spheres to prevent Shifeng from closing in on the frozen players. Shifeng simply smiled. Using silent steps, he instantly arrived behind these mages. With the ice blue devil flame covering his entire body, he sent thunder flame explosion blasting down on these mages. The elementalists and cursemancers who were within the range of thunder flame explosion were instantly wiped out of existence. Moreover, those who received critical hits of over -2,000 damage also had their equipment destroyed. A few elementalists with quick reactions had immediately activated Frozen Circle, coupled with a blink. They intended to slow Shifeng down as they fled for their lives. Unfortunately, Shifeng reacted even faster than they did. He activated Defensive Blade and Dark Violent Dance. Gaining immunity to the frozen circles, Shifeng waved the flaming Abyssal Blade in his hand. A streak of deep blue flaming sword aura landed on one of the escaping elementalists 10 yards away, dealing over -1,000 damage and instantly killing him. Simultaneously, the two summoners in front of him also received damage from the attack, instantly losing over 400 HP. Shifeng then continued with a barrage of attacks. As a result, deep blue flames annihilated the mages within a 15-yard radius. Kill him. Don't be afraid. We have more men on our side. He only has half of his HP remaining. Although Shifeng only had half of his HP remaining right now, Unstable Devastation had lost much of his confidence. Even so, he did not stop sending out streak after streak of frost arrows and fatal shots. However, Shifeng had dodged every one of them. In addition to the sudden appearance of Shifeng's flame transformation and terrifying AoE damage, Unstable Devastation already had the notion of escaping for his life. However, he needed to observe the situation further before he made his decision. Half HP, is it? Shifeng calmly smiled. He then proceeded to take out his next trump card from his bag. Intermediate Recovery Potion. Instantly recovers 800 HP after use. Cooldown, 1 minute. In White River City, players were only allowed to purchase 5 intermediate recovery potions each day, and each bottle cost 3 silver coins. It was an item meant for a crucial time. Shifeng downed the bottle, his HP instantly recovering to full. At this sight, Martial Union's players were instantly afraid. They had sacrificed dozens of players to take away close to half of Shifeng's HP. Yet, Shifeng's HP was full once again. Moreover, the scorching flame that surrounded his body greatly increased his battle prowess. Just by closing in on him, the durability of their equipment constantly fell. Faced with such a situation, their confidence instantly sunk into a bottomless pit. Chapter 196, Devastating Strike. Chapter 196, Devastating Strike. The elites of Martial Union, who had originally looked down on Shifeng, had started to panic now. What did a full HP Shifeng mean? Martial Union's elites already had the experience deeply ingrained into their bodies, so they understood what it meant. Compared to only losing a level after dying, their current situation was far graver. As they had spent all this time grinding monsters, their equipment and weapons durability was almost depleted. If they received an attack from Shifeng right now, that little durability would decrease even further, and their equipment and weapons might even be destroyed. This was much more frightening than simply losing a level. If they lost a level, they could recover it through grinding. However, it would be a different story if they lost the equipment, and weapons they currently relied on. They had only managed to collect all these items after much difficulty, and compared to regaining a single level, it would be much more troublesome to recover these items. There was even the possibility that they could not recover these items at all. Yifeng, don't go overboard. It won't be beneficial to either of us if you continue your actions. It is not too late for you to leave this place right now. In the future, we will mind our own business, and we will each walk our separate paths. Although unstable devastation felt dissatisfied, Shifeng's strength was simply too frightening. He could only grit his teeth and take a step back in this matter. If he lost everything he had right now, his dreams of rising in martial union would also vanish. Overboard? These are your last words? Shifeng laughed at the absurdity. He truly could not understand unstable devastation's thought process. Did he think that, after slapping someone across the face, everything could be settled just with a simple apology? Hearing Shifeng's contempt, unstable devastation felt humiliation for the first time. He had already taken a step back, yet Shifeng reacted so aggressively. However, he could do nothing to Shifeng right now, so he could only watch as his subordinates were butchered, one after another. This sort of helplessness had driven him close to insanity. Unstable devastation never thought that such a day would befall him. In the beginning, he had a 100% certainty of crushing Shifeng. Now, however, due to a mystical exploding object and an intermediate recovery potion, that confidence shattered. Even if they managed to kill Shifeng today, the elites of martial union would receive insufferable losses. Yifeng, you have forced my hand. Let's see which one of us will die first. Then, everyone, attack him together. He already has a super red name. As long as we can kill him, he will drop all of his equipment, and it will be enough to make up for all our losses. Don't be afraid. His HP potion's cooldown is definitely very long. We can exhaust him to death. Upon receiving unstable devastation's command, the members of martial union went into a frenzy. They used all their skills and techniques to restrict Shifeng while slowly depleting his HP. Meanwhile, unstable devastation also reluctantly retrieved a flame-red arrow from his back, aiming and firing it at Shifeng. This was unstable devastation's strongest treasure. Originally, he had intended to use this arrow to deal with a Lord-ranked boss. Now, however, he could only use it to get rid of Shifeng. Xiao, the flame-red arrow soared through the air, leaving behind a sonic boom as it shot towards Shifeng's heart. Extremely complicated incantations were carved on the flame-red arrow's body, causing the surrounding fire-type mana to gather around the arrow. It seemed like a consumable item. Shifeng had also noticed this flame-red arrow flying at him. He stopped paying attention to the spells attacking him and immediately used parry to block this flame-red arrow. Boom, boom, boom. The moment the arrow collided with Shifeng's swords, it exploded. The force of the explosion instantly sent Shifeng flying. Fortunately, parry had managed to block the attack fully, and Shifeng received no damage from the arrow. Shortly after, Shifeng landed, unscathed. Immediately, he charged towards the mages, resuming his massacre of martial union's elites. Just like slapping at flies, Shifeng killed one player from martial union with each of his attacks. Within a short moment, 4 elites had died. Watching this scene play out, unstable devastation's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. Even after he used his final trump card, Shifeng had taken not a thread of damage from it. On the contrary, his attack aided Shifeng in closing in on the mages and continuing his slaughter. To begin with, Shifeng's movement speed was extremely quick. These mages had no chances of escaping him at all. Furthermore, due to the level suppression and Shifeng's magic resistance, these mages were rendered utterly helpless. They could only watch as they were slaughtered. Noticing that the frozen effect on the melee players was about to dissipate, the mages of Martial Union released a sigh of relief. They finally saw hope. Unfortunately, Shifeng took out another intermediate frost grenade from his bag, tossing it at the melee players again. The frost grenade landed precisely on the same location as before, and in the blink of an eye, these melee players froze solid once more. A damage of -400 also appeared on every one of their heads, and the assassins and swordsmen, who had low HP, fell into critical conditions. Shifeng then made a slashing motion with his sword, sending a flame blade flying at the assassins and swordsmen, ending their lives. This attack even destroyed the equipment they wore. At this stage of the game, where everyone's levels were still low, there were plenty of skills that players had yet to learn. It was especially true for high-level skills that could remove controlling effects. Thus, the elites had no defenses against Shifeng's frost grenades. They had no ways of dealing with them at all. With the melee players frozen once again, and Shifeng killing so many of their allies, these mages truly felt despair. They no longer cared about Unstable Devastation's command. They all ran, escaping in any direction they could. Nobody would have thought that Shifeng would still have a weapon of mass destruction like that. If they had known about this earlier, they would have long since fled and not remained here for slaughter. Everyone's escaping now. Shifeng immediately felt his headache. If he hunted them down, one by one, he might let even more players escape. After all, although the frost grenades had frightening might, nobody would be foolish enough to stand still and wait for their deaths. Helpless, Shifeng could only start throwing out basic frost grenades without stop. Although there was a 1-second cooldown, it could freeze a player for 3 seconds. With this, Shifeng could get rid of all these scattered players. With basic frost grenades tossed out, one after another, the sandy grounds turned into a world of ice, while all of the members of Martial Union turned into ice sculptures. Shifeng then used the blazingly hot abyssal blade to end each of their lives. Watching as his teammates died and their equipment destroyed, the remaining players trembled in fear as they were driven to insanity. Some of the players who could not endure the sight even tried to log off from the game immediately. However, players were not allowed to log off during combat, so they could only helplessly wait as Shifeng walked, step by step, closing in on them. Very quickly, Shifeng had reaped the lives of 100+ elite members of Martial Union, and only Unstable Devastation remained alive now. Unstable Devastation quietly stood still, his mind in a daze. He had even forgotten to resist. Over 100 elite players had died, and all of their equipment was destroyed. These were all of his assets, and right now, it was impossible for him to climb back up in Martial Union even if he wanted to. He no longer had any means to compete with his rivals in the guild. At this moment, Unstable Devastation only had regret filling his heart. All of this had stemmed from his own arrogance. If he had known that Shifeng was so frightening from the very beginning, he wouldn't have dared to become enemies with Shifeng, even if he were beaten to death. Even if he had to become enemies with Shifeng, at the very least, he would have waited until all members of Martial Union had entered White River City. However, it was too late now. Soon after, Shifeng killed Unstable Devastation with 2 sword slashes as well. I'm finally done cleaning up. It should also be about time to bring Blackie and the others down to a dungeon for some equipment upgrades. Shifeng took a look at his surroundings. After confirming that there weren't any members from Martial Union remaining, he used the demon mask to wipe clean his name. He then took out a return scroll, chanting the incantation and returning to White River City. After killing Unstable Devastation and the elite players under him, Even if Unstable Devastation wanted to do anything to Shifeng in the future, he would need to wait until these elite members recovered before he could. However, there was no need to concern himself over a matter that couldn't happen for quite a while. Shortly after Shifeng wiped out Unstable Devastation's entire elite team, a large commotion occurred among the alliance of guilds that wished to carry out a crusade against Shifeng. This commotion was a result of Unstable Devastation suddenly declaring his retirement from this small alliance. Unstable Devastation's actions had confused these other guilds. He also refused to speak of anything in the alliance's chat before leaving it. After witnessing Shifeng's fearsomeness, Unstable Devastation didn't dare battle Shifeng any longer. Since Shifeng could kill him at the White Sand Ruins, then he could similarly kill him again and again out in the field. The same went for his team. Unstable Devastation no longer dared think of this matter. He still wished to make a living through God's domain. He was truly afraid of Shifeng now. Hence, Unstable Devastation also expressed his apologies on the official forums. In the future, he swore to no longer participate in any matters relating to Shifeng. As long as he met Shifeng, he would make a circle and do his best to avoid Shifeng. Immediately, Unstable Devastation's actions had sent shockwaves through the White River City region. Chapter 197, Crazy Stone. Chapter 197, Crazy Stone. Although Unstable Devastation was not considerably well known, he was still one of the upper echelons of martial union. He was also archenemies with Shifeng, and he had recently revealed one of Shifeng's big secrets. So there were quite a number of people who knew about him. Nobody would have thought that Unstable Devastation would publicly apologize to Shifeng. Many people were stunned when they read Unstable Devastation's message. Martial Union was obviously a large guild, yet they had actually submitted to a lone independent player. Although such incidents had occurred before in past virtual reality games, the total occurrences could definitely be counted on one hand. Above all, God's Domain was a game that had just recently released. At this stage of the game, the difference in strength between players would mainly display itself in terms of techniques, and this difference could easily be overcome using the advantage in numbers. Yet, Unstable Devastation had succumbed to Shifeng. It was simply unbelievable. Can someone tell me just what is going on here? Wah, is this going to be the uprising of independent players? As expected of my idol, Yifeng, what's so great about guilds? Haven't they succumbed to strength all the same? Chaos ensued in the official forums of the White River City region. Unstable Devastation's message was like a small pebble thrown into a tranquil pond, generating ripples that spread out in all directions. As a result, players on the forum posted their own opinions, especially the independent players. No matter which virtual reality game they were in, guild players and independent players would frequently conflict with each other. However, this could not be helped. After all, to surpass others, one must obtain more resources. Naturally, guilds would occupy these resources. Meanwhile, the independent players who lacked strength could only retreat in the face of these guilds. Thus, it created conflicts. Now that an independent player like Shifeng had made a large guild submit to him, this incident received an unquestionably huge response from many independent players. However, to the alliance of guilds that planned a crusade against Shifeng, this matter was just like a bomb filled with peril. Unstable Devastation, the leader who started this alliance and planned this crusade, had actually chosen to withdraw from the alliance. Moreover, he did not even speak a word about this incident. Just what sort of power could cause Unstable Devastation to react in such a way? This incident struck panic into the other guilds of this small alliance. Brother Jean, what should we do? Flaming Tiger quietly asked. Due to Unstable Devastation's shocking actions, The various guilds in the small alliance started feeling insecure. Zhang Luowei fell deep into thought for some time before saying, "Let's not involve ourselves just yet. We'll wait until we are all in White River City before we deal with this matter." However, for him to force a person like Unstable Devastation to submit, I have truly underestimated this Yifeng. Tell Ling Feilong to get in touch with Yifeng. See if he can get Yifeng to join Shadow. Although Shadow has only recently started its development, our resources are plenty. Tell Ling Feilong this. As long as Yifeng agrees, I can give Yifeng an elder position, an annual salary of 1,000,000 credits, and 10% of the workshop's shares. Flaming Tiger was stunned. He admitted that he was not Shifeng's opponent, and that Shifeng's skills were a level higher than his, but wasn't this promise a little too great? Not only could an elder of the guild live leisurely, but the authority they wielded was also great. Aside from Brother Lan and Zhang Luowei, Shifeng would have the highest authority in Shadow, not to mention an annual salary of 1,000,000 credits and 10% of the workshop shares. Even Flaming Tiger only had a minimum monthly salary of 20,000 credits. Flaming Tiger simply could not understand why they had to pay such a huge price to recruit Shifeng. However, he did not have a say in this matter, so he could only do as he was told. White River City Trade Area. After returning to White River City, Shifeng first headed towards the bank. He retrieved 500 stacks of hard stones, intending to sell only a portion of his stock for now. Due to the great increase in the hard stones demand, the price had already reached Shifeng's estimation of 10 silver coins per stack. Although this price would still rise later, it was already close to the limit players could handle. These 500 stacks of hard stones were only a small portion of the hard stones Shifeng owned. Just based on the amount of hard stones that Shifeng had constantly purchased before, his stock exceeded 10,000 stacks. This was also one of the reasons why the various large guilds in White River City could not purchase any hard stones. Shifeng had purchased all of these hard stones when the prices were at their lowest, and he only paid around 30 gold coins for them. However, their current value far exceeded their initial cost. After selling these 500 stacks, it should be about time to bring Blackie and the others to raid the level 10 team dungeon, the Goblin Factory. Shifeng inwardly planned. Although Blackie and Lonely Snow's levels were high, the overall equipment they had was subpar at best. The same went for Shifeng's equipment. However, at least his was the best swordsman set equipment for players level 10 and below. His teammates' equipment, on the other hand, could only be described as miserable. As of this moment, there were already more than 500 players who had reached level 10 and had their names etched on the ranking list of the White River City region, which was to say, there were already more than 500 players who had entered White River City. A majority of these players were members of well-known guilds. Aside from doing some quests in White River City right now, these players' main objective remained dungeon raiding, as dungeons were the best source for good equipment. Only with good equipment would these players level up with greater efficiency. Hence, plenty of guilds had already started diving into dungeons. White River City was different from towns. God's Domain only truly began after players reached level 10 and the city. As for the town life players experienced at the start of the game, it was merely an introduction to life in God's Domain. There were plenty of level 10 dungeons throughout the White River City region. The number of level 10 to level 12 party dungeons exceeded 20, and their raiding difficulty varied greatly. Meanwhile, 10-man level 10 team dungeons numbered slightly lower, but there were still 12 such dungeons available. As for level 10 large-scale dungeons, there were 3 within the White River City region. As long as one successfully raided one of these 3 large dungeons, they could activate the card set exchange system. The value of card sets would also be at their highest when that time came. Meanwhile, after entering White River City, the normal raiding procedure for players began with the party dungeons to upgrade their equipment. They would then proceed to small-scale team dungeons, and finally, the level 10 large-scale dungeons. Right now, many guilds had already started raiding small dungeons, and were continuously upgrading their equipment. Eventually, all the guilds in White River City would have only one goal: obtaining the first clear of one of the 3 large-scale team dungeons. A team could only obtain the first clear by clearing the hell mode of the dungeon. Moreover, the first clear of large-scale team dungeons was slightly different from that of small-scale team dungeons. The achievement would not only be announced throughout the White River City region, but it would also be announced throughout the entire Star Moon Kingdom. It was one of the best ways to increase one's fame throughout the Star Moon Kingdom, and it was also a display of a guild's strength. Hence, large-scale dungeons were considered the true battlegrounds for the various large guilds. Meanwhile, for these guilds who frequently battled inside dungeons, whetstones would become one of their strategic supplies. This situation would further increase these guilds' need for hardstones, causing the price of hardstones to soar once again. Thus, Shifeng chose to sell his stock of hardstones at this time. Right now, Shifeng was not focused on conquering the large-scale team dungeons. He knew his own limits, and he would not try to compete with those well-known guilds. His goal right now was only to conquer the level 15 small-scale team dungeon, the Demon's Castle. However, regarding strength or numbers, his team was still far from capable of raiding the Demon's Castle. They needed some upgrades before they could rise to that challenge. Arriving at the auction house of White River City, Shifeng casually took a seat in the corner and opened the auction house's system interface. He then selected to sell his wares within the White River City region. That way, he would not need to foot such a large fee. Similar to selling at a town's auction house, only players within the White River City region could see the items he placed on auction. As for selling the hardstones to the other cities, Shifeng had never intended to do so. Just the expensive handling fee alone would greatly reduce his profits. Not to mention, the other cities were not as much in need of hardstones as White River City, so the prices the stones would sell for much less. Shifeng first placed 10 stacks of hardstones on auction with a minimum price of 10 silver coins per stack and a buyout price of 12 silver coins. He did so to take a look at the results. If he placed all 500 stacks up for auction at once, it could drastically affect the market. Hardstones prices would plummet. Hence, he would slowly sell off his stock, carrying out hunger marketing. As expected, before even a minute had passed, all 10 stacks of hardstones sold. Moreover, they had been purchased at the buyout price of 12 silvers. There wasn't even a competition to speak of. It can't be, right? Shifeng was stunned when he received the notification from the auction house. Such a great demand had far exceeded his expectations. Although he knew that there was a shortage of hardstones right now, he never thought that someone would pay 12 silvers without hesitation. This was simply insane. Did these people not know that 1 silver coin could be exchanged for 107 credits right now? Spending an additional 2 silver coins would be the equivalent of spending 214 credits. To a fresh university graduate, that would be 1/10 of their monthly salary. Chapter 198, Trial of God. Chapter 198, Trial of God. Shifeng had only sold 10 stacks of hardstones. When compared to the demand of the entire White River City region, it was a drop in the ocean. Seeing such burning demand, Shifeng placed another 10 stacks of hardstones up for auction. This time, he changed the minimum price to 12 silver coins and the buyout price at 15 silver coins. By doing so, he tried to find out the highest price hardstones could currently sell for, and the bottom line of these desperate players. As expected, nobody paid the buyout price immediately this time. Instead, They bid over the hard stones. However, the numbers rose very slowly, and there was only a small increase of several coppers with each consecutive bid. 1 minute later, the price of the 10 stacks of hard stones finally displayed a significant increase. The bidding had gone from 12 silver coins to 13 silver coins, and it continued to rise to 13 silver, 30 coppers before finally stopping. Obviously, this was the final price these desperate players were willing to fork out. Their bottom line should be around 13 silver coins. Huh? Still, this has surpassed my expectations. In the future, I can simply sit tight and wait for the money to roll in. Shifeng also felt that 13 silver coins was the limit for hard stones. If the prices further increased, then aside from guilds, average players could not endure such an expense. Moreover, Shifeng had only paid around 30 coppers for each stack of hard stones when he purchased them in bulk. Now, he sold them for 13 silver coins per stack. Their value had increased over 30 folds. One could not be too greedy. Shifeng was currently satisfied with the results. Shifeng then continued removing hard stones from his bag, setting them up for auction. He sold 20 stacks per batch, and each batch would be available every 10 minutes or so. Considering the consumption rate and finances of the players in the White River City region, 1,600 to 1,700 stacks should sell each day. If Shifeng sold 1,000 stacks per day, not only could the entire White River City region fully deplete his stock, it also would not cause any adverse effects on the price of hard stones. If Shifeng could sell 1,000 stacks each day, he could earn over 100 gold every day by selling the hard stones at 13 silvers per stack. Moreover, these were genuine gold coins and not credits. Such a daily income was more than 10 times higher than the daily income of first-rate guilds. With such funds in his hands, Shifeng would not have to worry about financial issues when he developed his guild in the future. With the sales system all set and done, Shifeng's finger tapped and slid, calling out the half-transparent communication interface. His finger then moved and tapped on his good friend Blackie's call button. Blackie, are you guys done with the reputation quests? If you are, then gather in front of the teleportation gate. We'll go dungeon diving together, Shifeng asked. We're already done with our quests. However, it seems that we've been trapped inside a sealed map. We need to go through a trial if we wish to leave. Blackie grew excited when he heard about dungeon diving, and he wished he could immediately go to display his prowess. Ever since he obtained Mavis Guard, he had started browsing the internet and watching videos of experts displaying their skills. He had also frequently sparred with his team members, and his techniques had greatly improved. He would definitely shock Shifeng with his new techniques. Unfortunate, he couldn't do any of that right now. A sealed map. Shifeng's eyebrows wrinkled, his mind entering a deep thought. He did not know how Blackie and the others managed to enter a sealed map. Logically, the quests he sent them on had no such locations. However, after recalling Blackie's description of the place, he suddenly understood the situation Blackie and the others were in. He could not help but admit that their luck was truly impressive. There were various miraculous opportunities available in God's domain, and players most frequently discovered the trial of God. Players also called it the trial of heroes, and it was a test given by gods for mortals to become heroes. As long as it was a level 10 map or above, there was a chance for this trial to appear. Players would occasionally encounter this trial out in the fields, questing or grinding. However, less than 1 out of 10,000 players would have a chance of meeting this trial. Blackie and the others were definitely lucky for encountering this trial. Every trial of heroes was a heaven-sent opportunity. As long as players could clear it, they would receive a bountiful reward. In this trial, equipment and EXP were considered the lowest form of reward. If players could perform exceedingly well in the Trial of Heroes, they could receive permanent attribute increases, super rare or improved skills, an abundant amount of weapon mastery, and many more super rare rewards. Weapons and equipment could only be used for a period of time. They were like foreign objects. They were not truly part of one's strength. However, it would be a different story if players could receive things like permanent attribute increases and super rare skills. The value of such things far surpassed that of weapons and equipment, and they would be of immense help towards one's future development. How many colors were on the trial door that you guys entered? Shifeng asked. Shifeng's question confused Blackie. However, since Shifeng had asked, Blackie tried to recall the number of different colors on the large double doors they had entered. He then said unconfidently, I think there were 4 colors. 4. Are you guys trying to get yourselves killed? Shifeng immediately wanted to scold Blackie. The trial of God did not only possess rewards, but it would also mete out punishments. The punishments and rewards given were also equal. In God's domain, with opportunity came danger. There was no such thing as a free lunch in God's domain, and even if there were, it might very well poison you to death. The Trial of Heroes was normally categorized into 7 tiers. If there were only 1 color on the teleportation gate, then the trial would be Tier 1. It was also the easiest trial to clear. Along with the increase in number of colors, the difficulty would increase exponentially. If there were 4 colors on the door of trials, then it would be a Tier 4 trial. Its difficulty would be around 8 times or above that of a Tier 1 trial. If Blackie and the others could clear it, the minimum rewards they could obtain would be fine gold rank or above weapons and equipment. Normally, it would be a dark gold ranked item. If they could finish the trial with a sufficiently high completion rate, there was a possibility they could receive permanent attribute increases or have one of their skills upgraded to a stronger version. However, the punishment for a Tier 4 trial was no joking matter. If Blackie and the others failed to complete the trial, the lightest punishment they might receive was a massive loss in EXP. They could very well lose several levels. Blackie and the others might even lose a portion of their attributes or skill mastery permanently, possibly entering a weakened state for a long period of time. Such severe punishments were also one of the reasons why most players would avoid entering the door of trials after finding one. They would instead choose to sell the information to a large guild, making a huge profit. Brother Feng, are we in a very dangerous situation? Hearing Shifeng's panic, Blackie could not help but swallow nervously, his heartbeat increasing in pace. Meanwhile, Fire Dance and the others who stood beside Blackie also became extraordinarily serious after hearing Shifeng's words. They no longer dared belittle this trial. I can only give you guys advice. Act within your capabilities. Do not attempt meritorious deeds. Only try to leave in one piece. Don't forget to pass on my advice to everyone in the team. However, Blackie, since you have Mavis Guard, logically, you guys should have a very high possibility of clearing the trial. However, remember not to rush things. Even if you have to waste a lot of time, you must never hurry. The rest will depend on your battle techniques, intelligence, and wisdom. Shifeng then continued to pass on all his knowledge about the trials onto Blackie. As for whether or not they could clear the trial, it would depend solely on Blackie and the others. The tests of the Trial of Heroes had never repeated, so there were no known strategies to conquering one. However, in Shifeng's previous life, after collecting the knowledge and wisdom of many predecessors, he managed to form a strategy that was not an actual strategy, which was to act within one's own capabilities and plan before taking action. One must not rush when carrying out the Trial of Heroes. Other than that, there was no true strategy for conquering the Trial of Heroes. With Fire Dance, Cola, and Blackie's Mavis Guard, they should be able to clear a 4-colored trial. However, they should not be able to leave the trial in a short time. Feng felt a headache building. He originally intended to upgrade their equipment by raiding a dungeon. However, that plan had gone down the drain now. He did not even know if Blackie and the others could manage to leave the trial within a week. The trial of heroes was never simple, and it was an extremely time-consuming trial. In Feng's previous life, it wasn't unusual if players spent more than a month clearing a trial. In the past, a top-tier expert had once made a fair evaluation of the trials. A 5-colored trial had the difficulty rivaling an epic quest. A 6-colored trial had the difficulty rivaling a legendary quest. As for a 7-colored trial, it had the difficulty rivaling a top-tier legendary quest. In Feng's previous life, even after God's Domain had been in operation for over a decade, there had yet to be a player that could clear a 7-colored trial. Of course, part of the reason was that no true Apex expert had encountered a 7-colored trial. In the past, the highest tiered trial cleared was a 6-colored trial. Meanwhile, one of the conquerors of a 6-colored trial was the cleric god, Violet Cloud, one of the publicly acknowledged top 10 cleric gods in God's Domain. Thinking that Violet Cloud was currently with Blackie and the others, Feng hesitantly released a sigh of relief. Although Violet Cloud had yet to grow into her prime, her potential could not be ignored. For a 4-colored trial, Blackie and the others might possibly be able to clear it. Forget it. No point worrying about it too much. It seems that I can only upgrade my own equipment for now. Feng sighed. Habitually, he opened up the auction house interface, searching for items under the miscellaneous section. The miscellaneous section of the auction house was just like Taobao. Oftentimes, players would auction some good things without realizing their actual value or things that they felt were not valuable at all. Hence, Feng often browsed through this section, hoping to find a lucky catch. Just as Feng casually flipped through the pages, Flaming Sun Scripture. Feng incidentally discovered a flame-red book displayed on the item interface of the auction house. Feng's expression trembled at the sight of this book, and he could not help but wish he could immediately snatch this book into his hands. Someone dared to sell even this item? This is simply ludicrous. Feng's sight then shifted towards the price tag displayed on the upper left corner, the ancient book. Chapter 199, Flaming Sun Scripture. Chapter 199, Flaming Sun Scripture. Displayed on the half-transparent pale blue screen. The price of the Flaming Sun Scripture was similarly striking. Crap! This seller must have been dropped on his head as a child. Feng loudly cursed the moment he saw the price. In actuality, Feng wasn't the only person who loudly cursed when they saw the price for this Flaming Sun Scripture. Some players would even couple their curses with a few finger motions. 1,000 gold coins. This person was simply insane. Feng then took a look at the seller's name. Sinfully Handsome. Feng could only look at this person with respect when seeing this exotic name. Just how much of a narcissist was this person? Looking at this name, Feng could also vaguely guess the reason why the price of this Flaming Sun Scripture was so high. However, since he had seen the Flaming Sun Scripture, he could not easily give it up. Hence, he sent out a communication request to this person called Sinfully Handsome. However, Feng hid his name when he made the call, preventing this Sinfully Handsome from discovering his identity. After waiting for 10 seconds or so, Sinfully Handsome picked up the call. "Who are you? What business do you have with me? You can't be asking me to power level you, right? If you're a pretty girl, this brother can carry you to victory with me." Narcissism filled Sinfully Handsome's voice when he spoke, and he gave others the hint of being a hooligan. Feng was instantly dumbfounded when he heard Sinfully Handsome's words. "Girl, carry you to victory." Just who was this person? Even a person like this could obtain the flaming sun scripture? Was this world already in such a mess? Hey, speak a few words. Why don't you? Are you dead? Don't tell me you're a tranny, right? This brother doesn't have that kind of taste. Sinfully Handsome suddenly started panicking. Hello, I'm interested in buying the flaming sun scripture that you've placed on the auction house. I wonder if you can sell it to me at a lower price. Shifeng asked. Oh, so you want to buy that item? Of course, I can. Sinfully Handsome smiled in realization. I'll slightly reduce the price for you then. How does 900 gold sound? This is a very justifiable price. Shifeng faintly smiled at Sinfully Handsome's asking price. He then calmly stated his own price, 20 silver coins. Shifeng did not believe Sinfully Handsome knew the flaming sun scripture's true value. Only fire-type humanoids level 10 or higher would drop the flaming sun scripture. However, its drop rate was somewhat low, so its selling price was very high. The average person usually couldn't afford it. Even so, it was still not worth an insane 1,000 gold. With that kind of money, players could even purchase an epic ranked item. Why would they bother buying an item like the flaming sun scripture if they had that kind of money? Hey, fellow brother, you're not being sincere here. You are the one who took the initiative to contact me, yet you're offering such a price? Do you know which guild I belong to? Sinfully Handsome beamed a smile, proudly saying, Have you heard of Dark Star before? It's an apex third-rate guild in White River City. With this name alone, shouldn't you at least offer 100 gold? Dark Star, it was indeed a powerful guild in White River City. However, what did that have to do with Shifeng? 1 gold coin. If you don't wish to sell, then forget it. Shifeng understood that Sinfully Handsome took him for a fool. However, he was also in quite a need for the flaming sun scripture, so he decided to offer such a high price. Unfortunately, Sinfully Handsome misunderstood Shifeng's intentions. You have to think through this clearly. In the entire White River City, only I possess this flaming sun scripture. Seeing that you're an honest person, I'll make a large sacrifice and sell it to you for 10 gold with an additional 100,000 credits. If you still don't want it, I can only look for another buyer, Sinfully Handsome confidently said. Goodbye. Shifeng immediately disconnected the call. Sinfully Handsome suddenly panicked when Shifeng disconnected the call. He did not think that Shifeng would be so decisive. At least try to bargain. Watching his 1 gold coin fly out of his grasp, Sinfully Handsome's heart bled with regret. However, he was too embarrassed to contact Shifeng again. Humph! I don't believe that you can so easily give up on this flaming sun scripture. Sinfully Handsome snorted. Although he did not know the use of the flaming sun scripture, based on its powerful and tyrannical name, it was not an ordinary item. Sinfully Handsome was very sure that Shifeng knew this item's value. However, he did not wish to pay too high a price, so he retreated for the sake of advancing. With this thought, Sinfully Handsome was further assured of the flaming sun scripture's value. It was definitely worth more than 1,000 gold coins. Hence, Sinfully Handsome ran towards the auction house, changing the price of the flaming sun scripture from 1,000 gold coins to 10,000 gold coins. He wanted to see if Shifeng was willing to beg him for this item. However, when Sinfully Handsome arrived at the auction house, he discovered that there was not only a single flaming sun scripture on auction anymore. There were 5 of these books now. Aside from his copy, priced at 10,000 gold coins, the other 4 books were all priced at 15 silver coins. The most inconceivable thing was that the number of flaming sun scriptures up for auction continued to increase. In the blink of an eye, there were already 10 copies of the book up for sale. Just what sort of situation is this? Sinfully Handsome's eyes widened. He thought he was dreaming right now. How could there be so many flaming sun scriptures? while the quantity of these flaming sun scriptures increased, someone else bought them, one after another. There were a total of 32 copies of the flaming sun scripture offered in the auction house. Among them, Shifeng had bought 30 of them. Only Sinfully Handsome's copy, and another copy sold by Nobody Cares for 20 silver coins remained. Sinfully Handsome suddenly thought of something. He then hurriedly opened the trade section under White River City's official forums. As expected, there was an anonymous post stating, buying flaming sun scriptures at 14 silver coins per book, willing to purchase it at 15 silver coins if placed in the auction house. One could often find such purchasing methods in virtual reality games. After all, players had plenty of items that they kept on hand without placing them on the auction house. There were only a scarce amount of players like Sinfully Handsome who would place items of unknown value on the auction house. Shifeng also remembered this fact, and he thought that, by now, there should be quite a few players who have gotten their hands on a flaming sun scripture. Ah, my 1 gold coin. Sinfully Handsome wanted to cry. Originally, he thought that the flaming sun scripture's value could rival that of an epic ranked item. However, after seeing so many other players possessing this item, Sinfully Handsome immediately realized his mistake. If he had sold his copy for 1 gold coin, he would have made a huge profit. Elsewhere, Shifeng felt great satisfaction after purchasing 30 copies of the flaming sun scripture. He would have completely forgotten about this item's existence if he had not discovered the flaming sun scripture on the auction house in the first place. 30 books should be enough for my purposes. Shifeng looked at the 30 flaming sun scriptures laying in his bag, utterly pleased. Although he had spent 4 gold, 50 silvers, shrinking his assets slightly, the gold coins he possessed would only depreciate as time passed. It was much better if he used those gold coins to profit further. Thus, Shifeng had spent so much money to purchase the flaming sun scriptures. In Shifeng's previous life, plenty of players had obtained the flaming sun scripture. Unfortunately, none of them knew its purpose. Hence, they sold it at bargain prices. However, there was a ranger who had desperately bought these flaming sun scriptures. Even after the prices of the flaming sun scriptures rose to 1 gold coin per book, that player still bought them without hesitation, earning the suspicion of many. So, many players started to investigate the flaming sun scripture. On one occasion, a party of players met with a ranger who grinded solo at the level 25 map, Flame God's Cave. Moreover, that ranger displayed a shocking scene of killing the boss and elite monsters there by himself. Later on, however, the players discovered that the reason the ranger could grind at the Flame God's Cave alone was all thanks to the flaming sun scripture. From then on, the secret of the flaming sun scripture was revealed, causing its price to skyrocket. In the end, even when the flaming sun scripture sold for 3 gold coins per book, there were still players willing to buy it. Right now, Shifeng had only spent 15 silver coins to purchase each book. He had made a huge profit from this trade. In any case, Blackie and the others still needed a long time before they could return to White River City. Since Shifeng had nothing better to do, he might as well grind the boss at the Flame God's Cave. After all, his current strength was too weak right now. He could complete neither the epic quest, Darkness Descends, nor the unique quest, Demon's Heart. Moreover, there were plenty of important quests in White River City that required a team to carry out. This was the tragedy that befell all solo players. Hence, grinding bosses was the best option available for Shifeng at the moment. Most importantly, the Flame God's Cave was a valuable location specialized in dropping forging designs. These forging designs had made that ranger into a rich man, and he had earned over 600 gold coins from all the forging designs he sold, becoming the envy of countless players. Soon after, Shifeng hurried towards the teleportation gate. He paid a fee of 24 silver coins and teleported to Red Flame Fortress, the nearest teleportation point to the Flame God's Cave. Chapter 200 Flame God's Cave. Chapter 200 Flame God's Cave. Red Flame Fortress was located in the middle of the scorching hot canyon. A large volcano loomed behind it. The terrain around this region was extremely hot all year round, and the air was similarly parched and blistering. A gust of wind here was like a wave of heat, and one wouldn't feel a hint of relief from it. Meanwhile, the surrounding environment of the canyon consisted of only scorched, barren earth and mountains. All around, web-like cracks decorated the ground. Just this sight would cause one to lose their appetite. As this was a virtual environment, players could fully experience the scorching heat. Being parched and drenched in sweat were only minor inconveniences, but one's vision blurring? That was a bigger problem. Moreover, battling in such an environment was extremely taxing to a player's stamina. Due to such a brutal environment, many players did not like grinding or questing here. Moreover, the scorching hot canyon wasn't the only level 20 to level 25 map. There were more than 20 such maps within the White River City region. The millions of players within the White River City region could simply choose any one of these other locations to grind and do quests. For example, the cooling lakeside, the shady forest, and such were all good locations. There was no need for them to torture themselves by coming to the scorching hot canyon. For Sherfong, however, such a brutal environment did not affect him much. In addition to having activated the hidden passive skill, Basic Body Strengthening, Sherfong also had 20 points of fire resistance. As a result, the high temperature of the scorching hot canyon did not have any effect on Sherfong. Sherfong would not greatly exhaust his stamina by fighting in this hot environment either. Moreover, the majority of the monsters in the scorching hot canyon dealt fire-type damage, so this place was suitable for players like Sherfong, who had high fire resistance, to level. Sherfeng's leveling efficiency would increase by at least 20% compared to leveling up at other maps. In God's domain, nature's power was very strong. If players wanted to level up quickly, they needed to overcome many of such natural environments. As players progressed down their paths in God's domain, the importance of resistances would also increase. This was why Sherfong grew excited when he learned that the Ice Blue Devil Flame increased both his fire resistance and ice resistance. After arriving at the Flame Red Fortress, Sherfong opened the system map. Confirming the location of the Flame God's Cave, Sherfong advanced towards it along a red dirt road. Although there were plenty of level 20 and higher monsters, such as the Fire Raging Bull and Violet Flame Wolf, along the way to the Flame God's Cave, Sherfong walked on the official road. There were normally high-level NPCs patrolling the official roads, and these NPCs were usually 15 levels higher than the map they occupied. Moreover, they patrolled in small parties rather than individually. If there were any foolish monsters that dared come close to the official road, these level 40 NPCs would immediately dispatch the offending beast. The moment they came within a 40-yard distance to the official road, the patrolling NPCs would discover these monsters and turn them into soup. Hence, all the surrounding monsters did not dare come within 40 yards of the official road at all, allowing players to travel safely through it. Around half an hour later, Sherfong finally arrived at the Flame God's Cave. The Flame God's Cave was situated close to a volcano at the outer edges of the scorching hot canyon. Plenty of elite monsters and chieftain-ranked bosses resided within the cave. However, even when players discovered this location, they would normally choose to turn around and leave as the monsters here were simply too strong. If monsters had not chased that party, they would not have run to the Flame God's Cave, incidentally discovering the Ranger's secret of grinding bosses and elite monsters. However, only Sherfong knew of this secret right now. The monsters in the Flame God's Cave were all level 25, and generally, Only players who had reached level 20 would grind here. However, Shi Feng's equipment had the ignore levels attribute, so he could barely grind here as well, though with much lower efficiency. Regardless, he would still be grinding level 25 monsters. Even if his speed were slower than a level 20 player, his gains would still be much greater compared to grinding level 14 monsters. As for why the monsters in the Flame God's Cave were so amazing, it was mainly because of the extraordinarily high damage of their fire-type attacks. Even if it were only a level 25 common monster, it could still kill an MT of the same level with just 2 or 3 moves. Not to mention, the monsters in the Flame God's Cave all lived in groups, and one would usually meet 5 or 6 monsters at the same time. Even an MT with top-tier equipment could not handle so many monsters at once. There was also a large amount of elite and special elite monsters here. They could practically one-shot an MT of the same level. Hence, even when players knew about the Flame God's Cave, there was still nobody daring enough to grind at this place. However, it was a different story when one had the Flaming Sun Scripture. The Flaming Sun Scripture could grant players a Flaming Sun's blessing effect. The effect was closely related to the surrounding environment. The denser the fire-type mana present in a location, the greater were its effects. The effect lasted for 2 hours. However, the introduction of the Flaming Sun Scripture did not reveal such an effect, so players in the past couldn't discover its exact purpose. The Flame God's Cave could be considered as one of the locations within Scorching Hot Canyon that had the densest fire-type mana. As a result, the fire-type damage of the monsters inside was extraordinarily high. However, precisely because of this same reason, the Flame God's Cave was also a perfect place for one to use the Flaming Sun Scripture. However, even with the Flaming Sun Scripture, Shi Feng needed to be extremely careful while he was here. After all, the Flame God's Cave was a nest for level 25 monsters. With the level gap of 11 levels, these monsters could easily extinguish Shi Feng's life with just 2 moves, and Shi Feng would not even have the chance to resist before dying. Moreover, Shi Feng's level was just too low. These monsters could detect him easily. Hence, he needed to act with extreme caution. The moment Shi Feng carefully set foot in the cave, a wave of hot air swept past him from within the cave. Just when Shi Feng's 5 senses heightened to their maximum limit, his system communication suddenly rang out. Crap! That nearly gave me a heart attack. Shi Feng jumped, taken by surprise. He glanced at the system notification. Fortunately, monsters could not hear the system notifications. In the same way Team Chat worked, only specified players could hear them, while outsiders would remain unaffected. Flying Dragon? Why is he playing God's Domain as well? Shi Feng wrinkled his eyebrows at the sight of the caller ID blinking before him. This Flying Dragon was none other than Shi Feng's classmate and the 9th ranked in Jinhai University's fighting competition, Ling Feilong. However, in Shi Feng's previous life, Ling Feilong only joined God's Domain long after the game's release. At that time, Shi Feng had already become the guild leader of Shadow. For Ling Feilong to join God's Domain in advance, could this be the result of the butterfly effect? Shi Feng lowered his head in thought. However, he soon revealed a smirk. In this life, he had not revealed his character's ID to anyone else. As for Blackie, Shi Feng had long since told him not to reveal anything. Hence, no one in Jinhai University knew Shi Feng was Yi Feng. Similarly, nobody else knew that Blackie was Black Cloud in God's Domain. Blackie's friends only knew that he was getting by fairly well in the game. Who are you? What business do you have with me? Shi Feng answered the call with a cold and imposing tone, as if he were a god looking down on an ant. Ling Feilong immediately felt chills all down his body when he heard Shi Feng's voice, followed by immense pressure. He felt like he had just walked out of a cold pool of water. His heartbeat instantly soared to 180 beats per minute. This is Yi Feng, the God-ranked expert that caused even Marshall Union to submit. His voice alone is already so imposing and threatening. The pressure he gives off is even stronger than Brother Zhang's. It's as expected of a God-ranked expert. No wonder Brother Zhang wanted me to recruit him. Ling Failong was inwardly shocked, and he grew even more respectful towards Shi Feng. Originally, Zhou Yuhu should have been the one to contact the God-ranked expert. However, Zhou Yuhu previously had a falling out with the God-ranked expert, so the responsibility had been pushed onto him, Ling Failong, instead. Ling Failong felt that his chance to shine had arrived. As long as he could deal with this matter appropriately and gain the favor of such a God-ranked expert, his position in shadow would rise quickly in the future. He would surely surpass Zhou Yuhu. After all, Zhou Yuhu had once found conflict with this God-ranked expert. In the future, Zhou Yuhu would certainly have difficulty getting by in shadow. Before Ling Failong had personally felt Yi Feng's imposing aura, he always thought that nobody could be as strong as Brother Zhang. However, Ling Failong was now completely certain that if this God-ranked expert joined shadow, even Zhang Luowei would have to submit to his strength. Meanwhile, shadow would similarly fall under the control of this expert. How are you, expert? I am Shadow's representative, Flying Dragon. We sincerely want to recruit a God-ranked expert like yourself into shadow. As for the treatment you will receive, please rest assured. We at Shadow will certainly not mistreat you. Ling Failong's tone was both soft and respectful when he spoke. After all, the God-ranked expert before his eyes, right now someone he needed to fawn over desperately in the future. He was truly afraid that this God-ranked expert would immediately disconnect his call. Chapter 201, Scripture's Might. Chapter 201, Scripture's Might. Hearing Ling Failong attempt to fawn over him and his respectful attitude, while doing so, Shi Feng couldn't help but sigh. The shoe was on the other foot now. Fate truly knew how to toy with people. Judging from Ling Failong's tone, Shi Feng could discern that Ling Failong intended to ride on his coattails. If you wish to recruit me, tell me what sort of benefits you plan to offer first. Shi Feng calmly asked. Brother expert, I guarantee that you'll be satisfied. As long as you join Shadow, you'll immediately become an elder of the guild. Moreover, our guild has a large backing behind us, and we have plenty of funding, so we can temporarily set your annual salary at 1 million credits. In addition, we'll give you 10% of Shadow's shares. I think you should know the value of guild shares, right? As long as Shadow rises to glory in the future, this 10% will far exceed tens of millions of credits. No other guild can offer you this kind of treatment, Ling Failong explained, very satisfied with himself. His words even moved his own heart. That was 10% of the guild's shares. Right now, all of the guilds out there only offered high annual salaries when recruiting an expert. None of them would willingly hand over a portion of the guild's shares. Along with a guild's growth, the value of its shares would continuously rise. In addition to God's domain's growth potential, if Shadow properly developed as time went on, this 10% could represent billions of credits or more. Hence, all the large guilds would not simply offer their shares, and instead choose the wise decision of offering a static salary. Who's making this promise? Shi Feng was slightly bewildered. He did not think that Shadow would be so decisive in their actions. In Shi Feng's previous life, although he was the guild leader of Shadow, he did not possess any shares of the guild. However, Shi Feng had only recently become the guild leader at that time, so he did put too much thought into the matter. In the end, the guild kicked him out. One could say that the shares of a guild were the true proof of one's authority. If Shi Feng had 10% of the guild shares at that time, Lon Hailong would not have dared to casually expel him from the guild and sever all connections with him. Our guild leader made this promise. Of course, with your strength, the position of guild leader will doubtlessly be yours in the future. Ling Failong unwaveringly started flattering Shifeng. Oh, very well, Shifeng calmly laughed. He then, with a tone as cold as ice, arrogantly said, "Return and tell your guild leader this. If you want me to join Shadow, then I want 60% of the guild shares and the position of guild leader. Otherwise, there's no deal." Finished speaking, Shifeng disconnected the call. Of course, he only said those words as a joke to toy with Ling Failong. Even if Shadow were willing to hand over 100% of its shares, Shifeng would still reject the offer without hesitation. He swore that would never again wear the hateful name of Shadow. He simply said those words because he knew that Ling Failong, Zhang Luowei, and Lon Hailong could never truly agree to such a request. After all, with 60% of the guild's shares, Shifeng would become the head honcho of Shadow. His word would be final. Whether it was Zhang Luowei or Lon Hailong, neither could endure being a subordinate of someone else. Such a domineering tone. No wonder he could force Martial Union, who is even stronger than Shadow, to take a huge loss. Unfortunately, he isn't a broad-minded person. If he had accepted the offer, based on the strength he possessed, he could have easily become the Shadow's true boss in the future if he wanted to. Although Ling Failong admired Shifeng, he sneered disdainfully as he determined Shifeng to be a boorish fellow. Yet, without a backer to rely on, it was impossible for Ling Failong to climb further up the ranks of Shadow. Zhang Luowei trusted Zhou Yuhu much more than Ling Failong. Ling Failong was simply an elite member of the guild in Zhang Luowei's eyes. So, it was imperative that Ling Failong looked for a reliable backer. Meanwhile, a boor like Shifeng couldn't be a better backer. Although 60% of the total shares seemed a little high, if Ling Failong expended a lot of effort, it was not an impossible number to accomplish. It seems that I'll have to rearrange his words before reporting back to Brother Zhang and Brother Lon. At this moment, Shifeng would have never imagined that his casual remark meant to anger Lon Hailong, and Zhang Luowei would become Ling Failong's new goal. Inside the Flame God's cave, Shifeng took out one of the Flaming Sun scriptures from his bag. He then opened the book, reading the incantations inside. All of a sudden, the Flaming Sun scripture ignited, emitting dazzling golden flames. As if the fire-type mana within the Flame God's cave had transformed into soldiers, it all charged towards the golden flame, submitting to it. The golden flame was like an emperor among flames. In reality, it wasn't just the fire-type mana that was affected. Even Shifeng's ice blue devil flame felt restless, giving off the notion of submission. Just what kind of flame is it? Shifeng looked at the bundle of golden flame, his heart filled with curiosity, to cause even the Tier 2 ice blue devil flame to submit. If this flame had a rank, I wonder what tier it belonged to. It should be at least Tier 3, possibly Tier 4. If Shifeng could absorb this bundle of golden flame, his strength might rise to a whole new level. Unfortunately, this flame was not a mysterious flame, so Shifeng had no way of absorbing it. After a minute passed, the golden flame sank into Shifeng's body after it absorbed a sufficient amount of fire-type mana. Instantly, a new status effect appeared on Shifeng's status bar. Flaming Sun's Blessing increases fire resistance by 100 points and reduces damage from fire-type attacks by 90%. All fire-type damage received has a 20% chance to recover an equivalent amount of HP. Damage dealt towards fire-type monsters increased by 100%. Duration of 2 hours. Effective only within the Flame God's Cave. In reality, the Flaming Sun Scripture's original purpose was simply for the convenience of players when grinding in a hot environment. However, when used inside the Flame God's Cave, where the density of fire-type mana was extremely high, its effects increased by many-fold. Hence why the Ranger in Shurfeng's previous life was able to solo the elite monsters and chieftain-ranked bosses here. To begin with, Shurfeng already had 20 points of fire resistance. Now that he gained an additional 100 points, normal fire attacks would only be an itch to him. Not to mention, there was also the 90% damage reduction to fire-type attacks. This increase was just too awesome. With the Flaming Sun's blessing, Shurfeng boldly advanced deeper into the Flame God's Cave. There were multiple pathways in the Flame God's Cave, and it was extremely spacious. Players could easily get lost in the cave. This, however, was not a problem for Shurfeng. The Flame God's Cave was like his own backyard, and very quickly he located a lone level 25 lava hound lying on solidified blackened lava. Lava Hound, common monster. Level 25. HP 5, 400/5, 400. The Lava Hound was several sizes larger compared to a normal lion. Its entire body emitted red flames. Its skin was a dark yellow, and it had a pair of large crimson eyes. Detecting Shurfeng's presence, the Lava Hound abruptly stood. Its blood-red eyes glared at Shurfeng as it let out a low, angry growl. The Lava Hound's sharp claws easily shattered a chunk of charred rock. Just as Shurfeng unsheathed the abyssal blade and Silver Lake, the Lava Hound spat a mouthful of flames at Shurfeng. Without holding anything back, Shurfeng activated the ice blue devil flame, covering his entire body with a deep blue flame. He then charged at the ball of flames head-on. The Lava Hound's attack could originally devour close to half of the HP of an MT of the same level. However, when struck Shurfeng, the attack merely caused around -10 points of damage. The damage the Lava Hound's attack dealt was even less than the attacks of a level 10 common monster. As expected, with 120 points of fire resistance, my resistance has reached extraordinary levels. Finished experimenting with his durability, Shurfeng arrived in front of the Lava Hound and sent a chop slashing at its nape, drawing a pool of piping hot blood. A damage of -345 points appeared above the Lava Hound's head. The damage was barely within Shurfeng's acceptable range. Moreover, due to the Lava Hound being 11 levels higher than himself, Shurfeng's skill proficiency also soared with lightning speed. Every usage netted him 3 proficiency points. Although the Lava Hound was powerful, Shurfeng only needed to take note of its AoE skills like the Flame Breath and Flame Explosion. Without the threat of these powerful skills, Shurfeng only needed to deal with the Lava Hound's sharp claws. With Shurfeng's extraordinary evasive techniques, in addition to his very high agility, he could easily dodge the attacks from the Lava Hound's sharp claws. Before even a minute had passed, Shurfeng had killed the level 25 Lava Hound, the monster leaving behind a flame crystal and several copper coins after it died. System: Level 25 Lava Hound killed. Level difference of 11. EXP obtained increased by 1,100%. Obtained 16,500 EXP. Chapter 202, Scorching Lamia. Chapter 202, Scorching Lamia. Within the brightly lit Flame God's Cave, Shurfeng advanced further into the cave relentlessly. The Lava Hound he previously killed had raised his skill proficiencies by quite a bit. However, that was it. In contrast, the EXP the level 25 Lava Hound gave was much less. However, this was not strange. After all, the monsters within the Flame God's Cave had both high attack power and HP, but gave out very little EXP. Under normal circumstances, average players would not grind here at all. However, it was a different story once players had the Flaming Sun scripture. With it, they could easily deal with the monsters in the Flame God's Cave. Moreover, the monsters here dropped flame crystals. Flame crystals were the main materials used for crafting basic fire resistance potions. By the time the majority of players reached levels between 20 to 30, they would discover that most party and team dungeons required a high fire resistance. Otherwise, they would have no way of raiding these dungeons. The level 25 large-scale team dungeon, the Flame Nest, for example, without basic fire resistance potions, players would have absolutely no way of conquering it. Yet, this team dungeon had loads of good equipment and items in it. Moreover, out of all the level 25 dungeons, the Flame Nest gave out the most guild reputation. Most importantly, there was a very small chance for players to obtain a Guild Mine certificate and Guild Medicine Garden certificate from the dungeon. These were both items that could allow a guild to develop itself further. Normally, only guilds with their own guild residents would be considered true guilds. Meanwhile, players could establish certain constructs within the guild residence to further aid in the guild's development. Among these facilities, two of the most important constructs were the Medicine Garden and Mine. These two constructs could provide the guild with a fixed amount of herbs or on a daily basis, and it could greatly reduce the guild's burden. It could also allow potion makers and forgers to have sufficient resources to increase their lifestyle skill proficiencies. Hence, as long as it was a guild that possessed their own guild residents, they would unhesitatingly raid the Flame Nest regardless of the price they had to pay to obtain these two certificates. As such, plenty of guilds had tried to raid the Flame Nest when their players reached between 20 and 30 levels, causing the basic fire resistance potion to become a high-demand product. Even until now, Shurfeng had remembered that the basic fire resistance potions at that time had sold for 50 silver coins per bottle. Meanwhile, a single flame crystal sold for 15 silver coins. Thus, even at the cost of 3 to 4 gold coins, players would willingly purchase the Flaming Sun Scripture. After all, they could easily obtain 25 to 30 flame crystals by grinding the Flame God's Cave for 2 hours. In the Flame God's Cave, a common ranked lava hound had a 3% chance of dropping a flame crystal, 3 times higher than the drop rate of fire-type monsters outside. Meanwhile, the level 25 elite monsters in the Flame God's Cave had a 100% chance to drop 1 flame crystal and a 10% chance to drop 2 flame crystals. Of course, these monsters would also drop equipment. As for level 25 special elites, they had a 100% chance of dropping 2 flame crystals, a 20% chance to drop 4 flame crystals, and a 10% chance to drop 5 to 7 flame crystals. Level 25 chieftain bosses were even more rewarding. They had a 100% chance to drop 10 flame crystals, a 30% chance to drop 13 pieces of flame crystals, and 20% chance to drop 20 to 25 flame crystals. Players could easily earn up to 2 gold coins by killing a single chieftain boss. Not to mention, these bosses also dropped equipment and tools. Shurfeng continuously killed lone, level 25 lava hounds as he advanced further into the depths of the Flame God's Cave. Even when he met 2 lava hounds at the same time, he still easily dealt with them. Only more time was necessary. The flame breath of the lava hounds could be easily dodged. Players only needed to take note of the lava hound's throat. When its throat glowed and gave off the color of fire, it was about to spit out flames. However, the damage of this move was only a small matter to Shurfeng. It dealt about only minus 100 damage in total to Shurfeng. As for the lava hound's other skill, Flame Explosion, it could cause extremely high flame damage to all enemies within an 8-yard radius. Without 120 points in fire resistance and 90% damage reduction to fire-type attacks, MTs of the same level would instantly lose 3/4 of their HP to this single attack. However, the lava hound's actions were obvious before it would cast this skill. It would raise its claws high, then slam them on the ground, creating an explosion of flames. However, the skill's effective range was wide, making it extremely hard to avoid. It was practically a sure hit skill. Fortunately, Shi Feng's fire resistance was extremely high, and he would, at most, receive around -100 damage from the lava hound's flame explosion. Shi Feng had over 1,800 HP, so this damage was not significant. Another hour or so passed by, and Shi Feng finally arrived at the core area of the Flame God's Cave. On his way here, Shi Feng had killed many lava hounds, and due to the luck +3 provided by the Shadow's blessing he wore, he obtained a bountiful number of flame crystals. He could get 1 flame crystal for every half a dozen or so lava hounds he killed. Throughout his journey, Shi Feng had killed over 40 lava hounds and obtained a total of 8 flame crystals. His experience had also risen to 37% of level 14. His leveling speed could already be described as flying. His skills, Chop, Thundering Flash, and Thunder Flame Explosion, also rose to level 7, level 5, and level 3 respectively. If including the upgrade provided by the Abyssal Blade, these skills would be level 10, level 8, and level 6 respectively. These improvements had pushed Shi Feng's damage output to a whole new level once more. Unfortunately, the lava hounds Shi Feng killed did not drop any equipment. The same went for the forging designs that Shi Feng most desired. The core area Shi Feng had reached was a large, empty lava field. Molten lava flowed throughout the surroundings. At the highest point of the empty field sat plenty of bright crystals reflecting the glow of the lava into the surroundings, illuminating the spacious and empty field. The cooled accumulation of lava formed the land here. This place was more like a swamp than a durable stone road, and players would find it very hard to traverse across this lava field. A single misstep would instantly lead to players' fall into a pit of molten lava. If players did not possess a definite control over their own bodies, they would find themselves at a serious disadvantage when battling here. Meanwhile, on the empty land a short distance away, Shi Feng discovered plenty of level 25 elite flame Naga silently guarding. Occasionally, he could also spot a few level 25 special elite flame Naga warriors. Compared to the lava hound, these monsters possessed much more intelligence. Aside from attacking with flames, they could also deal a substantial amount of physical damage. These monsters also had exceptionally fast reactions, especially the Flame Naga warriors. These warriors wore armor and wielded a shield in one of their hands. They were practically shield warriors, and players would find them extremely difficult to deal with. Flame Naga Elite Rank, Level 25, HP 20,000/20,000. Flame Naga Warrior, Special Elite, Level 25, HP 50,000/50,000. Soon after, Shi Feng lifted his head and shifted his gaze towards the distant central region of this lava field. Due to the long distance, Shi Feng had to squint and focus his eyes for quite some time. Only after activating his extraordinary vision could he discover a beautiful figure laying atop a stone altar. That was a Lamia. Unlike her Naga brethren, who possessed the heads and faces of a snake, although the lower half of this Lamia body was a snake's tail, her upper body was that of a human's. This Lamia possessed beauty that even women would envy. Her eyes were like red gemstones, giving off a dazzling glow. Her lustrous and seductive black hair was tied into twin ponytails. Exposed to the light of the flames, her delicate white skin shone like supple white jade. The most attractive parts of this Lamia were her elegant temperament and her exotic beauty. The bright silken blouse she wore was especially eye-catching, as it served to accentuate her delicate body and ample breasts further. Just a glance at this Lamia would easily captivate any intruder. It was truly hard to imagine that this delicate and beautiful Lamia was the scorching Lamia Sela, the level 25 High Lord ranked boss of the Flame God's Cave. Sure enough, the benefits of pioneering a new land are plentiful. I have already found a High Lord rank on this first trip. In Shifeng's previous life, most of the bosses Shifeng had met were chieftain rank, and only rarely could he meet a Lord-ranked boss. Only with superb luck could one find a Lord-ranked boss. Shifeng's eyes shone as he gazed at scorching Lamia Sela's attractive appearance. His breathing became slightly hurried. He also grew excited, a never-before-seen resplendent smile appearing on his calm face. Of course, Shifeng wasn't captivated by Sela's beauty, but the bountiful wealth that a High Lord-ranked boss represented. Not to mention, Sela was the High Lord of the Flame God's Cave. If he could kill her, he wondered just how much EXP and high-level items and equipment he could obtain. If Blackie and the others knew Shifeng's current thoughts and appearance, they would definitely curse Shifeng for being inhuman. Not sparing even a weak and delicate Lamia, Shifeng was practically a beast. Chapter 203, Scorching Heart. Chapter 203, Scorching Heart. Molten lava slowly flowed across the vast, empty field. Meanwhile, the scorching Lamia Sela paid no particular attention to the intruder, Shifeng. She simply swished her tail, slithering to a pool of lava. With a splash, Sela dove straight into the scorching pool, frolicking with a content expression. If a normal player copied Sela's actions and jumped into the lava pool, they could lose their lives in a given minute. Even if they activated the Flaming Sun's blessing and received an additional 100 points to their fire resistance, they would still lose 300 HP every second they submerged in the lava pool. Taking a good, long look, Shifeng finally decided upon a plan. Scorching Lamia Sela, High Lord rank. Level 25, HP 500, 000/500, 000. A Lord-ranked boss was not as easy to deal with as a Chieftain-ranked boss. If it were a level 25 Lord-ranked boss, not to mention a 20-man elite team, even a 100-man elite team would still die at the boss's hands. A Lord-ranked boss was simply too powerful. The only way to kill these bosses was to gather thousands of players and use the advantage of numbers to exhaust these bosses to death slowly. Other than that, there was no other way around it. Meanwhile, the scorching Lamia, who bathed in the lava pool, was even more intimidating than a normal Lord-ranked boss. Without the Flaming Sun scripture, even thousands of players would have zero chances of defeating Sela. On the other hand, Shifeng had a method of dealing with the scorching Lamia. However, he first needed to clear out the surrounding elite and special elite monsters. Otherwise, he would be similarly helpless against the scorching Lamia. Let's first lure them slowly and clear them, bit by bit. Shifeng then randomly looked for a solitary flame naga, boldly walking over to it. He did not intend to use any special means to lure these monsters. As Shifeng was only level 14 right now, when faced with level 25 elites, these elites would all charge at him in a craze as long as he came within 40 yards. Hence, he still needed to apply some techniques to lure only one flame naga. Be it a snake-type monster or a naga, both were innately born with exceptional hearing. Hence, players needed to be light on their feet when approaching these naga. If players made even the tiniest disturbance, they would find only their own deaths. Shifeng walked with a strong and steady pace atop the soft and unstable ground, and with relative ease, he attracted the attention of a flame naga. Immediately, Shifeng watched as the flame naga charged at him like a madman. Come, come. Seeing that the naga had taken the bait, Shifeng faintly smiled as he spun around and ran towards a distant rock cliff. The flame naga was well versed in close combat. Meanwhile, its only ranged attack was the Raging Flame Roar, and it belonged to the category of channeling spells. The skill had an effective area of 404 yards, and it needed 3 seconds to channel the skill fully. However, this skill did not pose any threat to Shurfeng. On the contrary, melee combat with the Flame Naga was much more difficult. As the chase continued, although the Flame Naga was fast, Shurfeng was not any slower than it either. The moment Shurfeng arrived in front the rock cliff, with no further paths of retreat remaining, Shurfeng started climbing up the extremely steep cliff with great ease. When he arrived at the top of the cliff, he stuck out his tongue at the creature as he silently looked down at the Flame Naga. The Flame Naga was further incensed by Shurfeng's blatant provocation, and it, too, started frantically climbing the cliff. Although Shurfeng was not a ranged class, and he could not kite the Flame Naga, melee battle the Flame Naga was simply too dangerous. If Shurfeng was slightly careless, the Flame Naga could kill him with just 2 moves. Hence, Shurfeng intended to fight from a range. Seeing that the Flame Naga was about to climb the cliff, Shurfeng took out a basic frost grenade from his bag. He then threw it at the Flame Naga. Pung! Ice fragments scattered, and cold air spread out to the surroundings. The Flame Naga instantly froze. Due to the Flame Naga's fear of the cold, the basic frost grenade managed to deal minus 300 damage to it. However, the Flame Naga possessed 20,000 HP, so this small amount of damage barely made a scratch. Frozen halfway through its climb up the rock cliff, the Flame Naga's immobile body fell. 2 stones, protruding from the rock wall, halted the serpentine beast's fall, sandwiching the Flame Naga's body between the rocks as it hung halfway up the cliff. Be it attacking or dodging, the Flame Naga would find it extremely challenging to do either from its current position. It could not even carry out the simple action of turning its own body right now. Shurfeng smiled at this sight. He jumped down from his elevated position, landing on one of the stones, trapping his opponent. He then started attacking the Flame Naga from behind. It was extremely easy to kill a Flame Naga that had 0 means of retaliating. Shurfeng sent a level 10 chop slashing at the Flame Naga's back, earning him a scream of pain coupled with a damage of minus 168 above the monster's head. Shurfeng couldn't help but admit that a level 25 elite was truly amazing. With the level suppression, in addition to the Flame Naga's superior defense, his attack could not even deal minus 200 damage, even with the damage multiplier from the Flaming Sun scripture. Immediately after, Shurfeng followed up with Thundering Flash, Earth Splitter, Double Chop, and Thunderflame Explosion. A series of damages appeared above the Flame Naga's head. However, even with the damage amplification effect inflicted by Thundering Flash, the highest damage Shurfeng had dealt with a single attack was barely over minus 200 points. Though there was the occasional critical hit of over minus 400 damage, the Flame Naga had a total of 20,000 HP. Aside from Shurfeng's skills being capable of causing more than minus 100 damage to the Flame Naga, his normal attacks could not deal over minus 50 damage. Moreover, Shurfeng had activated the Ice Blue Devil Flames effect before his attacks. Seeing as the freezing effect was about to end, Shurfeng threw another basic frost grenade at the Flame Naga, freezing his target once more. He then resumed his barrage of attacks. Although the Flame Naga had relatively fast regeneration, neither was the damage Shurfeng was causing to it a small amount. 2 minutes later, the Flame Naga's HP finally fell to 20%. Simultaneously, the Flame Naga released a fierce roar. Flames covered its entire body, and shortly after, its body started trembling. Shurfeng had long since been prepared for it. Immediately, he hid behind the corner of a rock. Boom! Countless flying flame blades shot out from the Flame Naga's body. These flame blades were the beast's scales, and their appearance signaled its ultimate move, flame bullets. The damage these flame bullets dealt was a combination of physical and fire-type damage. With Shi Feng's current HP, that was slightly over 1,800 points, these bullets could instantly send him into a critical condition. However, with the iron-like rock blocking these blades for him, Shi Feng received no damage at all. After the waves of flame bullets ended, Shi Feng threw out another frost grenade before resuming his attack. In the end, Shi Feng killed the level 25 Flame Naga with relative ease. The instant the Flame Naga died, Shi Feng's experience bar increased by a small portion. Shi Feng was already level 14, and he needed an extremely large amount of EXP to reach level 15. His experience bar, rising by a noticeable chunk, showed just how bountiful the EXP the Flame Naga provided was. The Flame Naga also dropped 2 flame crystals, 1 bronze ornament, and tens of copper coins. Ornaments were the rarest of all equipment. Compared to jewelry such as rings and necklaces, ornaments were far more valuable. In God's domain, every player could equip 3 ornaments at most. As of this moment, however, Shi Feng's ornament window was still a big, empty space. He truly did not imagine that he would inadvertently obtain a bronze ornament. His luck was simply too good. Scorching Heart, ornament, bronze rank. Equipment requirement, strength 80, strength plus 10, agility plus 10, endurance plus 10. Fire resistance plus 3. Can be activated to cast a Tier 2 flame shield that can absorb a maximum of 1,000 flame damage. Although this ornament did not offer a large increase to his attributes, ornaments that could increase one's resistances were extremely rare. Every such ornament was valued at 6 gold coins or more. This is too great. I'm now level 14, and I have 114 points in strength and 131 points in agility. If I equip this Scorching Heart, it will increase both my strength and agility by 10 points, just enough for me to meet the requirements of 120 points in strength and 140 points in agility for the Blazing Meteor. Shi Feng was ecstatic as he held the flame-red-colored Scorching Heart. Shi Feng did not think that he could equip the pseudo-extraordinary weapon within such a short period after obtaining it. If he could equip the Blazing Meteor right now, his strength would definitely receive an explosive increase. He might even reach the standards of an official Tier 1 swordsman. Chapter 204, Battle Prowess of a Tier 1. Chapter 204, Battle Prowess of a Tier 1. If he could increase his strength to the standards of a Tier 1 swordsman, he could easily deal with the High Lord ranked Scorching Lamia. The Scorching Lamia had 500,000 HP. Possessing the superior battle recovery of a High Lord ranked boss, the Scorching Lamia could recover 10,000 HP every 5 seconds. If players did not possess a DPS of 2,000, Sayla was, essentially, invincible. This was one of the reasons even an elite team of hundreds of players could not exhaust a High Lord to death. Not to mention, the Scorching Lamia possessed frightening attacks and overly powerful skills. If players wanted to raid Sayla head-on, it would be no different than seeking their own deaths even with a team of thousands of players. However, it would be a different story if they possessed the Flaming Sun Scripture. Previously, before Shi Feng obtained the Scorching Heart, he had close to no confidence of successfully soloing the Scorching Lamia. He merely thought of giving it a try. In any case, he would not incur a huge loss. However, he now had some confidence in actually killing Sayla. Although Shi Feng had never experienced the might of a pseudo-extraordinary weapon, according to Shi Feng's estimates, it should grant him the strength of an official Tier 1 swordsman. Immediately, Shi Feng retrieved the pseudo-extraordinary weapon, the Blazing Meteor, from his bag, equipping it on himself. Blazing Meteor, throwing weapon, dark gold rank. Equipment requirement, strength 120, Agility 140. Attack power. Value is set at player strength 2. Strength plus 50. Agility plus 65. Endurance plus 10. Attack speed plus 5. Maximum throwing distance, 45 yards. Ignore levels plus 8. Attack speed increased by 15%. When attacking, 35% chance to ignore target's defense. 30% chance to activate quadruple phantom effect, each phantom causing 50% flame damage. 10% chance to activate knockback effect. 5% chance to activate burning flames effect, dealing 200 flame damage to the target every second for 10 seconds. Stacks up to 5 times. Additional skill, Flame God's Fury, deals physical and flame damage to enemies within a 403-yard area, deals 900% damage to the initial target, and damage reduces by 10% with each consecutive enemy hit to a minimum of 500% damage. Cooldown, 3 minutes. The Blazing Meteor was forged by the Grandmaster Forger, Celiora. Due to the limit of its materials, it is only a pseudo-extraordinary item possessing strength at the very limit of mortal men. The Blazing Meteor can be reforged into an epic ranked item after gathering epic ranked fire-type materials. User restriction, Yi Feng. Unable to be dropped. Unable to be traded. After equipping it, Shifeng's attributes instantly soared. His strength reached 174 points, while agility reached 206 points. He was only a few attribute points away from being able to equip the fragmented legendary ranked item, the Heavenly Dragon's Breath, which required 200 points in strength and 120 points in intelligence. With the improvements provided by the pseudo-extraordinary weapon, Shifeng's attack power with throwing weapons increased to 696 points, while his melee attack power with his right and left hand were 444 and 426 respectively. The base damage for his ranged attacks far surpassed his melee attacks. In addition, due to the Blazing Meteor ignoring +8 levels, Shifeng would no longer face any level suppressions, which would greatly reduce his damage when dealing with level 25 monsters. As Shifeng's agility attribute reached 200 points, he once again activated one of the hidden passive skills, Basic Disappearance. The passive skill increased Shifeng's movement speed and attack speed by 20% and greatly decreased his stamina consumption during a battle. When he tread water, he could travel a distance of 10 yards with a single leap. His evasion also increased by 10%. With such a boost, Shifeng's confidence increased once more. I can start clearing the place now. Shifeng shifted his gaze towards the distant elites and special elites. Since his ranged attacks were more impressive than his melee attacks now, he would naturally avoid using his previous, inefficient battle techniques. He could simply copy the ranger in his previous life using the basic kiting method to kill these Naga. That way, not only would the battle be swift, but he could also guarantee his own safety. At a spot 43 yards away, 2 level 25 elite flame Naga and 1 special elite flame Naga warrior currently conversed with each other in soft tones. None of them had noticed Shifeng's presence. In contrast, Shifeng, currently covered in deep blue flames, retrieved the flame-red, thin, needle-like blazing meteor from his waist. He aimed the blazing meteor at the flame Naga warrior standing between the other 2 flame Naga, initiating his attack. Xiao! The blazing meteor shot through the air, transforming into a meteor and instantly piercing the flame Naga warrior's forehead. Simultaneously, the ignore target's defense effect and quadruple phantom effect both triggered upon impact. Before that flame Naga warrior could even manage a scream, -1,526, -758, -758, -758, -758 appeared above its head. Even Shifeng dared not believe his own eyes right now. Although he had the support of the Flaming Sun scripture, the might of this single attack was still too powerful. A single, normal attack had destroyed over 4,500 HP from the Flame Naga warrior, which was close to 1/10 of the special elite monster's total HP. Shifeng only needed to repeat this attack 11 more times to kill a level 25 special elite. In the entire God's domain, aside from Shifeng, there might not be a second person capable of carrying out such a feat. Replying to Shifeng's brutal attack, the three Naga released angry roars. They revealed sinister expressions as they charged towards Shifeng, gradually splitting from the main force of the Naga. When the distance between the three Naga and Shifeng had shortened 20 yards, Shifeng threw a basic frost grenade at them. The three Naga immediately froze in place, damages of -300 appearing above their heads. Holding nothing back, Shifeng threw the blazing meteor at the three Naga relentlessly. The blazing meteor's effects constantly triggered, each attack dealing over -1,000 damage, while the occasional critical hit dealt over -2,000 damage. The three Naga were helpless. They could only attack Shifeng using fire-type spells. However, Shifeng always managed to predict the location of their attacks, so he could dodge the attacks beforehand, never letting any of the spells land on him. Before even 2 minutes had passed, the two elite and one special elite monster died. They contributed a large amount of EXP and multiple flame crystals to Shifeng. Possibly due to the Shadow's Blessings effect, the special elite Naga even dropped a level 22 mysterious iron ranked plate armor. Afterwards, Shifeng repeated this process of luring and killing the elite and special elite Naga. Although the process was mind-bogglingly boring, the fatigue on his spirit lessened greatly when Shifeng thought about the flame crystals and the various level 20 to level 25 equipment he could obtain. Unknowingly, more than 4 hours had passed. Shifeng had cleared out practically all of the Naga present in this lava field. Shifeng had also risen to level 15, and he was only a tad bit away from level 16. While Shifeng rested, he opened the ranking list for White River City. Right now, the first place on the ranking list was occupied by a level 13 player. Shifeng could not help his shock at this sight. How could there be someone leveling so quickly? Not much time had passed since players outside of Shifeng's team had entered White River City. Logically, it would already be amazing for players to reach level 11, yet there was actually someone that had reached level 13. Was this person hunting monsters of a higher level as well? Shifeng's mouth twitched when he saw the name of this first-ranked player, Lone Tyrant. Who was this person? How come I've never heard this name before? Meanwhile, the snow goddess, Gentle Snow, occupied the second place on the ranking list. She was level 12 right now. Following closely, another level 12 player possessed the third rank. And level 12 players occupied the remaining top, then ranks. This situation confounded Shifeng. This leveling speed far surpassed his expectations. Could this be due to the butterfly effect? Shifeng wondered. Although players' leveling speed would indeed increase after entering White River City, it shouldn't increase to such a degree. Meanwhile, the 11th to 50th ranked players on the ranking list were all level 11. Reaching this level was still reasonable. If these players were all level 12 or 13, Shifeng would truly be speechless. Although the first-ranked player had already reached level 13, that player could not even reach Shifeng's shadow. If other players discovered this fact, they would definitely be shocked. After Shifeng reached level 15, he had placed all his free attribute points into intelligence. He had done so to meet the requirements of the Heavenly Dragon's Breath as soon as possible. However, the points he added were only a drop in the bucket. It should be about time to deal with you now. After recovering to perfect condition, Shifeng abruptly stood. He looked at the scorching Lamia still lounging in the pool of lava, a faint smile appearing on his face. Chapter 205, Queen's Rage. Chapter 205, Queen's Rage. Just when Shifeng contemplated raiding the delicate and weak-looking scorching Lamia, the entire White River City region flew into an uproar. The cause was no other than the White River City region's ranking list. A level 13 player actually held the first place. What is this? I've only managed to reach level 10 and enter White River City after much difficulty. Yet, there is already a level 13 player? What did this bastard eat growing up? I know, right? That lone tyrant fellow previously ranked in the 10s, but he had suddenly shot up to first place, surpassing even the snow goddess. Lone Tyrant is from a guild called Dark Star. Isn't that a third-rate guild? How could they be so strong as to surpass the snow goddess? The official forums were already in a fiery uproar over this matter, and the previous issue relating to Shifeng had become forgotten history. Inside the level 10, 10-man team dungeon, the Dark Crow Cave, a black-feathered crow with a 6-meter-tall body lay motionless on the ground, a pile of items sitting by its side. Among these items, there were pieces of level 10 mysterious iron set equipment. There were even 2 secret silver-ranked items and a large number of rare materials. Meanwhile, standing beside this black-feathered crow was a fairy. This fairy possessed skin as white as snow and an appearance that could charm any mortal man. Her body was the very definition of absolute perfection. However, this fairy's eyes possessed a penetrating gaze with a boundless and intimidating chill. This woman, who seemed to transcend mortal men, was none other than Gentle Snow. System: Ouroboros has cleared the hard mode of Black Crow Cave, rewarding 300 guild reputation. Snow, someone's reached level 13 already. They're a lot faster than we are. Why don't we stop dungeon diving and resume leveling up? Possessing a similarly devilish body, Zhao Yueru pouted as she spoke, displeased. After going to a level 12 monster area while they were only level 9, they quickly discovered that they could constantly improve their battle prowess, although it was extremely difficult to kill those monsters. In the beginning, they rose swiftly after experiencing many near-death situations and long periods of research and self-reflection. With their battle techniques having greatly improved, they felt that killing monsters 3 levels higher was no longer just a pipe dream. They also felt that they could achieve the feats Shifeng had displayed in the past, similarly obtaining an effortless victory over a great number of players. After arriving at White River City, they immediately picked up the daily reputation quests. They then looked for an extremely good leveling spot, grinding there for a period. However, due to their equipment being slightly outdated, they decided to raid a dungeon to upgrade their equipment, making preparations to obtain the first clear of one of the level 10 large-scale team dungeons. Otherwise, a player from a measly third-rate guild wouldn't have surpassed them. Ignore him. Compared to levels, the first clear of a large-scale team dungeon is far more important. Moreover, after exceeding level 15, it won't matter, even if we manage to clear the hell mode of a level 10 large-scale team dungeon. Our equipment should be close to ready now, so let's start with obtaining the first clear of a level 10 party dungeon. When Gentle Snow noticed Lone Tyrant's name occupying the first position on the ranking list, a calm smile appeared on her pure and untainted complexion. Gentle Snow's team members revealed excited smiles when faced with Gentle Snow's decision. They could finally display their prowess for all to see. After all, they had all been experts in the past virtual reality games. Throughout this period, they had constantly strived and battled against high-level monsters. During their breaks, they would research the videos of experts, especially Shifeng's battle footage. Although the video was short, it held great significance. The more they studied Shifeng's battle, the more shocked they became. Unknowingly, their own battle techniques also began to improve madly. To put it another way, they had started to familiarize themselves with the realistic battle methods of God's domain. Simultaneously, they had also grasped a hold of their body's true strength. The hard mode of a team dungeon could not fully sate their thirst for growth. It was especially true after they familiarized themselves with their extraordinary condition. Right now, only Hell mode could truly excite them. Just like when they were in the Hell mode of Dark Moon Graveyard, they wished to experience the feeling of having every single cell within their bodies tremble. In the past, they believed that their trembling represented fear. In reality, however, that trembling resulted from the excitement that grew in their hearts. Meanwhile, the other large guilds were similarly shocked by the sudden appearance of Lone Tyrant, but quickly dismissed this matter from their minds. The average players, however, were astonished. This incident had allowed the Apex third-rate guild, Dark Star, to firmly establish a foothold in White River City. Even the second-rate guild, the Assassins' Alliance, was a step behind them. None of the top 10 players on the ranking list belonged to the Assassins' Alliance. Contrary to expectations, the Assassins' Alliance had 3 members ranked within the top 30. One of them was the guild leader, ranking 18th. The second person was Stabbing Heart, who ranked 26th. Finally, the Assassins' Alliance's top elementalist ranked at 29th. Yet, to the majority of the players within the White River City region, having such a rank was no different than having no rank at all. The fame of having such a rank was worlds apart from that of being in first place. Flame God's Cave. At this moment, Shi Feng had lured the level 25 High Lord ranked Scorching Lamia to a corner absent of any lava. Half of the Sayla's amazing prowess relied on the presence of lava. Hence, by luring her away from the lava, the raid difficulty of the Scorching Lamia instantly reduced by half. However, even with such a reduction, Sayla was still a High Lord ranked boss. She was not something average players could afford to provoke. Kneel before me and receive your punishment of flames. The Scorching Lamia's finger trembled, and suddenly a whip of flames appeared from her finger. She then abruptly cracked her whip towards Shi Feng's skull. The flame whip transformed into a streak of flowing light as it swung towards Shi Feng's cranium. Queen's Whip. This was the melee skill that the Scorching Lamia often used. If an MT of the same level did not possess the Flaming Sun's blessing, this single whip could instantly kill him. In addition, this skill was a wide-range AoE skill, and it had a maximum attack range of 25 yards. If players wished to use the advantage of numbers to deal with the Scorching Lamia, they would quickly find themselves cremated by her whip. After all, even an MT could not block this attack, let alone the other fragile classes. Faced with the incoming flame whip, Shi Feng sprung himself into the air and threw himself to the ground. Although he easily avoided the flame whip, the whip's flaming trail still singed Shi Feng, dealing slightly over -70 damage. However, Shi Feng took this chance to pull quite a distance away from the Sayla. He then jumped and twisted his body in the air, throwing the blazing meteor at the Scorching Lamia. A red glow shot forth, accurately piercing the left arm that the Scorching Lamia was about to lift. The attack activated the rarely seen Burning Flames effect, immediately causing -754 damage and inflicting a negative status effect that caused -400 flame damage per second for 10 seconds. Simultaneously, the attack also interrupted the rhythm of the Scorching Lamia's next attack. Despicable human, I will capture you and make you my pet. Rage surfaced on the Sayla's beautiful face. Immediately, she swung her tail with all her might. Her speed abruptly soared, instantly shortening the distance between Shi Feng and herself. Almost, Shi Feng took a look at the surrounding environment, abruptly halting his steps. He then turned to face the scorching Lamia, throwing a basic frost grenade at her. Hard, iron-like rocks surrounded their current location. Not a single drop of lava was visible. This terrain would greatly limit the scorching Lamia's most powerful skill, Queen's Rage. This skill allowed her to command the surrounding lava, transforming it into a wave that engulfed everything in its path. Even if Shifeng had 123 points of fire resistance, he still couldn't endure this fierce move. The Queen's Rage was the scorching Lamia's ultimate team wipe skill. Aside from the Queen's Rage, Shifeng also needed to be careful of the arrows from the scorching Snake Lady's bow, as this attack caused a combination of physical and flame damage. The Flaming Sun's blessing did not provide any physical damage reduction. Hence, Shifeng could, at most, take 2 hits from her arrows before saying goodbye to his life. Hence, he needed to treat them with care. Chapter 206, High Lord Ranked Battle. Chapter 206, High Lord Ranked Battle. Due to the frost grenade's effects, a layer of snow covered the black, charred land. Meanwhile, the scorching Lamia's tail had frozen to the ground. Her motions halted as a result. A hint of fury surfaced on her beautiful countenance. She raised her right hand, pointing a finger at Shifeng. Immediately, a large gathering of violent fire-type mana collected at her tender, jade-like finger. This was one of Selah's skills, Flame Burst. Flame Burst had a 2-second cast time, and it was a continuous attack skill that caused extremely high fire-type damage to the target. It could practically instant-kill a top-tier MT with full HP, and even if that MT possessed the Flaming Sun's blessing, he would still receive a ton of damage. Watching the flames gathering at the scorching Lamia's fingertip grow more violent, Shifeng immediately activated Defensive Blade. His eyes focused on the ferocious flames, and the instant she launched her attack, Shifeng simultaneously attacked with the blazing meteor. He intended to interrupt, or at least delay, the scorching Lamia's assault. In God's domain, players could dodge spell attacks. However, they needed an accurate grasp on the timing of the attack. Otherwise, whether dodging a second too late or too early, the attack might land on its target. As casting spells would provide the caster with a lagging advantage, the caster could gain a clear grasp of their target's movements before launching their attacks. If players dodged before the spell released, they would become an easier target. Hence, the best time to dodge a spell was the moment the spell was released. However, once a spell discharged, it would travel to its target with blinding speed, making it extremely challenging to dodge. Of course, if players had very fast movement speeds, they could utilize that speed to their advantage, preventing the enemy caster from getting a firm lock on them. When faced with the High Lord ranked Scorching Lamia, however, it was beneficial to have such thoughts. Shifeng sent attack after attack with the blazing meteor, causing a series of damages of -743, -1,502, -751, and -749. Although the damages looked awesome at first glance to Selah's 500,000 HP, they were just a drop in the bucket. The Scorching Lamia also had a frightening battle recovery, so in reality, Shifeng did not cause any significant damage to her at all. However, as he had triggered the knockback effect of the blazing meteor, Shifeng managed to interrupt the casting time of the Scorching Lamia's flame burst. I will burn your soul with the flames of God. The Scorching Lamia's smile was imposing. At this moment, the tip of her jade-like finger suddenly shone with a dazzling light, illuminating the entire cave. The temperature within the cave also increased by several folds. The light on Selah's finger was like a miniature sun. Suddenly, streak after streak of searing, white flames shot out from the Scorching Lamia's fingertip. One streak after another, the flames bombarded Shifeng like a heavy machine gun. The instant Selah launched her flames, Shi Feng used his evasive maneuvers. However, he was still a step too late. In the blink of an eye, one of the flames struck him, robbing the defensive blade of one of its limited charges. Although the first streak hit its target, Shi Feng dodged both the second and third. The flames scraped past Shi Feng's clothes, striking the rock wall behind him. Boom! Boom! The wall, which was normally as hard as steel, was as soft as water when struck by the white flames, not to mention easily piercing through the rock wall. The flames even formed a 1-meter wide and 10-meter deep tunnel into the rock wall. What was even more shocking was that the tunnel seemed polished. The walls of the tunnel were smooth and sparkling, giving it a metallic sheen. This was the result of those molten white flames. If Shi Feng had not used the defensive blade to block that attack, he would have evaporated out of existence. Although this was not the first time Shi Feng had encountered this attack, he would still feel his heart skip a beat each time he witnessed this frightening power. This was the strength of a High Lord. A battle with a High Lord ranked boss was no ordinary battle. Instead, it was a superhuman battle that could cause the destruction and reformation of the surrounding terrain. When the bombardment ended, Shi Feng had exhausted the remaining charges on the defensive blade. However, the scorching Lamia had halted her steps for quite a while now, due to Shi Feng constantly throwing frost grenades at her. Selah could only take out her bow and attacked with her fire arrows. Compared to the flame burst, these fire arrows were much easier to dodge. Shi Feng managed to attack with the blazing meteor while simultaneously dodging the fire arrows, steadily depleting the scorching Lamia's HP. However, Selah was no fool. She too knew how to dodge. Only due to her frozen body, very rarely did she manage to dodge or block against an attack. 98%, 95%, 93%, 91%. Over an hour had passed, and Shi Feng didn't even know how many times he had thrown the blazing meteor. In the meantime, the scorching Lamia's HP gradually decreased, finally reaching 80%. During this time, the scorching Lamia had cast up to 9 flame bursts and Queen's whips, but Shi Feng defended against all of them with either defensive blade or parry. At one point, a flame burst nearly killed Shi Feng. Fortunately, he quickly used an intermediate recovery potion, replenishing much of his missing HP. Although constantly attacking and dodging made the battle seem tedious, it would still be extremely worthwhile if such a tedious task allowed Shi Feng to kill a High Lord ranked boss. A High Lord ranked boss's drops were normally bountiful, and at the very minimum, it would drop a fine gold ranked item. There was even the possibility of dropping several dark gold ranked items. Fine gold rank or dark gold rank, players at this stage of the game could only dream of possessing either. Not to mention, before Shi Feng had even reached level 25, he already had a reliable source for level 25 equipment. After landing attack after attack on the scorching Lamia, the burning flames effect had stacked up to 5 times, causing Selah to lose 2,000 HP per second. The damage was just right to combat the scorching Lamia's battle recovery. Suddenly, the scorching Lamia's HP started rapidly decreasing. After another 2 hours, the scorching Lamia's HP fell to 23%. If Shi Feng continued with this pace, the battle would conclude in, at most, 1 hour. At that thought, Shi Feng's hands moved faster as he further increased his attack rate. At this moment, Shi Feng's system communication suddenly rang. The caller was stabbing heart of the Assassin's Alliance. By now, Shi Feng had already gotten used to dodging Selah's attacks after repeating the process so many times. Since he had nothing better to do, he accepted the call. "Brother Yifeng, I wonder if I can request your help on a matter?" Stabbing Heart spoke without adding any unnecessary flattery, getting right to the point. However, He immediately felt surprised by his own actions in suddenly seeking Shifeng's help. After all, an expert's time was extremely valuable. Not to mention, the competition in White River City right now was far more intense than the competition in Red Leaf City in the past. After all, when all was said and done, Red Leaf Town only had a player base 20,000 to 30,000 in the past. Meanwhile, White River City had over 1 million players right now. Adding to the fact that plenty of experts had gathered at White River City, the intensity of the competition there had increased by several times. "Help! I wonder what Brother Stabbing Heart needs me to do?" Shifeng asked. "It's like this. I wish to invite you to raid a team dungeon with us. If we have the help of an expert like Brother Yifeng, we will have a very high possibility of clearing the dungeon." Stabbing Heart was clearly embarrassed for asking. "Which team dungeon is it? Don't tell me that you're looking at one of the 3 level 10 large-scale dungeons." Shifeng was slightly astonished. He did not think that Stabbing Heart would look to him for help with a dungeon. Regarding the 3 large-scale dungeons, Shifeng had no intentions of involving himself with them. After all, it would have a huge impact on the course of history. His first clear of Dark Moon Graveyard had already affected the progression of history. If he helped the Assassin's Alliance obtain the first clear of a large-scale team dungeon, God knew if something out of his control would happen in the future. Large-scale team dungeons were worlds apart from normal team dungeons. Their difficulty was directly increased by 2 to 3 levels. Even if Shifeng gave his help with the current state of the Assassin's Alliance, they could not even clear the normal mode of the dungeon. Chapter 207, Killing the Queen. Chapter 207, Killing the Queen. Shifeng did not want this timeline to develop out of his control. If Stabbing Heart really wanted to raid one of the 3 great dungeons, he could only sternly refuse. Stabbing Heart shook his head, faintly exclaiming, "It isn't one of the 3 great dungeons. It is just one of the 20-man team dungeons, the Beastman Munition Factory. That is a level 10 to level 13 team dungeon, and the equipment dropped there would be of great help to us when we raid the 3 large-scale dungeons. Although we've already cleared the normal mode of that dungeon, the hard mode is simply too difficult. We have been stuck at the first boss all this time, so we wish to seek your aid." Shifeng's heart was slightly moved when he heard of the words Beastman Munition Factory. That dungeon did indeed possess a lot of valuable items, especially the basic fire resistance potion recipe, and the level 10 swordsman set equipment, Wind Extinguisher. It would not be a bad idea to make a trip there for these items. "Fine, but I have a demand," Shifeng said. "Brother Yifeng, there is no need to hold back." Stabbing Heart released a sigh of relief after hearing Shifeng's agreement. He was deeply afraid that Shifeng would refuse. "I want all the recipes and forging designs we obtain from the dungeon. In addition, I want priority over all swordsman equipment. If you can agree to these conditions, I will have no problem offering my assistance." Shifeng listed his demands. Stabbing Heart carefully considered Shifeng's words. If he were the one leading the team this time, he wouldn't hesitate to agree to Shifeng's demands. However, the leader of the team this time was the guild leader of the Assassin's Alliance, Cruel Sword. So, Stabbing Heart had no authority to make this decision. "Brother Yifeng, I have to consult with the guild leader about this matter. Can I give you a reply sometime later?" Stabbing Heart said with less confidence. "Sure." In any case, Shifeng was not in a hurry. There was still some time before he could kill the Scorching Lamia. After Stabbing Heart disconnected the call, he immediately went up to the guild leader, Cruel Sword. Cruel Sword was currently a short distance away, clearing the monsters in the dungeon. Based on appearance alone, Cruel Sword looked very young, and his tall and robust body seemed full of energy. In actuality, he was already 39 years old. Normally, he wore a stern expression, and he would always look at others with an intimidating and penetrating gaze. His ferocious appearance was just like that of a warrior about to enter a battlefield. In fact, Cruel Sword was a mercenary in reality. However, he had long since retired from his squad. After his retirement, he joined the then-weak Assassins Alliance, and after enduring over 10 years of hardships, he finally managed to turn the Assassins Alliance into an apex second-rate guild, gaining plenty of support and sponsors from large corporations. How did your negotiations with him go? Cruel Sword turned his head and glanced at Stabbing Heart, asking sternly. Previously, the Assassins Alliance had been stuck at the first boss of the hard-mode Beastman munition factory. Hence, Stabbing Heart suggested recruiting a god-ranked expert to help them. However, Cruel Sword felt that it was beneath him to do such a thing. What god-ranked expert? Everyone's just blindly overestimating him. If it weren't for the fact that Stabbing Heart had performed extremely well in recent days and been promoted to an elder of the guild, Cruel Sword would not have let Stabbing Heart contact Shifeng at all. He agrees to come, but he has a demand. He wants all of the swordsman equipment and the forging designs and recipes that drop. Stabbing Heart carefully said, "However, I feel that Yifeng is worth this price. After all, even the snow goddess greatly valued his performance." After listening to these words, Cruel Sword's coarse eyebrows furrowed. He clearly felt dissatisfied about Shifeng's demands. "Boss Cruel Sword, Yifeng is truly powerful. Without Shifeng, the snow goddess, Gentle Snow, might not have even obtained the first clear of the Dark Moon graveyard," Stabbing Heart hurriedly said. "Gentle Snow, is it?" Cruel Sword's resolve slightly wavered after hearing this name. Just half an hour ago, Gentle Snow had shocked all players throughout the entire White River City region, Cruel Blade included. Gentle Snow had taken down the first clear of 4 level 10 party dungeons and 2 level 10 small-scale team dungeons. Moreover, it wasn't the first clear of hard mode, but the first clear of hell mode. Simultaneously, her achievements signified the gap between her and the other guilds growing even larger. Moreover, Cruel Sword received information that Gentle Snow had already begun raiding the hell mode of a 20-man team dungeon. If Gentle Snow really succeeded, she would no longer occupy the same playing field as the other guilds within the White River City region. It seems that Yifeng indeed has some capabilities. Since that is the case, agree to his demands. Cruel Sword was very curious about Shifeng now. He wondered if Shifeng was truly as strong as Stabbing Heart described him. In truth, Cruel Sword did not want any outsiders participating in the guild's expedition. However, the Assassins Alliance's position in White River City was becoming more insignificant as time passed. Ignoring the first-rate guild, Ouroboros, even the third-rate guild, Darkstar, would soon surpass them. The severity of this matter further increased due to the sudden appearance of that lone tyrant who occupied the first position on the ranking list. Darkstar then continued to successfully raid the hard mode of 2 small-scale team dungeons, greatly increasing their fame and surpassing the other guilds. On the other hand, aside from obtaining the first clear of several normal mode dungeons, the Assassins Alliance had yet to even obtain the first clear of a single hard mode dungeon. Hence, Cruel Sword had personally organized an elite team to raid the Beastman munition factory. He intended to take this chance to obtain the first clear of a hard mode dungeon, increasing the guild's influence in White River City and ending the gossip of Assassins Alliance's inferiority to Darkstar. Hearing Cruel Sword's command, Stabbing Heart immediately contacted Shifeng, excited. "Brother Yifeng, our guild leader has agreed to your demands. I wonder if you can come here immediately?" Stabbing Heart asked. At this moment, Shifeng still battled the scorching lamia, so how could he possibly leave now? Making a rough estimate, he said, I still have some matters to attend to right now. I'll need around 2 hours before I can hurry over. All right, then let's meet up at the entrance of the Beastman Munition Factory in 2 hours. Although Stabbing Heart wanted Sherfong to arrive as soon as possible, Stabbing Heart did not dare insist on the matter since Sherfong had his own matters to attend. After all, it was already stunning that Sherfong would willingly help them out. All right, I'll be there in 2 hours. Sherfong disconnected the call, resuming his barrage of attacks on Sayla. Just after the Scorching Lamia's HP fell below 20%, a change suddenly overcame her previously beautiful appearance. Crimson-red sacred runes suddenly appeared on her jade-white skin, releasing a frightening magic power. Moreover, her red gemstone-like eyes released a brilliant white light. Immediately, the flame god's cave trembled. Cracks appeared on the ground, and very quickly, these cracks widened into large fissures that spewed molten magma. The lava formed a river as it moved and spread throughout the ground. This was the Scorching Lamia's strongest skill. Queen's Rage. Fortunately, Sherfong had long since lured Sayla to this location. Otherwise, the lava that spewed from the ground would not be limited to a single river. It would form a great ocean that could instantly turn tens of thousands of players into ashes, becoming fertilizer for this great piece of land. Immediately, Sherfong activated gravity liberation. He jumped up into the air, and like a cannonball, he shot forth towards a rock wall some 10 meters away, successfully avoiding the incoming surge of lava. Approximately half a minute passed before the lava fully receded. However, the land was still dyed a crimson red, releasing piping hot steam into the air and the surrounding environment. If an average player set foot on this land, they would lose at least 500 HP every second in the best-case scenario. However, Sherfong was different. He had 123 points in fire resistance, so he could completely ignore the ground's high temperature. After he landed, he immediately resumed his attacks on the Scorching Lamia. It was extremely exhausting for Sayla to cast Queen's Rage. So, after using the skill, she would enter a period of weakness. During this period, she would not have any attack power remaining, and it was the best time for Sherfong to kill her. If Sherfong waited for the land to recover its normal state, the Scorching Lamia would have also recovered from her weakened state. In addition, her HP would also recover to 30% or above. The Scorching Lamia in a weakened state stood no chance against Sherfong. The blazing meteor caused over minus 1,500 damage to Sayla with every strike, with the occasional critical hit causing over minus 3,000 damage. 18%, 16%, 14%, 12%. By the time the Scorching Lamia had broken away from her weakened state, she only had 10% of her HP remaining. In the end, the Scorching Lamia entered a berserk state, and her damage increased by several folds. However, with Sherfeng's frost grenades controlling her movements from beginning to end, Sayla could not display her frightening might in melee combat at all. After another 10 minutes or so, the Scorching Lamia released a blood-curdling scream as her body fell to the ground. Instantly, Sherfeng's level increased by 1, reaching 17% of level 16. The bountiful EXP even shocked Sherfong. Sherfong then heard the sound of an explosion, and a large amount of flame crystals, equipment, and items appeared in place of the Scorching Lamia's body. Chapter 208, Beastman Munition Factory. Chapter 208, Beastman Munition Factory. It really is great to have the Shadow's blessing. Sherfeng's eyes slightly twitched as he looked at the shining loot scattered across the ground. It was the first time he truly felt fortunate about the 3 points of luck. It seems that I should get more equipment that increases the luck attribute in the future. I can use it specifically when killing bosses. If he obtained jackpots similar to the Scorching Lamia's as well, accumulating wealth would be a very simple task. In God's domain, the term jackpot only applied to boss monsters, since bosses would give out more loot than usual. Normally, the number of items dropped was double or triple the usual amount, and players looked forward to such situations the most. Unfortunately, aside from obtaining the first clear of a dungeon, the chances of a boss dropping a jackpot were abysmally low. Depending on a player's luck attribute, the chances of obtaining a jackpot would also increase. However, Shifeng did not know the exact value each point of luck provided. He only knew that the higher the luck, the greater were the chances of obtaining a jackpot. If Shifeng's luck increased to 10 points, he might obtain another jackpot if he killed a High Lord ranked boss in the future. To players, nothing was more exciting than obtaining even more high-level equipment and items. As this was the Flame God's Cave, the Scorching Lamia's jackpot was extremely valuable. It was much more beneficial than killing 2 to 3 High Lord ranked bosses. This is ridiculous. Just a single Scorching Lamia dropped close to half of my previous harvest of flame crystals. Shifeng was immediately shocked after he collected and arranged all the loot. Previously, he had only obtained a total of 223 flame crystals from killing many level 25 common, elite, and special elite monsters. Yet, the Scorching Lamia gave him 102 crystals. If converted to gold coins, that amount would be worth 15 gold, 30 silvers. Moreover, this was only the price of the flame crystals. Compared to the flame crystals, the equipment and forging designs dropped were much more valuable. Aren't these the flame boots? Shifeng noticed a flame red-colored, delicate pair of boots. There were 3 gorgeous flame crystals embedded into each side, giving the boots a dazzling appearance. Flame boots, plate boots, dark gold rank. Level 25. Defense plus 175. Strength plus 21. Agility plus 30. Endurance plus 15. Movement speed plus 8. Fire resistance plus 5. Additional skill dash. Flame rush. Increases movement speed by 100% for 10 seconds. Cooldown, 2 minutes. Just the value of this piece of equipment exceeded 20 gold. In addition, Sayla also dropped a dark gold ranked shield. Light of Day, shield, dark gold rank. Level 25. Equipment requirement, strength 130. Defense plus 665. Block rate, 41%. Defend skill, level plus 2. Strength plus 34. Agility plus 10. Endurance plus 32. Maximum HP plus 15%. Additional passive skill dash. Guardian Heart. Reduces incoming damage from the front by 20%. In addition, all damage received reduced by 10%. Not to mention a shield, equipment meant for MTs was usually abnormally expensive. Moreover, the attributes of this shield were extremely beneficial. If sold, its minimum price would be at least 40 gold. Aside from those 2 dark gold ranked items, there were 7 secret silver ranked items. 3 of them were level 25 mage equipment, 2 were level 25 healer equipment, 1 was level 25 leather armor, and the last was a level 25 two-handed axe. Every piece could sell for at least 3 gold coins. Meanwhile, the most precious of them all was the Raging Flames armor forging design. This was also Shifeng's first time seeing this item. Shifeng was immediately stunned when he read the introduction of this forging design. The Raging Flames armor was a level 25 secret silver ranked plate armor. Although its base attributes were ordinary, it was a very valuable item. It specifically catered to MTs when dealing with fire-type monsters. One could say that the Raging Flames armor was the best level 25 secret silver ranked breastplate. If utilized properly, The value of this forging design could exceed 100 gold. However, flame crystals were necessary to craft the Raging Flame's armor. In addition, it also needed a rare secret silver ranked ore, resulting in a high manufacturing cost. However, it would be greatly desired once forged. In particular, when it was used in the level 25 large-scale team dungeon, Flame's Nest, it would be frighteningly effective. The Raging Flame's breastplate gave 8 points of fire resistance and reduced the user's flame damage received by 20%. No other secret silver equipment could compare to this effect. Aside from the equipment, there was also a flame red-colored skill book. The words "Flame Burst" decorated the cover. This was the same skill the Scorching Lamia had used on Shifeng. Shifeng had personally witnessed this attack and knew full well the frightening might of that skill. Yet, such a skill was unexpectedly a universal skill that any class could learn. Without hesitation, Shifeng chose to learn the skill. He then called out the skill interface. Flame Burst, Level 1, requires 100,000 EXP to upgrade to Level 2. Channeling time, 2 seconds. Gathers the power of flames to a single point and causes 300% damage to the target. Attack count, 4 times. Cooldown, 5 minutes. Compared to other skills that required skill proficiency to level up, Flame Burst belonged to the special skills category. Instead of skill proficiency, it required EXP to level up. Shifeng greatly admired Sayla's Flame Burst. If he could possess a similar might to the Scorching Lamia, when he used the Flame Burst, he needed only a single move to instant-kill a player of the same level. Just the thought of achieving such a feat invigorated him. However, the skill level was too low right now. It could not achieve such an effect at all. Since his level was relatively high right now, and his leveling speed was also very fast, Shifeng did not feel much heartache towards such a small amount of EXP. Hence, he immediately supplied 100,000 EXP to the skill, upgrading it up to level 2. The Flame Burst's damage increased to 350%, while the attack count remained unchanged. There was also no change to its cooldown. This time, 300,000 EXP was needed to upgrade the skill to level 3. However, Shifeng chose to upgrade it without hesitation. He needed several million EXP just to level up now, so 300,000 was not a significant amount. Instantly, Shifeng fell back down to level 15. The damage of the level 3 Flame Burst increased to 380%, while its attack count increased to 5 times, and cooldown decreased to 4 minutes 30 seconds. This was a more noticeable improvement. Meanwhile, it now required 800,000 EXP to upgrade to level 4. Yet, Shifeng still chose to upgrade it. The damage of the skill increased to 400%, attack count remained at 5 times, and cooldown decreased to 4 minutes. The skill needed 2 million EXP to upgrade to level 5 this time. Shifeng similarly upgraded it to level 5 without hesitation. The damage of Flame Burst increased to 420%, attack count increased to 6 times, and cooldown decreased to 3 minutes 30 seconds. As a result of such a huge increase, however, Shifeng had fallen to level 14. If he wanted to upgrade the skill to level 6, he needed to supply 4 million EXP. Even if he dropped back down to level 0, he could not raise Flame Burst to level 6. It seems that I can only wait until after level 20 before upgrading the Flame Burst again. Shifeng felt it was unfortunate. However, a level 5 Flame Burst was sufficiently amazing already. It was certainly a very useful trump card. Shifeng had spent quite a sum of money on his trip to the Flame God's Cave this time, not to mention using more than 2 stacks of basic frost grenades. He also used the Flaming Sun scripture. However, with such an astonishing harvest, The losses he incurred were negligible. There's still some time left. I'll get some rest before heading to the Beastman munition factory. Sure Feng called out the system clock, discovering that he still had some time before the appointed time. Seizing this chance, he could get some repairs done to his equipment and store his loot into the bank. He would return to the Flame God's cave again in the future when he had the time. The boss of the Flame God's cave had a respawn time of 2 days. In other words, Sure Feng would return to the Flame God's cave to kill its boss once every 2 days. Not only could he level up quickly by doing so, but he could also obtain plenty of high-level equipment. This place was sacred ground for players. It was no wonder the ranger, who was the first person to discover this place, made a huge earning. Outside of the Beastman munition factory, Cruel Blade and the others had already gathered at the dungeon's entrance. They currently discussed their strategy to raid the dungeon. During the time they spent waiting for Sure Feng, they challenged the dungeon twice more. However, the end result was still the same. Obtaining the first clear of a hard mode team dungeon was much more difficult than they had imagined. Although they had managed to clear the hard mode of a 10-man team dungeon, some other guild was already a step ahead of them by the time they cleared it. Right now, only the first clears of 20-man hard mode team dungeons were available. However, the hard mode of a 20-man team dungeon was obviously more difficult compared to a 10-man team dungeon. No matter how much thought they put into it, they could not come up with any methods to clear the dungeon. They could only wait for Sure Feng's arrival at the dungeon's entrance. This was also a good chance for the team to get some rest. Although Stabbing Heart had continuously recommended Sure Feng, Cruel Blade did not place much hope in him. After all, the Assassin's Alliance was an apex second-rate guild. Experts were a dime a dozen within the guild. Meanwhile, they had gathered 20 experts to raid the Beastman munition factory, but they still died under the first boss feat. What difference would an additional, independent player with good techniques make? Guild leader, someone's coming, one of the guild's scouting assassins suddenly spoke in the team chat. Chapter 209, Lone Tyrant. Chapter 209, Lone Tyrant. Hearing that someone approached, Stabbing Heart thought that it was Sure Feng. Hence, he turned his gaze towards the entrance. However, the person walking over was not Sure Feng at all. Moreover, it was not just a single player, but a group of players. This was a 20-man team. The members of this team all wore impressive equipment. Practically all of them wore a mix of bronze and mysterious iron equipment, with the majority being mysterious iron equipment. There were also a few players among them wearing level 10 class-specific set equipment that only dropped from level 10 team dungeons. Although they were only individual pieces at this stage of the game, they were definitely considered top-tier equipment to guilds. The leader of this team was a guardian knight. Judging by appearances, the man looked to be around 25 years of age. There was a nasty smile on the man's face. The man wore a mix of red and white-colored heavy armor and carried a blood-red cross shield and longsword. It can't be, right? That shield warrior has the complete Bloody Brilliance set equipment. That's a level 10 mysterious iron set equipment. The glow from his shield and longsword show that they are both of secret silver rank. How come I have never seen such equipment before? The members of Assassin's Alliance started a quiet discussion when they saw the leading Guardian Knight. The Bloody Brilliance set equipment could only be obtained from level 10 hard mode team dungeons. The fact that this group of newcomers had gathered a full set displayed just how powerful their team was. They seemed to be players from Dark Star. Making a careful observation, Stabbing Heart suddenly discovered that the guild emblem these players donned belonged to that of the guild, Dark Star. He then observed the leading Guardian Knight, suddenly exclaiming in shock, "He's Dark Star's Lone Tyrant." Cruel Sword's complexion immediately turned grim at these words. Lone Tyrant of Dark Star was currently number 1 on the ranking list. In addition, Dark Star had also managed to obtain the first clear of 2 hard mode dungeons. Due to the contribution of these 2 factors, Dark Star was already like the sun at high noon, and they were currently in their heyday. Cruel Sword did not think that Dark Star would make their move so soon. They were already attempting to raid a 20-man team dungeon. If they really obtained the first clear of a 20-man team dungeon, the Assassin's Alliance would truly be in an embarrassing position in White River City. After all, due to obtaining the luxury guidebook of White River City in advance, the Assassin's Alliance had made ample preparations before entering the city itself. As a result, they enjoyed a flourishing period after they entered White River City. Many players even thought that the Assassin's Alliance had the possibility to surpass the first-rate guilds. Hence, now that Dark Star was on the rise, players would naturally compare the Assassin's Alliance and Dark Star, resulting in the Assassin's Alliance's status in White River City becoming very awkward. Oh, isn't this the guild leader of the Assassin's Alliance? What a coincidence! Lone Tyrant laughed as he spoke to Cruel Sword. Unfortunately, you guys have simply wasted your time by coming here, as the first clear of the hard mode Beastman munition factory already belongs to Dark Star. The other members of Dark Star similarly revealed disdainful smiles as they looked at the members of the Assassin's Alliance. Currently, throughout the White River City region, Dark Star's influence surpassed that of the Assassin's Alliance. Moreover, Dark Star had a much shorter history than the Assassin's Alliance. The Assassin's Alliance's current success lay in the fact that they had a long-established history, so the benefits they provided to their guild members were slightly better. However, Dark Star would definitely surpass the Assassin's Alliance in the future. We'll see about that. Cruel Sword ignored Lone Tyrant's provocation, only coldly replying with a single sentence. Only by personally experiencing it would one understand the difficulty of a 20-man hard mode dungeon. It would be meaningless to argue with a little bastard over who would obtain the first clear of a hard mode dungeon. When Lone Tyrant saw that his provocation had failed, he quickly lost interest and turned to leave. At this moment, a deep and low voice resounded by everyone's ears. "Sorry, I'm late." The person speaking was precisely Sherfone. As he had to repair his equipment, store his items in the bank, and register more hard stones on the auction house, he had wasted quite a lot of time before coming here. "Brother Yifeng, you're finally here." Stabbing Heart, who was originally enraged due to Lone Tyrant's provocation, immediately cheered up when he noticed Sherfeng's arrival. He hurriedly went up and welcomed Sherfeng. Meanwhile, this was the first time Cruel Sword had personally met Sherfeng. He discovered that Sherfeng still used a complete bronze set equipment. Sherfeng's level and the quality of his other equipment were also indiscernible. Moreover, looking at Sherfeng's age and appearance, he was obviously just an immature youth. He did not possess the sharp temperament of a top-tier expert at all. However, he had obtained the first clear of the Helmo Dark Moon Graveyard with Gentle Snow. Coupling that with the widespread battle footage from before, and the fact that Sherfeng was the first player to enter White River City, Sherfeng should possess some real skills. However, they were not here to fight other players in the dungeon. Although Sherfeng had impressive combat capabilities, one could not clear a dungeon by depending on combat capabilities alone. Hence, Cruel Sword did not look favorably upon Sherfeng. Ha 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 ha! What a joke! So even the famous Assassin's Alliance has to invite someone to raid a team dungeon. Moreover, you've even invited an independent player. It seems that the Assassin's Alliance only amounts to this much. To think that I've always thought of the Assassin's Alliance as an actual opponent, I was truly blind. Lone Tyrant looked at Sherfeng, then turned to look at Cruel Sword again, before involuntarily laughing. "You." Stabbing Heart wanted to flare up in rage. However, he had no counter to Lone Tyrant's words. After all, what he said was true. The other Assassins' Alliance members had also lowered their heads in shame. At this moment, their hearts harbored dissatisfaction towards Stabbing Heart. They were already disappointed with Stabbing Heart's previous decision of inviting Shifeng, so the humiliating situation now only made it worse. Yet, although they wished they could immediately chase Shifeng away, they dared not voice their opinions. After making fun of the Assassins' Alliance, Lone Tyrant's gaze shifted towards Shifeng. Pretending to be surprised, he sneered and said, "And here I thought the Assassins' Alliance had invited some amazing person. Isn't this Yifeng, the first player to enter White River City, and the previous first place on the ranking list? I am truly sorry about this. I never imagined that you would be so easy to surpass, so I accidentally snatched away your first position. Oh, that's not right. Why can't I find your name within the top 100 of the ranking list? It seems that there is a limit to a person's good luck. Without any real strength, one would quickly be surpassed by others. Isn't that right, little brother Yifeng?" Although Lone Tyrant could not see Shifeng's current level, he did not think that Shifeng was anything amazing. Otherwise, why would he choose not to display his level? There was only one possibility for such an action, and it was because he was too shameful to show his level. Shifeng was clearly the first player to enter White River City, yet a majority of players surpassed him in levels. So it was very logical that he would choose to hide his level in shame. "Brother Yifeng, let's just ignore him and enter the dungeon." Afraid that Shifeng would grow angry and leave, Stabbing Heart hurriedly dragged Shifeng away from the players of Dark Star. The players within the White River City region have constantly used the Assassins' Alliance as a comparison to Dark Star. Previously, I had felt proud of this matter, but now I can only feel embarrassment. Please don't associate Dark Star with you all anymore in the future. We really can't bear this sort of shame. Lone Tyrant did not care much about an expert who was already past his prime. He shifted his gaze once more to Cruel Sword, mocking him. "An Apex second-rate guild? Pah, they aren't even comparable to a third-rate guild. The Assassins' Alliance has truly declined. If I were them, I would have long since killed myself to avoid the embarrassment. They have actually allowed a lucky noob to join their team. Did they think that by doing so, they could obtain the first clear of the hard-mode Beastman munition factory? Who are they trying to kid? How could you say such a thing? This is known as birds of a feather flocking together. A trash of a guild would naturally seek out a trash player to aid them. If this situation happened in our guild, we would have long since expelled such noobs from the guild. Allowing such trash to join our team would definitely lower our intelligence and strength." Hey, you've got that wrong. In reality, the Assassins' Alliance is so powerful that they are not afraid of having a noob as a team member. They could still clear the hard-mode Beastman munition factory with no problems, even with such a member on their team. This is definitely something Dark Star can't dream of comparing with. The relationship between Dark Star and the Assassins' Alliance had long since been similar to that of fire and water. Now that there was such a good opportunity, the members of Dark Star took this chance to ridicule the Assassins' Alliance. Immediately, the atmosphere on the Assassins' Alliance's side became abnormally depressing. The players from the Assassins' Alliance all resentfully glared at Stabbing Heart. Contrary to expectations, however, Stabbing Heart did not feel any heartache due to these hateful gazes. Instead, he felt apologetic to Shifeng. Originally, Dark Star merely directed its ridicule at the Assassins' Alliance. Now, even Shifeng had been dragged into this matter. At this moment, Shifeng could no longer stomach this situation. If this situation continued, they would have no chances of raiding the dungeon, and he did not wish to lose the opportunity. After all, he planned to obtain the wind extinguisher set equipment and basic fire resistance potion recipe from this trip. He did not wish to see Dark Star spoil this opportunity. Having no better choice, Shi Feng stood out from the crowd. With pupils as deep as black holes, he gazed at Lone Tyrant. He then calmly said with a smile, "I'm very curious about something. If the nobodies that you've looked down on suddenly obtain the first clear of the hard mode beast munition factory a step ahead of you, then what would you all amount to?" Chapter 210, Eye-Opener. Chapter 210, Eye-Opener. Shi Feng's words struck Lone Tyrant and the others. Immediately, the atmosphere became incomparably tense. Neither side spoke a single word, and both sides stood on the cusp of lashing out right now. However, nobody intended to make the first move. After all, everyone present understood that, if they took action right now, it would lead to an all-out war between the two guilds. Regardless of who won and who lost in this confrontation, both sides would take heavy losses. Hence, be it Cruel Sword or Lone Tyrant, neither wished for such a situation to occur. As both sides could no longer endure the stifling atmosphere. Getting the hard modes first clear ahead of us. With trash like you? Lone Tyrant's complexion abruptly turned cold. With a ridiculing smile, he spoke with contempt. "Good, very good. Let everyone see the truth. Then, I really want to see if your strength is as good as that mouth of yours." After he finished speaking, Lone Tyrant led his team into the Beastman munition factory. Moreover, they chose to immediately start with the dungeon's hard mode without warm-up or preparation. They clearly wished to prove to Shi Feng and the Assassin's Alliance just how wide the difference between them was. Why are they trying to act so bold? They will suffer defeat when the time comes. Stabbing Heart curled his lips, revealing a cold smile. Without personally experiencing the 20-man hard-mode Beastman munition factory, one could not truly gauge the difficulty of the dungeon. Otherwise, they would not have sought Shi Feng's help. They had only chosen this method as a last resort. After all, the Assassin's Alliance was in a precarious position right now, and they were in dire need of a breakthrough. Hence, they had to obtain the first clear of a hard-mode dungeon. That's right. Dark Star is nothing. They'll cry with regret once they enter the dungeon. Guild leader, let's hurry and enter. We must teach those bastards from Dark Star the strength of the Assassin's Alliance. That's right. Guild leader, we must get the first clear this time. The players from the Assassin's Alliance wiped away their depression from before. They all cracked their knuckles as their thirst for battle grew. Shi Feng remained silent as he listened to everyone's enthusiasm with a faint smile on his face. However, due to Shi Feng's actions, the guild leader of the Assassin's Alliance, Cruel Blade, viewed Shi Feng in a new light. Cruel Blade considered that Shi Feng might not just be all talk. Due to Shi Feng's provocation, the team's originally downcast mood underwent a complete change. Right now, everyone was indignant over the injustice they had received rather than depressed, and they immediately wanted to charge into the dungeon and slaughter the boss within. They wanted to obtain the first clear of the hard mode dungeon, letting the players from Dark Star witness their might. However, Shi Feng did not give much thought to Cruel Sword's renewed opinion of him. After all, he had been a guild leader in his previous life as well. If one wanted to increase the unity of a team, they only needed one thing. They needed an enemy. In fact, Lone Tyrant was already an enemy of the Assassin's Alliance. Shi Feng merely poured some oil on the already burning fire, further raising their fighting spirits. Naturally, high fighting spirits were only a mental boost, and it would not help the Assassin's Alliance to clear the dungeon. If the Assassin's Alliance wanted to clear the hard mode team dungeon, they still needed some other key elements. However, Sherfong did not reveal this fact. He merely quietly joined the Assassin's Alliance's team, entering the Beast Munition Factory with Cruel Sword and the others. The Beast Munition Factory was a dilapidated weapon manufacturing factory. Hence, the terrain inside the dungeon was not particularly complicated. Players only needed to walk down a single path to reach the boss. There were a total of 3 bosses throughout the dungeon. Although the number was low, each boss was extremely powerful. In 20-man hard mode team dungeons, the bosses were all high chieftain rank. Every one of them had powerful skills, and it was a normal occurrence for these bosses to instant kill an MT. If a team were not familiar with these bosses' skills, failing to grasp the timing of their attacks fully, it would not be strange for a team to team wipe over 10 times. In comparison to these bosses, however, players would have a much easier time clearing the elite monsters within the dungeon. I think that everyone should know what to do by now. However, since this is Brother Yifeng's first time entering this dungeon, I'll give you a short explanation on what you should expect later on. Your task is to go all out dealing damage, while simultaneously evading the skills of the elite monsters. On another note, the monsters here have very high attack power, and they deal a ton of damage, even to the MTs. Moreover, these monsters are immune to crowd control skills. Hence, healers will be under a lot of pressure. They will have no time to heal anyone other than the MT, so you need to be careful not to pull aggro, Cruel Sword explained patiently. Alright, that's it for my explanation. Let's first use the 4 elite monsters guarding at the entrance as practice for our coordination. Finished speaking, Cruel Sword directed 2 of the team's MT to charge at the 4 axe-wielding level 10 elite Beastman warriors. Beastman Warrior, Elite Rank, Level 10, HP 50, 000/50,000. As this was a dungeon, the monsters in here had both their HP and attack power greatly increased. They were much stronger compared to the Level 10 elite monsters out in the fields. One of the 2 MTs was a Shield Warrior, while the other was a Guardian Knight. Each of them held the 2 monsters aggro. However, when Sherfong saw the damage these 2 MTs dealt to the monsters, he was immediately stunned. A normal attack from the Shield Warrior only dealt -32 damage to the Beastman warriors. When the Shield Warrior used Heroic Strike, he only dealt -66 damage. Meanwhile, the Guardian Knight fared even worse than the Shield Warrior. The Guardian Knight's normal attack only dealt -24 damage, while his Divine Strike only dealt -51 damage. Both of these MTs were level 10 players, and both of them wielded mysterious iron weapons. Even if it were a one-handed weapon, when faced with an elite monster of the same level, it should not deal such little damage. Thus, Sherfong was shocked by this sight he witnessed. Although the 2 MTs took care to evade the attacks of the monsters, they were very clumsy. As a result, the number of attacks they received exceeded the number of times they dodged. Moreover, each time they received an attack, they needed to retreat a few steps before they could stabilize themselves. The only fortunate thing was that the damage they received was not high. They received around -300 damage from each attack. Meanwhile, each MT possessed around 2,400 HP. With 2 monsters attacking each MT simultaneously, each MT received a rough total of -600 damage, a quarter of their total HP. This situation resulted in the healers suffering. However, Sherfong was similarly shocked when he discovered that both MTs possessed around 2,400 HP. What the heck? Isn't their HP a little too high? They both couldn't have only added their free attribute points into endurance, completely ignoring strength and agility, right? However, this was the only explanation that made sense. It explained why, Even though both MTs were clearly gaming experts, they required so much effort just to dodge an attack, and why their damages were so pitiful. In contrast, a level 10 assassin, who similarly used a one-handed weapon, could deal over -100 damage to an elite monster like the Beastman Warrior. They could even deal over -200 damage if they used a skill. The MT's strength was just abysmal. Their agility was similarly too low, preventing them from dodging attacks that they could have clearly evaded. It was obvious that the players of the Assassin's Alliance have yet to adapt to the battle methods of God's domain. They clearly possessed plenty of expert players, yet they were unable to exhibit their full potential. It was no wonder the Assassin's Alliance became an obscure existence during the early stages of the game. Only after half a year had passed since God's Domain's launch did they gain some achievements. If the Assassin's Alliance battled the boss of the Beastman munition factory, like so, Sherfone would be surprised if they didn't team wipe. It was truly a wonder as to how they managed to clear a 10-man hard mode team dungeon. I wish to say something. Is that all right? Sherfone looked at Cruel's sword, asking softly. Although the Assassin's Alliance now possessed Lone Tyrant as a great enemy, the members of the team still had negative opinions of Sherfone. They only kept their mouths shut due to his relationship with Stabbing Heart. However, if Sherfone dared push his luck, they would not sit idle. Speak your mind. As long as it benefits the dungeon raid, we will not reject it. Cruel Sword had managed to discern Sherfang's capabilities somewhat. He could somewhat understand why Gentle Snow would take a fancy to Sherfone. After all, Sherfone indeed possessed strength. Can we replace the two MTs? Sherfone asked, holding nothing back. Chapter 211, Brilliant Effect. Chapter 211, Brilliant Effect. Although Sherfang's tone was soft, power filled his voice. It caused the female healers nearby to tremble, nearly failing to cast their heals on the two MTs. The two MTs tanking the 4 elite monsters were similarly shocked stiff, receiving a direct hit from the giant steel axes of the Beastman warriors. Damages of over -400 points appeared above both MTs, and the two retreated close to half a dozen steps before they managed to stabilize themselves. The other damage-dealing team members also froze. They all stared at Sherfone with dumbfounded gazes, thinking that their ears had played a trick on them. Replace the MTs. What kind of joke was this? The two players tanking the elite monsters belonged to the top 3 MTs of the guild. Yet, Sherfone wanted to replace them with someone else? Wasn't he just looking for trouble? Sherfang's decision would be understandable if the two MTs had made an error while luring the monsters or lost the monsters' aggro. However, neither of the MTs made such mistakes. So, why should they be replaced? Did they do something wrong? Cruel Sword asked. MTs were the core of a team. A powerful MT could greatly reduce the raiding difficulty of a dungeon. A team should never rashly replace their MTs. Nothing. Sherfone shook his head. Indeed, the two MTs did not make any mistakes up until this point. However, not making any mistakes did not necessarily mean that everything was fine. Capable of holding aggro and taking blows, if this were a normal virtual reality game, there would be no problems if the MTs of a team could perform these two tasks. However, God's Domain was different. Just carrying out these tasks was still not enough to secure a victory for the team. Since there are no problems, why should we need to replace the MTs? Cruel Sword wrinkled his eyebrows. The two MTs in question were furious right now, clearly displaying their displeasure. Sherfone was just someone they had invited, yet he dared criticize such powerful MTs like themselves. Wasn't he being too arrogant? Their ability to evade attacks is just too poor. To put it bluntly, they are taking too much damage. When they face a boss, even 4 healers will not be sufficient to keep them alive. Moreover, their damage output is too low. In a boss battle, Even 1% of HP could decide victory or defeat. I'm guessing that when you guys faced the first boss of this dungeon, aside from having insufficient damage, your healer's mana ran dry as well. In the end, the result was a complete team wipe, Shifeng said with a smile. Listening to Shifeng's words, the two MTs immediately fell speechless. Cruel Sword was also awestruck. Clearly, he had not mentioned the matter of their team wiped to Shifeng before. Yet, Shifeng correctly guessed each detail of their previous encounter. Everything Shifeng had just said was clear and logical, and Cruel Sword agreed that he needed to make some changes. I wonder if Brother Yifeng has any suggestions on how we can improve. What kind of MT do we need? Cruel Sword earnestly sought Shifeng's guidance. The other members of the Assassin's Alliance were no fools either. They had discerned the meaning behind Shifeng's words. As a result, the dissatisfaction they felt toward Shifeng in their hearts lessened greatly, while respect slightly grew. Each of them perked up, focusing Shifeng's wise opinion. It's very simple. Look for 2 Guardian Knights who have allocated their free attribute points in the ratio of 2 strength, 1 agility, 2 endurance. It would be best if they have learned both Guardian Aura and Power Aura. Shifeng unhurriedly spoke. Unknowingly, Shifeng had suddenly become the heart of the team. Within moments, Cruel Sword had found 2 Guardian Knights from his guild that fit Shifeng's requirements. However, these Guardian Knights' techniques were not anything impressive, and their equipment was subpar at best. One of them was White Feather, and he only possessed slightly over 1,700 HP. The other Guardian Knight was called Water Lake, and his HP was just over 1,800 points. Furthermore, the two's defense was lower than the previous MTs by more than 200 points. They were on completely different levels. However, Shifeng saw nothing amiss after examining the two's equipment. The remaining problem would be their techniques. Shifeng then continued by explaining to the 2 Guardian Knights how they should battle the elite monsters and how they should dodge attacks. As for how much of his explanation they actually understood, that would depend on their own comprehensive abilities. Following which, Shifeng instructed one of the Guardian Knights to activate Guardian Aura, increasing the defense of the entire team by 20 points. He then instructed the other Guardian Knight to activate Power Aura, increasing the strength of the entire team by 5 points. Shifeng also switched his title to Might of 1,000, greatly increasing the attributes of the entire team. As a result, the HP of the 2 Guardian Knights almost reached the 2,000 HP threshold. The team's jaws dropped when they witnessed the brilliant effect brought about by Shifeng's Might of 1,000 title. Increasing all attributes by 10%, this was an outstanding weapon for dungeon raiding. Such an increase was the equivalent of raising every team member's equipment by an entire rank. With such a brilliant effect, they had far more confidence in dealing with the bosses of the dungeon. Hence, everyone started clearing the elite monsters with great excitement. When they first started out, everyone still felt skeptical about Shifeng's decision to replace the 2 MTs. It was simply illogical to replace their previously powerful MTs with weaker ones. However, shortly after the 2 Guardian Knights began tanking the elite monsters, they immediately discovered that there was a massive difference. Although the Beastman warriors dealt around minus 450 damage to the 2 Guardian Knights with each hit, these Beastman warriors only managed to land 1 out of every 3 attacks. In comparison, the previous 2 MTs would receive 2 out of every 3 attacks, taking an additional minus 150 damage every 3 attacks. With such a glaring difference in damage, the burden on the healers greatly lessened. Moreover, as they faced more battles, the 2 new MTs gradually evaded with better efficiency, taking fewer hits as a result. This had allowed the healers to expend less of their mana, thereby increasing their endurance. By the time they arrived before the first boss of the dungeon, Karor, the healers no longer felt any pressure in healing the two Guardian Knights. They even had time to attend to the other team members. Karor was a large and ferocious beast man. He was twice as large as a normal beast man, and his body was fully covered in steel-like scarlet muscles. On his back, Karor carried a mammoth magical saber that was as long as he was tall. Meanwhile, Karor himself was a level 12 high chieftain-ranked boss with a whopping 450,000 HP. Brother Yifeng, I wonder if you have any ideas of how to best raid this boss. When facing with Karor once again, Cruel Sword's thoughts started growing heavy. After all, Karor had already team-wiped them multiple times. MTs should hold aggro properly, while everyone else should evade Karor's skills. That should be it, I guess. Shifeng casually spoke after giving the question some thought. Everyone in the team immediately sent contemptful glares at Shifeng. Wasn't this just a bunch of nonsense? Wasn't that obvious? All right, MTs, take action. You two should take turns tanking the boss. Whoever's HP falls to a critical state should immediately back off and let the other tank. As for everyone else, try to use your attacks to assist the two MTs, Shifeng instructed. Shortly after, the two Guardian Knights charged at Karor. According to Shifeng's knowledge, the hard mode Karor only had two moves. One was the Blade Storm. It was a skill that turned Karor into a tornado, causing minus 600 damage per second to all enemies within a 12-yard distance. The skill had a duration of 20 seconds. The other skill was Avatar Slash. When Karor used this skill, he would immediately vanish from everyone's sight. He would then randomly reappear behind 3 to 5 players, attacking them and causing minus 500 static damage. Simultaneously, he would inflict players with a damage amplification effect, causing them to take 10% more damage for 2 minutes. To make things worse, this effect stacked. With these two skills at Karor's disposal, the boss prevented players from turning this raid into a prolonged battle. Otherwise, once the damage amplification effect stacked so many times, Karor's Avatar Slash could instant kill any player. At that time, there would be no way for the battle to continue. Hence, there was only one requirement when facing Karor: resolve the battle in the shortest time possible. The longer the battle dragged on, the more difficult it would become. Taking the lead, the Guardian Knight, Water Lake, brandished his sword, sending a punishment at Karor's head. The attack only caused minus 126 damage. Compared to the elite monsters from before, Karor's defense was clearly a notch higher. Moreover, such a small amount of damage was practically negligible in the face of Karor's massive 450,000 HP. By contrast, as Water Lake failed to dodge Karor's counterattack, the boss's saber sent him flying. A frightening damage of minus 1,134 points appeared above Water Lake's head, instantly devouring over half of his total HP. Following which, White Feather promptly dashed forward and activated Righteous Fury. He then used Shield of Vengeance to attract Karor's aggro. The 4 healers on the team did not dare make any mistakes. They immediately cast their heals on Water Lake. Plus 234, plus 215, plus 221, plus 225. A cleric then released an instant cast skill, Recover on Water Lake. Every 3 seconds for 15 seconds, the target would recover 70 HP. Simultaneously, a druid also used Life Bloom on Water Lake, recovering 43 HP every 2 seconds for 12 seconds. Immediately, Water Lake's HP recovered to 90%. He then returned to his position on the front lines, coordinating with White Feather to tank the boss. Chapter 212, Raiding Karor. Chapter 212, Raiding Karor. __. By taking turns attacking Karor, the two Guardian Knights quickly established a strong hold on Karor's aggro. However, compared to when they battled elite monsters, the pressure on the healers had visibly increased. Moreover, both Water Lake and White Feather were clearly unfamiliar with the boss's attack patterns. Their movements were somewhat stiff when dodging attacks. Right now, they could only dodge every other scent at them. Even so, compared to the last time the Assassin's Alliance had raided Karor, the healers were having a slightly easier time keeping these MTs alive. The healers' mana consumption made this obvious. Originally, Cruel Sword still worried that the two Guardian Knights could not manage. However, based on the results before him, it was clearly an unnecessary thought. The healers managed themselves with perfect order right now, unlike the several raids before where they had to cast their heals desperately, without caring about any proper order. The four healers couldn't even catch their breaths unless they wanted the previous two MTs to die instantly. In reality, such failures were very common. In God's domain, level 10 players had a large threshold to overcome. The levels before level 10 were merely an adaptation period. Once players reached level 10, they would no longer receive any preferential treatment. Hence, entering a level 10, 20-man hard mode team dungeon at level 10 was the equivalent of entering a level 5, 20-man hell mode team dungeon at level 5. How could it possibly be easy? In addition, bosses would have much higher intelligence. It would take a certain degree of skill to hold the aggro of a boss and prevent it from attacking the ranged classes and healers. MTs especially needed to know how to pin down and restrain the boss monsters, as just having aggro did not mean that the boss would only hit the MT. After all, even with aggro, boss monsters would still find an opportune moment to massacre the healers, the weakest players on the team. When this occurred, MTs had the task of restraining the boss, preventing it from attacking the healers. Hence, the requirements for an MT's techniques were very high. If the previous MTs were currently tanking the boss, they would fare much better than Water Lake and White Feather regarding techniques. They had simply made a mistake during the allocation of their free attribute points. However, there was no way to reset one's attribute points in God's domain, so these two players could only be replaced. Moreover, for a long time, these two players would have to allocate all the free attribute points they obtained from leveling up into both strength and agility. Otherwise, they would cripple their characters. Everyone start attacking now. Berserkers and swordsmen assist the MTs in blocking some attacks. Focus your attacks on the boss's weapons or arms, and aim your attacks where they can interrupt the boss's attack. As for ranged classes, focus on dealing as much damage as you can, Sure-Phone commanded. Immediately, a group of players charged forward to give Karor a beating, while the ranged players launched their bombardment at Karor. -124, -137, -108, -189-175. One damage after another appeared above Karor's head. However, the damage was not particularly high. Among these, the highest damage dealt belonged to the Berserker Cruel Sword. His normal attacks could deal around -266 damage with each hit, while a Violent Strike could deal up to -448 damage. Right behind Cruel Sword was Stabbing Heart. As Stabbing Heart was an assassin, his normal attacks could only deal around -120 damage with each hit. However, his attack rate was much faster than Cruel Sword's. Meanwhile, a 5-star Eviscerate decimated 587 HP from Karor. Ranking in third was the team's cute and lovable little sister, the Elementalist Mu-Chin. She was the captain of the Assassin's Alliance's Elementalist team, and her techniques were first-rate. She was also one of the famous female elementalists in Starmoon Kingdom. She could rank within the top 100 elementalists within Starmoon Kingdom. Every one of her attacks could deal around -300 to -400 damage, but due to her spells requiring a long time to cast, her overall damage was slightly less than the two aforementioned players. Originally, Cruel Sword had intended to say to Shifeng, "Look, isn't our team's damage output powerful? Why don't you join our guild? The position of first vice leader will be yours if you do." However, when Cruel Sword saw Shifeng charging at Karor, subsequently slashing his sword at Karor, Cruel Sword was immediately dumbfounded. His words shrunk back into a secluded location in his mind. Shifeng's two casual slashes dealt damages of -395 and -376 to Karor. Immediately after, Shifeng followed up with a level 10 chop. The skill achieved a critical hit, instantly causing -2,137 damage to Karor. He then continued by using Thundering Flash, dealing damages of -643, -832, and -1,102 to Karor, as well as inflicting a damage amplification effect. Shifeng then abruptly jumped up into the air. As he descended, he smashed the abyssal blade covered in the power of thunder and fired down onto Karor's head. Suddenly, Karor let out a soul-piercing scream of pain. Thunder Flame Explosion instantly caused -3,312 damage, and everyone on the team, aside from Shifeng, became slack-jawed when they witnessed this scene. If Water Lake had not reacted quickly by using Mock, followed by Righteous Punishment, Shifeng might have snagged most, if not all, of Karor's aggro. Stabbing Heart, just where did you find a swordsman expert as amazing as him? Mu Qing's exquisite lips parted as she gaped and involuntarily questioned Stabbing Heart. As Mu Qing had not started out in Red Leaf Town, she was not particularly knowledgeable about Shifeng. Since the launch of God's Domain, she had always focused on leveling up and raiding dungeons. Even after she entered White River City, she had not met many players who could surpass her. Hence, Mu Qing naturally considered herself as a top-tier expert. However, Shifeng had utterly shattered that belief. The highest damage she could deal was only around -700 points, and that was when she achieved a critical hit. Meanwhile, Shifeng could casually deal over -700 damage with a single hit. Right now, he had even dealt over -3,000 damage to a High Chieftain-ranked boss. Mu Qing felt extremely embarrassed to think that she actually thought of herself as a top-tier expert. What a joke! Hee, isn't this big brother amazing? Shortly after I started playing God's Domain, I discovered Brother Yi Feng's prowess. With such a massive damage output, the first clear of this hard mode dungeon will definitely be ours this time. Stabbing Heart gleefully said. After all, he was the one who had invited Shifeng to this raid. Now, that Shifeng performed so valiantly, shocking everyone on the team, Stabbing Heart felt extremely proud. Scram! You're not Yifeng. What's there to be proud of? If you have the ability, then show me that you can deal over 1,000 damage. Mu Qing glared at Stabbing Heart. Little sister Mu Qing, you think too highly of me. How can I compare to Brother Yifeng? He is the publicly acknowledged God-ranked expert of White River City. His damage alone can trump over a dozen players. I would be satisfied if I had even a third of his damage. Stabbing Heart smiled bitterly. Shifeng was a great expert, just like Gentle Snow. He and Shifeng were on entirely different levels, so how could he compare to Shifeng? Previously, the players who still had some complaints about Shifeng now had none. Shifeng was simply too amazing. Not only were his attacks incredibly powerful, but the timing and techniques he applied to interrupt the boss's rhythm continuously were also praiseworthy. Every time one of Shifeng's swords attacked Karor, his other sword would simultaneously strike at Karor's saber, shifting the boss's attack slightly. This situation allowed the two MTs to dodge Kuror's attacks with far more ease, greatly reducing the burden on the healers. At this moment, everyone finally understood what a true swordsman was. Aside from having fierce attacks, Shifeng could also nimbly assist the MT. With such a swordsman on the team, raiding the dungeon became much easier than before. By making a rough estimate, their chances of victory had risen by at least twofold. At this moment, Cruel Sword suddenly sent a private message to Mu Qing. Mu Qing, you're one of the great beauties in our guild. You can see how amazing Yifeng is. It would be a shame not to recruit him into our guild. It wouldn't be too good for a brute like me to invite him directly. Can you use your charms to persuade him to join us? If you manage to pull Yifeng into our guild, I can guarantee that your current treatment will increase by threefold, and you will also be promoted to an elder of the guild. Cruel Sword also tried to think of a few other methods to recruit Shifeng into the Assassin's Alliance. However, he immediately discovered that the Assassin's Alliance did not have any great benefits to Shifeng. With Shifeng's techniques, even first-rate guilds would willingly wage a bloody battle with each other to recruit him. As for the price tag the Assassin's Alliance could offer, any first-rate guilds could easily double or triple the amount. Hence, the only option Cruel Sword had remaining was to play the relationship card. Looking at Shifeng's age, he should only be in his early 20s. He was at the age where he should be both vigorous and passionate. Meanwhile, a great beauty like Mu Qing was perfect for this situation. Although Cruel Sword hated resorting to such methods, the competition in God's domain was just too intense. There were plenty of guilds using similar tactics. If he continued being conservative, he might regret it in the future. Guild leader, are you for real? Mu Qing excitedly asked. Of course, Cruel Sword earnestly replied. Guild leader, leave it to me. With this young lady's charm, I will definitely recruit Yifeng into our guild. Mu Qing laughed coquettishly, her large eyes shifting towards Shifeng. Cruel Sword had similarly notified Stabbing Heart of his plan. However, Stabbing Heart simply shook his head and smiled bitterly after he heard it. Stabbing Heart really wished to say, if even a saint like Gentle Snow and a demoness like Zhao Yueru failed to capture Yifeng's heart, I'm afraid Mu Qing will not have any chances at all. Although Mu Qing was indeed a beauty as pretty as a flower, when Stabbing Heart gazed at Mu Qing's flat chest and recalled Gentle Snow's and Zhao Yueru's outstanding lethal weapons, they were on entirely different levels. However, Stabbing Heart did not try to ruin Mu Qing's beautiful fantasy. At this moment, Kuror's HP had decreased to 50%. Suddenly, Kuror let out an angry bellow. Everyone, get away from the boss. Shifeng knew that Kuror was about to use Blade Storm. With Shifeng's reminder, the elites of the Assassin's Alliance quickly distanced themselves more than 20 yards from Kuror. Shortly after, Kuror started spinning, transforming into a tornado that engulfed everything around it. Even after Kuror's Blade Storm ended, nobody from the team had died. At worst, there were some players who had their HP damaged to a critical point. However, they were healed back to full HP by the healers very quickly. Following which, the team proceeded to decrease Kuror's HP to 40%. Kuror then started using his Avatar Slash. Although Kuror only used Avatar Slash once every 20 seconds, there were bound to be some players who were extremely unlucky, chosen as targets for 7 or 8 consecutive times. For these unlucky players, surviving would be difficult regardless of how they held on. As one team member after another fell, Kuror's HP also decreased to 10%. Kuror went berserk. His speed and attack power soared by 30%, and he now had a critical hit effect. White Feather, unfortunately, received a critical hit. Even with Protection Blessing activated, he instantly lost over 1,400 HP. Moreover, when White Feather received this hit, he only had around 60% of his total HP remaining. Hence, he instantly died. White Feather's death greatly increased the pressure on Waterlake. To make things worse, there were only 12 players left alive in the team, while Karur still had 4% of his HP remaining, almost 20,000 HP. Helpless, Shifeng could only choose to use one of his trump cards, the Flame Burst. During the short 2-second cast time, Karur had used Avatar / once more, instant killing 3 more players. One of the 3 players killed was even a healer. This was truly a desperate situation. Meanwhile, Karur still had 3% of his HP, which meant that he had around 13,000 HP remaining. At this moment, the abyssal blade in Shifeng's hand started glowing a dazzling white. The white glow surrounding the abyssal blade shone like a miniature sun. Its presence alone raised the surrounding temperature by several folds. Shifeng activated Wind Blade and arrived behind Karur. Lightly jumping up, Shifeng brandished the abyssal blade at Karur's back, instantly forming 6 sword images. The 6 sword images resembling the sun instantly devoured Karur, causing frightening damages of -2,153, -2,203, -2,178, -4,356, -2,206, -4,422 to appear above Karur's head. Under this tremendous might, Karur's 4-meter-tall body shot like a cannonball towards a steel wall. Boom. An indentation in the shape of Karur immediately formed on the steel wall. Meanwhile, Karur was thoroughly charred black, as void of life as a stone. Chapter 213, Dark Warlock Salu. Chapter 213, Dark Warlock Salu. Karur is down. We won. What was that skill? How could it be so frightening? The surviving members looked at the charred Karur, all involuntarily gulping a mouthful of saliva. The scene Shifeng displayed before was simply unheard of. It was as if the thing he brandished was not a sword but a miniature sun. Even when standing at a distance of over 30 yards, they could feel the scorching temperature through the pain and burning of their skin. Meanwhile, the damage Shifeng had dealt was even more shocking. Of his 6 last strikes, not one had dealt lower than -2,000 damage to the High Chieftain ranked boss. Among them, there were even 2 that achieved a critical hit, causing over -4,000 damage. It was the first time they had seen such a powerful skill. Stabbing Heart Jaw also hung open. Although he knew that Shifeng was amazing, he never imagined that he would be this amazing. Cruel Sword was also awestruck. Originally, he had prepared for another failure. He never thought that Shifeng would have a move like this hidden. Shifeng had sent a level 12 High Chieftain boss flying, and instantly caused more than -10,000 damage. This was definitely the highest damage Cruel Sword had seen so far. At this moment, Cruel Sword's gaze grew even more fervent when he looked at Shifeng. He couldn't help but wish that he could drag Shifeng into the Assassin's Alliance right this instant. Mu Qing reacted quickly. This moment was her best chance to get closer to Shifeng. Hence, Mu Qing immediately walked up to Shifeng's side, acting excited, as she pulled on Shifeng's arm. "Big brother Yifeng, this move of yours is just too amazing. Just what sort of skill is it? This is my first time seeing such a skill." Mu Qing eyed Shifeng as she spoke in a soft and supple tone, her slender eyelashes constantly fluttering. Admiration filled her gaze, and her expression was fragile, invoking any man's protective instincts. Flame Burst. It's a universal special skill that any class can use. Shifeng could clearly feel a sense of warmth and softness on the arm she clung to. However, he did not put much thought into it. He deemed that Mu Qing had only done such a thing due to her excitement. Hence, He casually gave her the answer. A special skill, is it? How unfortunate. Originally, I thought of inviting brother Yifeng to help me grind for one. Mu Qing's excitement withered when she heard Shifeng's words. One could only come across something like a special skill serendipitously. It was not something that one could obtain through effort. Indeed, how could such a powerful skill be so easily obtained? Let's take a look at the drops. Then, Shifeng said with a laugh, looking at Mu Qing's disappointed expression. Reminded by Shifeng, everyone finally recalled the fact that Karur, who had just died, was a high chieftain-ranked boss. The loot he dropped would doubtlessly be bountiful. They had forgotten this fact due to their shock at Shifeng's strength. Following which, the surviving healers started reviving their fallen allies. Only when everyone was revived did Cruel Sword begin to collect the loot. Karur had dropped a total of 5 pieces of equipment, and all of them were mysterious iron rank. Compared to the boss of a 10-man dungeon, Karur had dropped an extra 2 to 3 pieces of equipment. Among the 5 pieces of equipment, there was a level 10 great shield, a level 10 longbow for rangers, a level 10 breastplate for berserkers, a level 10 staff for healers, and the last piece was a level 10 breastplate for swordsmen. The breastplates for berserkers and swordsmen in particular were pieces of set equipment. As for money, everyone in the team received 32 coppers. In general, it was a great harvest. As Shifeng previously had an agreement with the Assassins' Alliance, the Wind Extinguisher breastplate was given to him directly. Wind Extinguisher breastplate, chest piece, plate armor, mysterious iron rank. Level 10, defense plus 83, strength plus 7, agility plus 10, endurance plus 6, restricted to swordsmen. Part of Wind Extinguisher set equipment, 1/6, 2-piece effect, increase damage by 10%. 4-piece effect, increase attack speed and movement speed by 15%. 6-piece effect, ignore levels plus 3. When attacking, 15% chance to increase attack power by 50 points for 20 seconds. Regarding attributes or set effects, the Wind Extinguisher set equipment definitely possessed a qualitative increase compared to the Silver Moon set equipment. Shifeng's best available option was to gather this whole set now and upgrade his equipment. However, it would not be an easy task. After receiving the Wind Extinguisher breastplate, Shifeng was in no hurry to swap it out with his current breastplate. After all, once he made the change, he would lose one of the set effects of the Silver Moon set equipment. He only intended to make the change after he collected 4 pieces of the Wind Extinguisher set equipment. After distributing the equipment, everyone advanced towards the next boss. Now that Water Lake possessed a level 10 mysterious iron rank shield, his defense and HP had both increased significantly. As a result, they easily dealt with the monsters they met on their journey. Within 10 minutes, they arrived at a fighting arena. In the middle of the arena, Morlock, a Beastman assassin, stood there. He was also the second boss of the Beastman munition factory. Morlock, high chieftain rank, level 12, HP 400, 000/400, 000. Although Morlock's HP was lower than Karur's, Morlock was, in reality, much harder to deal with than Karur. Unlike Karur, Morlock was an assassin. During battle, Morlock would unpredictably disappear and reappear at another location. He would also frequently attack players while ignoring aggro, choosing to attack players on the run line rather than those on the front line. More importantly, Morlock had 3 skills that rendered players speechless. The first skill he possessed was Armor Break. Every one of Morlock's attacks would inflict a stackable armor break effect. To any plate armor classes, this could be a fatal skill, as once the armor break effect reached 10 stacks, their defense would essentially reduce to 0. Even if it were an MT that possessed over 2,000 HP, Morlock could still kill them with just 2 to 3 hits. Before the healers could replenish the MT's lost HP, the MT would have already succumbed to Morlock's stunning attack speed, dying helplessly. The only fortunate aspect for players was that the armor break effect only had a short duration of 30 seconds. Players raiding Morlock only needed to swap out their MTs when the effect stacked up to 5 times. Morlock's second skill was Killing Feast. When activated, Morlock would attack all enemies within an 8-yard radius a total of 16 times. Throughout the duration of this skill, Morlock would enter a state of invulnerability. Moreover, Morlock would carry out these 16 attacks very quickly. He would finish all 16 attacks in just 2 seconds. When Morlock activated this skill, there were only the 2 MTs within range. These 2 MTs would die with a 100% guarantee. Thus, players needed to share the burden of this attack. This would also place an extreme pressure onto the healers. Morlock's third skill was called Vanish. When activated, Morlock would randomly ambush a player. If the ambushed player were a cloth armor class, then, without question, that player would die. Only players that belonged to a plate armor class would have any hopes of surviving Morlock's ambush. At this moment, everyone in the team looked towards Shifeng, intending to obtain his opinion on how to deal with this second High Chieftain boss. Contrary to their expectations, Shifeng did not tell them any strategies to raid the boss. Instead, he instructed 1 healer and 2 MTs to test the waters. Otherwise, he might have to explain how he obtained his strategy. After making a few tests, Shifeng started explaining his strategy for the initial stages of the boss fight. In reality, the plan was very simple. All plate armor classes would become tanks during the early stages of the raid, taking turns tanking Morlock. After all, Morlock's damage was not particularly high. It would only become powerful after the armor break effect stacked so many times. So, as long as one belonged to a plate armor class, they could withstand Morlock's damage. Naturally, it was the same when dealing with Morlock's Killing Feast. In short, players only needed to surround and beat up this boss. After 8 minutes passed, Morlock, the second boss of the Beastman munition factory, fell. The main reason for Morlock's fall was because Shifeng was simply too strong. Shifeng had practically tanked Morlock by himself. Shifeng was extremely nimble when dodging Morlock's attacks, and Morlock could very rarely land an attack on him. This, in turn, resulted in a decrease to Shifeng's damage output. With a stable tanker like Shifeng, the healers enjoyed a rather easy time throughout this raid. They could spread their attention towards other members of the team, allowing everyone to have an easier time dealing with the boss. Problems only arose when Morlock used Vanish and appeared behind a cloth armor class. These unfortunate players could only curse their own bad luck as they accepted their deaths. Chapter 214, Dungeon Cleared. Chapter 214, Dungeon Cleared. After Morlock died, he dropped a total of 4 pieces of mysterious iron equipment. Everyone received a share of 34 copper coins and a large amount of EXP. Meanwhile, Shifeng obtained a pair of wind extinguisher leg guards, increasing his collection of the wind extinguisher set equipment to 2 pieces. Everyone on the team looked at each other with a smile after they had killed Morlock, a High Chieftain-ranked boss, with such ease. They all felt blissful from the fact that Shifeng had joined their team. Right now, no one on the team felt the same panic they had when they first entered the dungeon. They could joke around with each other and had even become pals with Shifeng. Occasionally, they would even ask Shifeng to teach them a few battle techniques. While Shifeng gave out casual pointers, the team members' admiration for Shifeng gradually grew. Under Shifeng's casual guidance, many players in the team exhibited noticeable improvement. Soon after, everyone arrived at the final throne room. Here, They met the final boss, the Dark Warlock Salu. Dark Warlock Salu, High Chieftain rank, level 12, HP 500, 000/500, 000. Elsewhere, while Shifeng and the others had arrived before the final boss, Dark Star's lone tyrant still tangled with the first boss of the Beastman munition factory, Kurur. As of this moment, Lone Tyrant and his team had already experienced 3 team wipes. Moreover, Kurur's avatar slash had caused all 3. They had not improved one little bit since their first battle. Lone Tyrant grew hysterical at this situation. He did not know why a 20-man dungeon would have such a huge increase in difficulty compared to a 10-man dungeon. After pondering for a long time, Lone Tyrant discovered the reason for their failures. This boss needs to be dealt with as quickly as possible. However, our overall damage simply isn't enough to finish him. Unless the team's equipment is further upgraded, the possibility of clearing this dungeon doesn't exist. Do we really have to go and upgrade our equipment before trying again? Lone Tyrant wore a hesitant expression as he glared at Kurur. Due to his previous boasting, he was now stuck between a rock and a hard place. However, Lone Tyrant suddenly came to a realization. If the damage of his own team were insufficient to deal with Kurur, then the Assassin's Alliance, who had poorer quality equipment, would have even less of a chance of killing Kurur. At this moment, the team from the Assassin's Alliance must certainly be stuck at the first boss as well. When Lone Tyrant thought about this, his mood immediately lifted. He decided to reflect on their raiding strategy, giving the boss another try. Meanwhile, in the magnificent throne room of the Beastman munition factory, the Assassin's Alliance had already investigated the Dark Warlock Salu's skills. Aside from Dark Arrow being Salu's most basic attack, Salu was immune to all controlling effects. Salu also possessed 2 killing moves. One of them was a skill called Shadow Wound. When cast, the boss would fire 12 dark arrows. Each dark arrow would cause -800 damage and inflict a fear effect that lasted 6 seconds. The other was a skill called Summon Flame Giant. The Flame Giant was a level 12 special elite with 50,000 HP. Each Flame Giant that Salu summoned possessed self-immolation effect that dealt -300 flame damage to all targets within a 10-yard range every second. The Flame Giant was also the largest hurdle to overcome when raiding the Dark Warlock Salu, as the self-immolation was an AoE dot. If any players other than MTs received -300 flame damage every second, they would last 4 to 5 seconds at most. Meanwhile, Salu would summon an additional Flame Giant every 1 to 2 minutes. Factoring in the fear effect from Shadow Wound, many players in the team would die under the combination of these 2 skills. Even if this combination did not immediately kill them, with 3 Flame Giants running about, they would similarly end in destruction. 3 Flame Giants would mean -900 total damage per second. Even Shifeng could not last 3 seconds under this damage, much less the other players in the team. However, if they focused their attacks on the Flame Giants summoned instead, they would waste precious time. As a result, Salu would fully recover his HP due to his battle recovery. A battle of attrition like this would only end with the healers exhausting their mana and a team wipe. Meanwhile, after sending a group of half a dozen players to test the waters, everyone learned Dark Warlock Salu's true strength. As a result, their hearts sunk and their confidence wavered. Ignoring the fact that each of Salu's dark arrows could cause -800 damage to their MTs and -1,000 damage to everyone else, the Flame Giants alone were extremely difficult to deal with. After all, none of the melee players could go near a Flame Giant, and even if only the MTs tanked it, the healers still wouldn't be able to cope with the high damage. Not to mention, there was also Salu's AoE skill, shadow wound that would suddenly cause minus 800 damage. The flame giant itself could cause over minus 300 damage to the MT with its attacks. Coupling that with the flame giant's self-immolation effect, its prowess could rival that of a boss. If they suddenly received an attack from Salu's shadow wound in addition to the flame giant's attacks, even their MTs might instantly die. Moreover, if they did not kill the first flame giant within 1 to 2 minutes of its summoning, Salu would summon the second flame giant. Under the simultaneous attacks of 2 flame giants, their MTs wouldn't have a chance. With their current equipment and levels, it was impossible for them to face Dark Warlock Salu head-on in battle. Thinking up to this point, everyone's moods grew somber. Isn't this only hard mode? Why is the difficulty so high? What would happen if this were hell mode? Stabbing Heart was similarly bitter after seeing Dark Warlock Salu's capabilities. The guild leader of the Assassins' Alliance, Cruel Sword, wrinkled his brows, falling into deep thought. Salu's rating difficulty was clearly much higher than the previous 2 bosses. As expected of a final boss, it won't be easy to clear this hurdle. At the very least, Cruel Sword did not have any good methods to raid Salu. While everyone was discouraged, why don't we give it a try first? It's not like we're completely helpless right now, Shifeng suddenly said in the team chat. Shifeng's words were like a ray of hope. Brother Yifeng, can we really raid this boss? Mu Qing blinked her mesmerizing eyes, her delicate body sticking close to Shifeng as she asked. It should be possible. We can only find out if we try it, right? Shifeng merely shrugged as he spoke, his calm appearance giving Mu Qing a slight surprise. Following which, Shifeng gave a brief overview of his raiding plan. Shifeng's plan was simple. He, alone, would kite the summoned flame giants, while the other members of the team would focus their attacks on the boss. In this situation, 3 of the 4 healers on the team would be responsible for healing the MTs, while the last healer would be responsible for keeping Shifeng alive. However, this plan was very risky. Its success relied heavily on Shifeng's ability to kite the flame giants. As the throne room did not provide a wide area for movement, Shifeng needed to be mindful of his positioning. Any mistakes could lead to a team wipe. However, nobody rejected Shifeng's proposal. They did not even have the slightest opinion about Shifeng's plan. They had long since been convinced of Shifeng's strength. Since Shifeng shared his plan, he must be very confident about it. Thus, they believed that Shifeng could really pull it off. Water Lake, you'll activate Darkness Aura. White Feather, you'll activate Crusader Aura. Let's start the raid. Then, Shifeng said, a Guardian Knight's Darkness Aura could provide an additional 5 points dark resistance to allies, decreasing the darkness damage they received. Meanwhile, the Crusader Aura could increase allies' movement speed by 10%, letting everyone have an easier time evading the flame giants. With these 2 auras, the team would have a much easier time raiding the boss. Water Lake was the first to dash at Salu. While Salu was still in the process of casting a spell, Water Lake smashed Shield of Vengeance into Salu's face, causing minus 181 damage. Water Lake then followed up with Righteous Punishment, dealing minus 201 damage. However, neither of these attacks had interrupted or delayed Salu's chanting, and shortly after, a streak of dark light skewered Water Lake through the chest, causing minus 800 damage to him. A moment later, 3 healing lights landed on Water Lake's body, recovering over 700 HP of his HP. After Water Lake solidified his grasp on Salu's aggro, Shifeng instructed the other players to initiate their attacks. After a moment, Salu pointed his staff towards the sky. A large, azure-green fireball descended from the sky, crashing into the throne room. Immediately, Shifeng tossed out the blazing meteor at the azure-green flame giant, causing minus 621 damage and instantly becoming its main target. seeing the flame giant charging at him. Shifeng spun around and fled, luring the flame giant away from the rest of the team. He then started circling around the hall with the flame giant right behind him. As Salu's HP continued decreasing, the flame giants he summoned also grew stronger. Unfortunately, Shifeng lured away all of the flame giants Salu summoned, spoiling his fun. After more than 10 minutes, Salu released a resentful bellow. His body fell to the throne as he passed away. Chapter 2:15 Basic Fire Resistance Potion. Chapter 2:15 Basic Fire Resistance Potion. From beginning to end, Shifeng had lured a total of 9 flame giants, kiting them around the throne room. Due to his actions, the flame giants had not been able to showcase their prowess even once in this entire battle. As a result, the dark warlock Salu became very easy to deal with, breathing his last under everyone's heavy bombardment. Even an amazing boss could not compete against a reincarnated player. Their only fate was to be a plaything, unto death. Seeing Salu fall, everyone jumped in celebration. The Beastman Munition Factory belonged to the category of expedition dungeons. Unlike the Dark Moon Graveyard, which was a survival dungeon, players only needed to kill the final boss in an expedition dungeon to clear it. There was no need to leave the dungeon for the clear to be official. At this moment, the White River City Region System announcement had already appeared. White River City Region System announcement. Congratulations to Assassin's Alliance for becoming the first team to conquer the hard mode Beastman Munition Factory. All players within the team will be rewarded with 50,000 EXP and 1 silver coin. White River City Region System announcement. Congratulations to Assassin's Alliance for becoming the fastest team to conquer the hard mode Beastman Munition Factory. All players within the team will be rewarded with 50,000 EXP and 1 tier, 1 gemstone of random attribute. As it was not the first clear of Hell mode, the main god system would not be so generous as to reward them with reputation points. Normally, players would only receive EXP for obtaining the first clear of hard mode. Also, the race for team dungeons was categorized into 2 types, hard mode and hell mode. Normal mode was not taken into consideration as no time challenge existed. Normally, the main god system would implement a clear time for team dungeons. The clear time set by the system depended on the type of team dungeon and its difficulty. Meanwhile, the hard mode Beastman Munition Factory's clear time was set at 3 hours. The main god system would usually set the clear time at a very high bar. Only if players had achieved the standard of an elite team determined by the main god system would they have a chance to clear the dungeon in this set amount of time. Meanwhile, under Shifeng's command, the Assassin's Alliance had only spent 2 hours and 22 minutes to clear the hard mode Beastman Munition Factory, surpassing the estimated time. This proved that the team strength was already above the standards of a normal elite team. However, everyone on the team knew full well that this achievement was all due to Shifeng's contributions. After a round of mad celebration, everyone finally welcomed the most exciting moment. They began examining the item drops of the Dark Warlock Salu, the final boss monster of the Beastman Munition Factory. Compared to the previous 2 bosses, the loot from Salu was far more bountiful. Salu had dropped a total of 7 items. Among them, 5 were level 10 mysterious iron-ranked helmets, each being a part of a set equipment for different classes. With great luck, Salu even dropped a basic fire resistance potion recipe. As for the final item, it was a secret silver staff meant for elementalists. Elemental Scepter, Staff, Secret Silver Rank, Level 10, Intelligence plus 15, Strength plus 4, Agility plus 4, Endurance plus 10. Increases elemental damage by 5%. Increases casting speed by 10%. Durability 80/80ths. With just a glance, one could immediately tell that this was a top-tier staff meant for elementalists. When the mages in the team looked at the details of this staff, drool nearly leaked from their mouths. Although these mages had quite a few pieces of mysterious iron equipment on their persons, their weapons and equipment were all below level 10. They were clearly much weaker compared to level 10 weapons and equipment, not to mention a secret silver rank staff. Cruel's sword immediately handed the elemental staff to Mu Qing. However, nobody in the team expressed any dissatisfaction about Cruel's sword's decision, because Mu Qing's strength was indeed very powerful. Moreover, her damage was ranked number 1 amongst all the mages present, following which Cruel's sword handed the Wind Extinguisher helmet, Wind Extinguisher armguard, and basic fire resistance potion recipe to Shifeng. Similarly, nobody in the team had any gripes about this decision. If it weren't for Shifeng, they would not have cleared this dungeon in the first place. With this, Shifeng now had 4 pieces of the Wind Extinguisher set equipment. Although he did not possess all 6 pieces, they were sufficient for him to replace the bronze-ranked Silver Moon set equipment. Brother Yifeng, you've helped us out so much, yet you're only taking so few items. I am truly embarrassed about this, so please let me pay you another 100,000 credits as compensation. Otherwise, if the other guilds discover this matter, they will definitely make mock us for being insincere. Cruel's sword said with a laugh as he looked at Shifeng. Putting aside the advertising benefits brought about from obtaining the first clear of the hard-mode Beastman munition factory, just the equipment they obtained was already of considerable value. It was especially true for the secret silver ranked elemental scepter. The value of this staff alone could compare to half a dozen pieces of level 10 mysterious iron equipment. Hence, spending an additional 100,000 credits to compensate Shifeng was a minor matter. To put it another way, the Assassin's Alliance had made a huge profit from this deal. After all, the first clear of a 20-man hard-mode team dungeon held extraordinary significance, as up until this moment, any guild had yet to obtain the first clear of a 20-man hard-mode team dungeon. Obtaining the first clear of the hard-mode Beastman munition factory had undeniably allowed the Assassin's Alliance to break free from their awkward position in White River City. They no longer had to suffer the suppression from Darkstar. Of course, by giving Shifeng 100,000 credits, Cruel's sword also had the intention of deepening the relationship between Shifeng and the Assassin's Alliance. Cruel's sword still wished to recruit Shifeng into the guild. Shifeng could easily see through Cruel's sword's intentions. However, he merely smiled in reply, receiving all that Cruel's sword offered without hesitation. Cruel's sword had no idea that Shifeng did not really care about this equipment. Even if it were the Wind Extinguisher set equipment, it was simply a temporary set of equipment for Shifeng. Meanwhile, amongst these items, the one Shifeng paid the most attention to was the basic fire resistance potion recipe. Basic fire resistance potion, after consumption, increases fire resistance by 15 points for 1 hour. Currently, this item had no market value. However, when the various large guilds started raiding the level 25 Flame Nest, the value of this basic fire resistance potion recipe would soar beyond one's imagination. Its worth would not be less than a piece of fine gold equipment. Players were not allowed to use the Flaming Sun scripture when in a dungeon. Meanwhile, equipment that increased a player's fire resistance was extremely rare. The quickest way to increase one's fire resistance was through the use of a basic fire resistance potion. If players did not possess this potion, raiding the Flame Nest would only be possible in their dreams. If Shifeng started looking for a potion maker to craft the basic fire resistance potion now, he would carve out an additional path to wealth for the future. Even 10 pieces of secret silver equipment could not rival what he could earn with these potions. Brother Yifeng, are you free tomorrow? At this moment, Mu Qing walked over to Shifeng after receiving a silent hint from Cruel Sword. Sweetly, she said, "My party is planning to raid the old ruins, a high-level 10-man team dungeon, tomorrow. However, one of the original party members had applied for leave due to some personal matters. I'd really love it if you would join me. Will you?" After a team dungeon was cleared, it would have a cooldown period of 3 days. Hence, they needed to wait for 3 days before they could enter the Beastman munition factory again. Standing to the side, Cruel Sword inwardly clapped his hands at Mu Qing's performance. Relationships needed care and gentle nurturing, although he could tell that Shifeng had no particular interest in Mu Qing with increased interactions. Who was to say what happened in the future? "I still have something that I need to do tomorrow. Let's find some other time to go dungeon diving." Shifeng could naturally tell what Mu Qing was trying to do. However, he simply waved his hand and tactfully rejected her. Although the old ruins was a high-level team dungeon, there was nothing there that could rouse his interests. He would only waste time by going there. Now that he had changed into the 4 pieces of wind extinguisher set equipment, his attributes had greatly increased once again. He should be able to attempt the continuation of the epic quest, Darkness Descends, now. Mu Qing's innocent eyes flashed with a hint of disappointment. She did not think that her charm, which had only brought her success so far, would fail against Shifeng. Was she really lacking in charm, or were Shifeng's defenses just too high?